Guys, I'm so prepared today, you have no idea. I prepped ahead, my tea's ready. I can kind of just get going whenever. Is it time? Do we start? Yeah, better question. Are y'all prepared? Hopefully, because I'm back. What's good, nerds? Good to be here. Been a bit. Been what, 2 weeks since I did a code stream? Yeah, I was traveling a whole bunch. I was in Florida. I was at ElixirConf. I gave an awesome talk that I'll be sharing with y'all relatively soon. I'm waiting till they get the other talks up on YouTube so mine can be an upsell to theirs. They actually let me post my talk on my channel, which I'm actually quite hyped about. Never been able to do that before. Should be really cool. Anyways, we got a lot to talk about today. I've clearly fallen quite behind on things. And importantly, we also have a new thing to launch. It's going to be a fun day. My cat's already screaming, so I'm going to close the door really quick. Oh yeah, the upload thing, 3D thing, yeah. Yeah, I got this from one of our customers, does 3D printing stuff. I'll plug them when my CTO's back and can give me the right thing to plug. But yes, this is a 3D printed sign from one of our upload thing users who runs a 3D printing company that's hilariously cheap. So we'll definitely plug them in a bit because they're quality stuff. It's super clean. He just made that for us as a gift. It was so nice. I'm hyped. But yeah, we got the upload thing 3D thing. Yes, that is what I said, Gabriel. Fair. Anyways, I need to thank all of y'all for joining and subbing so early. Got a bunch of y'all. I'm sure a lot of you guys have your subs ready to renew because I didn't stream last week. Still holding over 1,000 subs. That's nuts. That's crazy. I would not expected us to have held that strong when I was gone for that long. Thank you all for subscribing and continuing to hold those subs even when I'm not around. Emily, with that tier 3, 6 months in. Thank you so much, Emily. Pumped to see you as always. We got Ronan, 20 months in, 6 in a row with that tier 1. Thank you, Ronan. We got Wolf here with the 15 months of Prime. We got Aman here with the 24 months, 2-year streak on that tier 1. We got Coach Ben here, the 14 months tier 1. All I could think of is Coach Frank for some reason. The skate brain has rotted me. Kevin Vandy here, the 20 months of tier 3, 28 months total. Absolutely nuts. Thank you all so much for the support. Crazy seeing all these past 1-year numbers. We got the 5 months of tier 1, 14-month total from NMG. Thank you so much. We got Bryce here, 4 months in from the Prime. Also back from a 2-week break. Great timing. We got CDE hitting that over that 2-year mark. That's 24 months, 27. Jesus Christ, CD. Thank you so much for the support. That's like day 0. That means you were here when I first started streaming. Just Tom is fine. Call you Tom then. Thank you for the 4 months of Prime. We got McKay here with the 6 months of tier 1, 9 months total. Thank you for that. And J Gold hitting that 1-year mark too. Should be fun. Yeah, please don't get me started on Dart. Conceptually cool, but no. I'm going to run a quick commercial. Ad snoozed automatically. No, we're going to run that ad, and then after we're going to start doing things. We got a lot to talk about today. Yeah, sorry that one took so long to come out, Reese. I've just been so behind on my schedule. Theo, take on this is this. I actually do have a take on this. I almost posted it on Twitter, but I didn't want to signal boost this further. I think it's nice to have things that you can easily do and undo with the tools you're familiar with. You know what? Fuck it. Let me defend. I can defend this. This might be a video now. Doing DB migrations with endpoints. I don't want to image on that. No, go away. Okay. I'm trying out Ghosty right now, yes. I've been through it with terminals lately. I just spent 2 hours talking about colors. Sounds about right. I already did. I'm the one who made this go viral. I posted this on Twitter. I already did it. I'm blue-green colorblind. I think everything's blue. But yes, I've been playing with Ghosty. It's pretty nice. So let me make sure I don't have environment variables open because I've been changing a lot of things around. Cool, they're not. Nice. Anything else here I don't want open? Graphics. Cool. What do we have in there? Theo thinks the upload thing logo is red. Yeah, it's clearly white and red, actually. So good thing I thought to clear out all this stuff because there's a few things in here I definitely did not want to share. But we're good now. Kitty does not like tmux is the issue. Released a Python library last week. Turns out a bunch of system stuff count to download. Turns a bunch of system stuff count to download analytics. 400 downloads and no idea who the real users are. Congrats, by the way, on that, Luke. It's always fun to ship something and get a bunch of users. Always weird when you can't figure out who they are, though. I know that feeling too well. I have not tried Arc on Windows yet, no. Serving 2080s fighter pilot. I'll take it. I'll absolutely take it. See if I missed any more subs while all of that was going on. Everything is blue. You get it. We got Ben Dev with the 4 months. NZXT case. Hilarious username. Oh, NZXT. I have a long history with them. And Fractal. I was an early Fractal fan. I got made fun of for my mini fridge-looking PC back in like 2011. We got Rogoff here hitting that 1 year mark. Thank you for that. Maple hitting the 1.5 years, almost 2 years of the total. Give every user their own table. Honestly, not the worst idea. We got Modest Tim, 5 months at tier 1. Thank you so much for the support. Silas as well, hitting with that Prime. Thank all of y'all. We got this hype train going for real. Yeah, Fractal was like the OG. What if computer cases didn't look like gamer slop? Upon that you are still watching that one. My recent analytics have been super interesting, seeing like which videos have been getting more play over time. Last 3. What did you pwn? You found a huge Arc vulnerability, and it was fucking Firebase again. It's amazing to me that, like, okay, a brief rant before we actually start things up. It's incredibly frustrating to me that people constantly go after Next.js for being insecure, and then no one says the same about Firebase when so much shit's actually getting pwned because of Firebase. Like, it's just annoying that the things that are actually causing security problems for people aren't the ones people are like talking about. My all videos playlist on shuffle. Oh shit. Oh shit. No one person can. I'm lucky that I have enough viewers that it's really hard for even like a group of people to fuck up my analytics at this point. So don't ever worry about it. I appreciate that you're doing that, especially if you're finding videos that are actually good in there and sharing them with others. That can actually boost things a lot. And the how much did my thumbnail change on the younger dev video? I only did a hard swap once, but I like entirely rebranded it, like 100% rebuilt it from scratch. Was ElixirConf fun? ElixirConf was awesome. I would say like, what's this hype chest thing? Cool, new emote. But as for ElixirConf, I loved it. The thing I was hyped about with it is how open it felt. Like anyone could talk about anything with anyone. It's still small enough that like everyone there can sit down and talk with Jose or Chris McCord about basically anything. I admittedly hogged them. I probably chatted with them for like a lot of hours. That first night we were just like going at it for like 6 hours straight, and I got them really hyped on HTTP streaming stuff. Got hooked on my content, love my energy, self-taught front-end UI developer, and recently landed a contract. Still balancing out working full-time as a house painter while putting 50 hours bi-weekly on the contract. I love some advice. I wanted to make the call to ditch painting and fully commit to the career change. If you can keep up with the stuff I'm talking about, and you have a contract where somebody's paying you, you're good. Go all in. Congrats. You did it. You got through the hard part. You're killing it by the sounds of it. To self-teach yourself into that position you're good. Especially if you can like hold a conversation about what you did and like what you brought to that company. I can't imagine anyone not wanting to at least chat about potentially hiring you. Sounds like you're in a really killer position right now. Yeah, go for it, man. Congratulations. You did it. You did the hard thing, the thing everyone says you can't do. If you're already getting paid for coding, you're a developer. I think you're ready to go full time. Firebase for 2 weeks and went back. Yep, very real. Could run arbitrary JS on any site that let you visit without any preconditions. Oh, God. Oh, God. Jesus. Let me thank the subs that I missed while I was doing that. We got Nidex hitting that 2-year mark at the tier 3, too. Absolute legend. Thank you for that. We're launching soon. Don't worry. Yo, Andres, anytime, man. Yeah, I've been digging into Coolify more. If anybody doesn't know, Coolify is actually super dope. It lets you self-host basically anything that you can throw in a Docker image and DIY your own like Vercel alternative. I've been playing with it a bunch. I already have it running on Hetzner, but what my goal is to get it running locally on my Synology so I can have my internal version of Vercel. Thought it'd be pretty fun. Still hacking at it. Should be able to get it working soon. Have some ideas on how to brute force it. If you're just running it on any traditional Ubuntu Linux instance, or Linux as a whole, it's almost certainly fine. And self-hosting is hilariously easy too. You literally just copy and paste this command, and you now have a way to host whatever you want to host. So yeah, been using that a lot more. Great stuff. Thank you, Andres, again for all of the help. Ooh, something similar with a new, more Vercel-like UI. Interesting. I'll say having the featured on Product Hunt badge there is immediately slightly skeptical for me. I like that this is a space people are exploring. I want more and more of these options because they just push everyone forward as an ecosystem. Unlikely we'll add Coolify to the T3 stack. I could see us making recommendations on how to Dockerize a T3 app, but most of it's just going to be how you would do it with Next. I don't have it in me to do more sites right now. Like when my audience requests I go somewhere, I'll consider it, but it's pretty hard for me to justify. Like I already am on too many platforms. We got Unicode Fox here with the Prime as well. Thank you for that. Let me quickly do my recording and then we can get started. Oh, we already have a deploy with Docker page. Nice. Yeah, we put Coolify on the Docker page for sure. Let me start the recording. We'll do 2230. Cool. Offset 2230. Oh, that actually reminds me of another topic I had to put in the list. Fine, I'll talk about Cursor. One of need to do. You know what? This is also honestly probably priority. We need to get this list organized because there's a lot of things here we like have to do today. Obviously, the product launch, new error syntax. This I should do today because it's a recent thing. Jesus fuck! Why have I done this to myself? Huge, Sky. Congratulations. Well deserved. I did not see this, Gabriel. If you could link that, that could be useful for sure. Thank you, Unicode, for the Prime. Thank you, Bank Beckleding. Hopefully I got that right. And it's calling you Bank, though. Thank you for the 2-month. And we got Little Finner with the 3 months of Prime, too. Thank you all for the Prime subs. You pwned Cursor? God damn it. God damn it, Eva. You're pwning literally everything. You dropped it on research? Cool. Let me check that quick. Oh. Haha. That is a good one. Good find. Open source has consequences. AI and cursor stuff. In the list it goes. That will not be today by the looks of it. Way too much priority shit. Oh shit, is Ricky here? Thank you for stopping by, Ricky. My launch today might actually be useful to you. And also, yes, we will be at TwitchCon. Not only will we be at TwitchCon, we're having a party on Saturday, and I'll be sure that you're on my invite list. It's we rented out a pretty big venue for it. I think Prime already announced that. I don't care. I'm the one running it though, so it's announced now. We're hosting a party on Saturday at TwitchCon. It's going to be fun. We got I named it Smart People and Bow because it's going to be a bunch of the software dev people like Doug, Pirate Software, Prime, me, a bunch of others I'm forgetting. Point Crow will be one of the crew. And yeah, we're hosting that. Bow as well. She'll be fun. Can you join? If you'll be at TwitchCon, you can absolutely join, Eva. You better not come with COVID again. And Friday's fun because it's the partner party night. So you get to hang out with just Twitch partners, and it's a good way to network and make connections. But the whole event is dope, and you can always just hang out in the partner lounge. I'm excited for you to be there, Ricky. It should be a very fun event. And yes, bow with the dent. Oh God, what's this one? They're still shipping No Man's Sky updates? That's hilarious, honestly. Oh shit, it's your girlfriend's birthday. Understandable. Thank you, Insanity Later, for the 27 months. Jesus Christ. Y'all been around for a while now. I don't use WebStorm. I can't really talk about it much. I did see the Minecraft movie. I also saw the leak a while back. It's interesting. I actually have some hope for it. It's either going to be absolutely atrocious or pretty good, is my gut feel with that. We need to actually start doing things. Do we go straight to the launch? Or should we start with founder mode as the appetizer, the starting point? Launch? We should just launch. Also, I'm sorry for neglecting you, YouTube chat. I've been trying to keep up with all the subs. Did I miss any? Oh, I did miss a donation here. Never sent money over on YouTube, but if it's going to be anybody, it's going to be me. Highly respect my consistency and dedication to honest takes of the engineering world. That means a ton, Corey. Thank you so much. I have slowly learned how much more money I could make if I was to be less honest, and I'm not going to. I am going to start doing 30-second ad reads. It's just we need the money to help support the team. But I will not compromise on the honesty side. That is important to me. I want to make sure the stuff that we do is my honest beliefs, having done this shit for years. And I'm pumped that I'm still there, especially continuing to build products and learn things from that. Another video. Did I put it in here? Fuck, I forgot to put it in. This is absolutely something I wanted to do today. My current stack, because my stack's changed a ton over the past year, especially over this last project, and I want to share all the cool things that have happened as a result of that. But yeah, I go out of my way to share what has actually worked for me and pump the people who are resonating with it. Thanks for stopping by, Corey. It's fine. If you want to use sponsor block, that's fine. Anyways, I think it's time to start. It was just easier for me to see how long until the next ad break, but fuck it. We're just going to go. Let's do it. Let's get things open on here quick. I'm feeling pretty good. I think we're ready to go. Let's do it. It's been a bit since I launched a new product, and It's been a bit since I launched a new product, and I'm really hyped for the one I'm about to launch today. I'll be honest though, this is a bit more selfish a product launch than most of my products. Usually the thing I'm building is something that I kind of need and I can see a lot of other people who need it. This is the opposite. This is something I really needed. I've been using this product for over a year now in different forms. I've probably rewritten it 3 or 4 times. You might even recognize parts because I've used them for tutorials in the past. The product I'm launching is to make my life as a creator easier. And if you're a creator or you're just managing assets for other people, it might be really useful to you too. And we're going to dive into not just what it is and how it works, but why. We're going to dive in not just to what it is, but how it works too. So even if the product isn't interesting to you, stick around because the way we built it might be. So what did I build? Is it upload thing? No, it uses upload thing. It's a new thing though. Pick thing. I am so hyped to finally release pick thing. If you don't know this already, or in case you haven't been keeping up on Twitter drama, background removals is a thing that I have put a lot of time into. I have been thinking about this for a while because I make a lot of thumbnails for my content. And I wanted to make it easy for anyone to just manage their assets, remove the backgrounds, and get back to work in their editing software of choice. I even have this fancy little animation when you hover over that removes the person from the background. It's a random stock image guy, okay? For those asking. I should have chat open for this. I'll pull chat in. Let you guys hang out for this launch. Cool. So, clearly I haven't fixed the responsiveness yet. We'll get there. But I want to show how it works because it's quite nice. I'm going to zoom out so you can see a bit better. I'm going to grab a bunch of pictures. Just grab this set of photos of myself. Drop it. Upload. And they're all uploading. We're dog fooding a bunch of new stuff with this from... Getting a phone call, sorry. Let me turn on Do Not Disturb. Yeah. I hope you guys saw how fast that was, by the way. All the other tools for this are significantly slower. Let's do another quick. We'll use different shirt color so that it's clear that it's different. Grab this chunk. That's 12 images. All pretty big, by the way. Any one of these images is as much as a megabyte. So we're uploading a ton at once. They're all being saved. They're all on my servers, and they've all had their backgrounds removed. And now using it is as simple as click the copy button, go to your software of choice. For me, it's Affinity. And I can just paste it. And look at that. Super clean background removal, even slight blurring on the hair edges. It looks great. A lot of people have asked, like, why not just use the macOS built-in? Let's try the macOS built-in quick. We're going to quick action, remove background. And now I have it with the background removed, and we'll compare that. Do you see the difference here? Like, one of these is totally usable, ready for a professional use case. The other one is absolute fucking garbage, like maybe fine for a meme, but you can't actually use the one built into Mac. And all the local models, all the browser models, all the other options I've seen are just not usable. It's not even like a slight difference. It's just entirely unprofessional. Like, you can't use that for real use cases. Adobe has a built-in thing for this, but theirs I found to be similarly trash. It's like somewhere between these two, but ours is within the best. It is also some of the most fairly priced. Ours is only $6 a month for 100 images with no catches. That's a really good deal, especially when you look at the competition. The service I used to be using as the background like tech solution for this is a wonderful service named RemoveBG that I still have a bunch of credits for because I let them charge me for too long. An important detail with them is that their 40 credit for $9 option is both 4 times more expensive than us, and you can't use the images for commercial use. So you can't even use that option. It's insane. It's actually hilarious. And the quality that you get out of this is slightly worse than what we're providing. I'm so pumped with what we have here. I genuinely think this is a very, very useful tool for creators. There's a couple things I'm planning to add in the future. I got the pieces of one of them in already, which is tags. So I'll make a new tag here, dark red, for the ones that have a dark red shirt. We'll add a few of these. Add the dark red tag. And now when I click this, it will filter out all the things that don't have that tag. Very very happy with the results here. It's a one-click copy for the background removed. I also added the ability to copy the link, and you can show the non-transparent versions as well. All of these load in super optimized. I've done some crazy tech stuff. If you're interested, you might be down to do some inspecting here, where if you open an image in a new tab, you'll see an interesting URL here, cdn.image.engineering. I've been thinking a lot about image optimization. You might have guessed that from recent videos about things like WebP, JPEG XL, and all of that. And I am not happy with the current state of image optimization. Honestly, as silly as it sounds, like Vercel's built-in, as expensive as it is one of the better options right now. But if you want to have good asset serving for your different users, like in this case, this image, let me just see how big this is, the version that came down. That's 8.8 kilobytes. And if we grab the original, which I can get by grabbing this link, the original is a decent bit bigger here. Yeah, that one's 4 megs. So we went from 4 megs to 9 kilobytes, and it's a perfectly usable preview image. I really want to release this for y'all too. So if you're interested in an API for image optimization as well as image background removal, there's a decent opportunity coming soon. Let me know in the comments. And image.engineering might become an API that you can buy of its own. Yeah. We dogfooded a lot of stuff here. We're trying out the newest upload thing infrastructure, where a large part of why I'm deploying this right now is because I want to push the limits of our new infra, see how fast it can go, see how much more reliable it can be. I'm also testing 2 new services, one for the background removal and one for that image optimization stuff. And hopefully by the end of the month, we can release all of these for y'all to use. So while I'm not sitting here expecting everyone to go sign up for PicThing and use this for everything, it's a genuinely super useful tool for me and hopefully for the other creators that have been asking me for it too. And long term, it's an opportunity for us to build new pieces of infrastructure and new services that are both powering this and can be sold on their own for all of you guys to use as well. I'm so excited for the future, not only of PicThing, but of UploadThing, image engineering, and all these other things that we've been working on. I'm hyped. I am actually really excited. I've wanted to release this for a while. In fact, fun origin story, UploadThing originally started as PicThing. I was building this for managing my own assets. And the thing I didn't expect to have happen was S3 nerd sniped us. And we spent so much time trying to get the storage part right that the original UploadThing release was the stuff we had built for the original PicThing. This project has consistently brought me to lots of really cool services, APIs, opportunities, and infrastructure. And now it's actually out. Now we can come up with even more. Now you guys can use it too and let us know what you think. I have a lot of cool features coming soon. The one big one I didn't quite get ready for launch that I'm hoping to have ASAP is the ability to share a specific tag publicly so you can link other people on your creative team to a given set of images. We're already using that on the old version of PicThing that I built for my team way back, but I want that accessible to everyone. Because if I'm a creator and I want to just dump a bunch of my faces to other people on my team to make thumbnails, use them in videos, whatever, the ability to have a tag and then share all of the things within that tag with whoever wants them, very useful. Yeah, I'm hyped. Really cool product. No, we don't have a PayPal option. Not the worst idea. We might add that in the future if there's enough demand, but our goal was to just get this working as simple as possible. What I'm using for the actual background removal is currently a secret. There's a future where I do share that, but for now, I'm doing enough crazy stuff there. And after let me find. Last time I asked the public what background removal tools to use, it became a saga, like a pretty absurd, chaotic mess. And yeah, the results, the things people offered me here were not good. There was 127 replies, and I'm telling you, I used 0 of them. I'm doing something quite different here. The one thing people love to recommend was the RMBG package. It's a Python package that uses a model. You're not allowed to use that model for commercial use. So I hope if you're using that, you're just using it for fun, because if you want to use it commercially, you have to pay them a pretty exorbitant fee. And the quality of that model is not as good as what we're doing. And it's certainly not as fast. Nobody else is getting you that like transformed image in under half a second without compromising on quality or doing some crazy stuff on your own machine. All of this runs in the cloud. All of this is working incredibly well. I'm really pumped. The quality of what we're able to put out here. Y'all should give it a shot. Someone said there's a broken image tag. Where is said broken image tag? Is it just on the homepage? Because I might have like accidentally left things in when I was porting the old homepage over. I took the upload thing homepage and like rewrote it quick. So I am expecting a lot to be broken. I'm not seeing it. Yeah, I need to handle this case too, but we'll get to all of that. I'm going to film the wrap up quick. If somebody can say what image tag was broken, I'll fix that in a minute. That's all I have to say on this one. I'm genuinely really excited to finally have this out. Let me know what you think, and if you're excited for these APIs to come out as well. Until next time, remove some backgrounds. Kill. And we are done. Yeah, we should probably do a design overhaul at some point. I'm very happy with my hacky, like, quick job I did. But yeah, the goal for this one wasn't to have a beautiful site. It was to just get it done. We did it. Imagely, background removal. In the browser, yeah, it sucks. All the in-browser ones are terrible. Like, they're just not good enough. I've tried them all. They suck. The mission is to build things that are useful to us and then take the most useful subparts and distribute those as a way to make money. We have two arms. We have the creator tool side and we have the developer tool side. And through building creator tools, we find developer tools that we really wish existed and we end up building those. No, pick thing works well for background removals of basically anything. It is focused on people for sure, but the model's really, really good. Multiple people in one image? Absolutely, it does. One of the demo images I had before, if I go to my downloads quick, was a bunch of people with the background removed. And did a really good job with this one too, because the original image was not an easy one with all of the blowouts in the background there. To like capture his hair here is really difficult, and it succeeded. So, how long was the development? I forgot to put the link. Add command, pick thing, try out pick thing, pick.ping.gg. Only Google login, yes. Video is slightly behind audio. It's close to synced though. Oof. Testing. It looks synced on my side. Okay, the video's a bit late, not the audio. It's really close. It's fine. Okay, just reload your Twitch. Yeah, Twitch loves to have the audio and video out of sync. What is it doing that other AI background tools are not doing? It's priced really fairly. The quality of the background removal is really good, and it stores the assets so you can scroll through them all. Nothing else does all three of those things. Any live metrics? No, fuck. I should have added analytics to this. Fuck. Yeah, that was dumb. Post hog, yeah. Mark, if you can add post hog when you're back, that'd be cool. No rush. Yeah, I could just turn on the Vercel one so I have something. I'm going to do that. I don't love Vercel's analytics, but at the very least, we'll know what's going on. Analytics, enable. Cool. I can show this part. Why not? I don't have one layout. I have 2 root layouts. It's annoying. Wait, no, this one is used for everything, actually. Add that there. Cool. At least we have some analytics for the time being. I just don't want to deal with environment variables while live. Route groups are the only reason Next.js's app router nesting stuff's actually usable. I could make comparisons like that in the future, but I just wanted to get this out. Scrolling super laggy if you do so while detransitioning the hover effect on hero. That sounds like a GPU Excel issue. Like, none of that's in JavaScript. That's all CSS. Handles multiple people in one image. Would it handle or reject multiple images composed into one? I have not tried that. That's a weird case. You know what? I'm going to open up make sure that my README doesn't leak anything important when I do that. It doesn't. Cool. So I'm just going to add like the fast follows here. We got terms of service. I'd have to still do the tag editing and open tag public thing. Add post hog for analytics. What was the other thing? There was the comparison with other solutions. Yeah. Comparison with other solutions. GitHub Actions breaking upload artifact. I remember this being sent to me. And files folder is part of the default upload. Yeah, I see why this would break a lot of shit. That's annoying. I'm talking about the hero image on the pick thing site's taking 2 seconds to load. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. It's not a small image. Trying to think of what I want to do immediately. I think what I want to immediately do is film a short that I can use as a Twitch clip or like a Twitter post and like a short in the near future. God, did you try renaming to JPEG? Good joke. How many images have had their backgrounds removed for all users? I like that idea. Global background images removed counter. That's a fun idea. I'm sure plenty of people are here who can clip, but you can clip on phone. It's not good, but don't make that your problem, Igor. Marker, pick thing, short. Yeah. I'm gonna separate the tabs, do this really quick. Cool. We finally launched. Pick thing is finally live. If you want to deal with background image removal and you're a creator and you just want to use these things for thumbnails, it's never been easier than ever. Retake on that because I want it all to be one cohesive take for the clip, so I can minimize the amount of editing work. So retake. Pick thing is finally live. It is without question the easiest way to remove backgrounds from your images and manage your assets. If you're a creator like me, this is all it takes to do. You open up your folder with all your images. This is the slowest part. I might have to retake to get this where it is. Okay. Attempt 3. Pick thing is finally live. I built this to make it easier to do God damn it. I want this in one take so I don't have to like download it after. Ugh. Pick things finally live. It's never been easier to manage your assets as a creator. All it takes is you sign up, you grab the images you want to remove the backgrounds for. I'll just take this set of, I don't know, however many that is, 10, hit upload. They'll immediately upload. And when they're uploading, their backgrounds are also being removed. So in just a moment, I have all of these high quality images with their backgrounds removed to be used in any editor you want to use. And if you're worried about quality, don't be. On the left here is the quality you get out of the built-in macOS version. On the right is the quality you get out of what we built. It's significantly better. If you actually want to use this for professional use cases, there is no better option. And everything is licensed for commercial use, unlike some of our competition. Check it out if you haven't already. pick.ping.gg. Cool. Cool. If somebody can get me a good clip of that on Twitch, then I can download it, quickly process it here, and then we can post it. The SEO is going to be shit because we literally just launched. Mark, I was waiting for you to come back so you could share the link or whatever the best way to hype up that is. Yeah, we just launched it. Pick thing. Is there a sign up with email option? God fucking damn it. Clark needs to make that impossible to find. That shouldn't be an option. You should only be able to sign in with Google. How the fuck did you even find that? You already subscribed? Like you're already paying for it and it still says subscribe now? That might be a bug. How did you get to that URL? What's bringing you to sign up? The fuck? Might have some bugs to fix. Go to sign in, then sign up. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, we'll get that fixed ASAP. Quick plug, though. Marker, 3D printer plug. I'm going to grab this so I have it. Thank you, Unicode, for that. Everything's finally live. I love when you hit the pause button and it doesn't pause. That's a really cool feature. Cool. So we recently got a really cool new customer for Upload Thing. You might have noticed this. I didn't make this. I'm not competent with anything 3D. I'm barely competent with 2D. You guys have seen my designs. This came from our awesome new customer. This is Mandarin 3D. They are super cheap solution for doing 3D printing. They actually use Upload Thing as their service for uploading your models. It's really cool. They're super cheap. I'm really pumped with the quality of what they sent me here. It was a nice gift. Not sure what they're going to do with this clip, but I've seen the quality of their prints. I can get behind these guys. Really cool crew. Cool. Need to do that before I forgot. Yeah, this is all part of why we make our own Clark components. Then on sign up, it had the email. Okay, I'm sorry, we are doing sign in with Google because like every creator already is using Google and it just makes my life much easier. There's nothing here I don't have to like, I have to hide. So let's do login page. We'll do my favorite thing to do with Clark, which is in their docs, ask AI, how do I hide the sign up option from the sign in component? I also need to change that link up top to not be their sign in button and just link to the sign in page. It'll make my life much easier. Where is the top nav? I have that in the dynamic section. Yeah, that's gonna not be the sign in button anymore. Link, next link. I don't have it running locally. npm run dev. Oh, why is it pulling link from Lucid React? What the fuck? That's like the one issue I have with ShadCN. Is it like aggressively does shit like that? Cool. Did we get an answer from the Clerk AI thing? Cool. Well, we're doing this the Theo way, which is inspect. Hop into my editor again. Cool. Fixed. Pushed. Fixed. Sorry for anybody who went through that awkward workflow. Hopefully you're not in a bad enough state. And if you are, hit us up. We'll get it fixed. Wrong link. Oh no, what did I do? Oh, you dropped the wrong link and you fixed it the second time? Cool. Well, let's quickly get this ready. Permanency support does nothing. I can fix that quick. Need to remember how we even get to that. Okay, here. /support. I thought I had a support page. That should work. I have no idea why that wouldn't work. I'll just remove it if it continues to not work. Yeah, I know the sign up link's still going to work. We'll disable that in Clerk in a bit. Continue with Google. Don't want to leak all of my email addresses. I've done that enough times already. I need to just assume those are public at this point. Settings, support. That works. What do you mean it doesn't work? It should close the menu, and I don't know how to like brute force it to do that, but I'm lazy. We'll deal with that another time. If we disable email, then we don't have it with the Google sign-in either, and we do need it for that. You also hate signing in with Google. It says your stupid Gmail that you made 13 years ago. Yeah, that's just reality. But like honestly, the people who wouldn't be down to sign in with Gmail are not the ones that we. Yeah, you fixed the sign up. Oh, thank you, Mark. Good shit. See your tweet for the in-browser background removal. I looked at a lot of tweets with in-browser background removal. Are you the one who made the service with it? Somebody quote tweet dunked on me and had like a whole service that worked well. I thought I replied to them saying it was one of the better ones though. So if you didn't get a reply from me, like DM'd, then I don't think I saw yours specifically. One or two of them were really good, but they were using the model that you can't legally use without paying a license. And none of the in-browser ones were fast enough or high quality enough for me to like be content with. The link for the sign in at the top goes to a different login prompt. Yeah, it's the one I want to go to. I have set everything up to go to our custom /login page. It was a quote tweet of mine. Yeah, I think I would have sworn I hit you up after. It can be anything. Oh yeah, you absolutely can send the link without getting banned. Links don't get you banned in my chat. You're good. Drop it. Yeah, when you Google pick thing, it autocorrects to pitching. We'll do well enough eventually that we'll have good SEO, but it's still a brand new product. Oh yeah, this one. This is the one I saw. I thought I hit you up. Did I not? My bad. Well, you definitely earned the follow back for that. Wait, I was following you. I just like canceled it out there. My bad. Yeah. Yeah, the quality on yours looked really good overall. Did you drop a link to like the public? Oh yeah, the site for it. Yeah. Let's see what quality we get out of this quick. Why not? Grab this guy, process, copy. Yeah, it still has the slight glow. That was the issue I had with this one. Like you can see the glowiness around the edge and almost like feathers it slightly. This has a much more usable like fall off, whereas this one's weird. And it shows when you have like different background colors, it's like a slight glow. So if I switch this to like a bright green background, that's not that bad actually. The hair frizziness is the biggest issue, I would say, where it like frizzes out, which arguably is more accurate, but it just doesn't look good. But if you add like drop shadows to both of these, it matters a lot less. That does make the hair frizziness look bad. So if you're like willing to put the extra effort in to like tidy that up, which isn't too hard to do, if I like rasterize, eraser tool, bump the size, you can like micro adjust the frizziness. And if you're willing to put this extra effort in to save the $6 a month, go nuts. Like, this is a really good, like this is probably what I would recommend if you weren't going to use us, is this. And you know what? I might even update the site to have like a what we recommend if not this, and give this as a free option, because this is one of the better I've seen, and it doesn't cost money because it runs on your computer. But it did kind of fuck up my ear there. Yeah, great stuff though. This is one of the better models I've seen for sure. It's the ModNet model, right? Yeah. This is also, it's portrait, so that means it's just for people, right? Like if I put an object, it wouldn't work great. So like, let's find a good picture of a burger to use as a test. Save image. Process. Oh, it did okay with that. Let's see how PicThing compares though. I don't have this one signed in to an account that exists. So we'll go here. Once again, hide. Downloads, drag and drop, upload. So here's the PicThing one, and here's the free in browser one. Yeah, that's the difference. Like, it's still really good for free, and you can tidy it up. But the issue, I'd rather it keep things in that it shouldn't than it removes things it should have kept. Because like recreating that little bit of napkin is a bit rough. So yeah, it's not the best, but it's one of the better for sure. And like, even if I test remove BG, because remember, like up until recently, remove BG was the gold standard. It's just fucking way too expensive. Yeah, theirs is almost identical to mine. I closed it, so I don't have it anymore. But like, yeah, theirs looks very similar to what we put out. So yeah. Can you choose the background color? No. You do that in your editor. That's the whole point. Like, this is not a service for you if you're not doing graphics editing. If you don't know how to make the background a specific color, don't use this. Oh shit, if we disable the email contact in Clark, we still get it in the webhook? Okay, that's dope. I'm assuming that's what Mark did, hopefully. If not, we can figure that out after. But very good info. Thank you guys. I'm sure I didn't miss any more. Oh shit, I missed this from Corey. Pros seem to be better quality background removal, friendlier to developers, and cheaper. The UI is, I think, the biggest thing, that you can scroll through existing things. Yeah, thank you again, Corey, for the super chats. Really appreciate that. You didn't fix that? No worries. Hopefully me hiding it's enough, because most people aren't going to find that hidden link. We'll consider other sign-in options in the future, but it's really easy to just have one option. So that'll be like in the next couple weeks if we decide to. Yeah, the RMBG model can run in browser, but it's non-commercial. Yeah, and it's super expensive is the catch with that model. I wanted to use that one, but when I learned how expensive the licenses were for it, I said, fuck that. Thank you, AJ, for the congrats. Pumped to finally have this out. Let's quickly edit this. Hero page idea. An image with many alternatives, and then on hover, they all remove it. The backgrounds, yeah, I was thinking something like that, but I wanted to hack it out quick. Like, I made that landing page in half an hour last night. The old one was so bad, too. It was, like, embarrassing. It's already live. You can sign up right now. Let's cut this out quick. You guys get to watch me edit captions. I just want to add captions to this, so hopefully this will be relatively quick. Text. Where's the auto captions? Here we are. English. Generate. Let's change the style on these. I don't like having so little screen real estate when I do this, but it's fine. Pick things, fine. Okay, we gotta do a lot of editing of these. This thing's finally live. Those a bit. Delete the as a creator. All it takes is you sign up, you grab the images you want to remove the backgrounds for. I'll just take this set of, I don't know, however many that is. That is 10. Hit upload. They'll immediately upload. And when they're uploading, their backgrounds are also being removed. So in just a moment, I have all of these high-quality images with their backgrounds removed to be used in any editor you want to use. And if you're worried about quality, don't be. On the left here is the quality you get out of the built-in macOS version. On the right is the quality you get out of what we built. It's significantly better. If you actually want to use this for professional use cases, there is no better option. And everything is licensed for commercial use, unlike some of our competition. Check it out if you haven't already. pick.ping.gg. Cool. And now we can quickly bump up the font size. That's way too much. Usually hang out at like 10-ish for this. Things finally live. It's never been easier to manage your assets as a creator. All it takes is you sign up, you grab the images you want to remove the backgrounds for. I'll just take the set of, I don't know, however many that is. 10, hit upload. They'll immediately upload. And when they're uploading, their backgrounds are also being removed. So in just a moment, I have all of these high-quality images with their backgrounds removed to be used in any editor you want to use. And if you're worried about quality, don't be. On the left here is the quality you get out of the built-in macOS version. On the right is the quality you get out of what we built. It's significantly better. If you actually want to use this for professional use cases, there is no better option. And everything is licensed for commercial use, unlike some of our competition. Check it out if you haven't already. pick.ping.gg. Cool. Good enough. Should probably boost the audio a tiny bit. I'm lazy. If it's too quiet, people will bitch and they have the captions anyways. Export. Pick thing, captioned. Pick things, finally live. It's never been easier to manage your assets as a creator. All it takes, I don't want to listen to it while we're doing that. I don't want to do that. No. Is it already exported and that's just like a different screen for that? I think so. Yeah, it is. Cool. Twitter. Would be cool to have a vertical line you drag horizontally to remove and reveal the background. I was considering doing that. It's just like actual work. Yeah, I'm mostly a Final Cut person, but the auto captions in CapCut are the best in the industry right now. So I use that for that purpose. Cool. Need you all to help me out and spam this everywhere. The click to zoom in on the image. I had a build with this working, but it was like a different page layer, similar to what I did in my like T3 tutorial. We'll have that soon. How many people have subbed so far? It says move, not remove, whatever. That's a small mistake considering how quickly I hacked that together. I should have fixed that, but before I post it on TikTok, I'll adjust that. Good catch, though. Thank you for that. Thanks, Leah, for stopping by. Pumped that you could be here for the launch. I also have like literally no idea what viewership's like. Oh shit, we have like over 600 people watching on YouTube. Thank you all. Ryan Florence. Oh yeah, I saw this. I actually hit him up trying to get more info. I did not do bridges because the other host for that wasn't there. We'll likely film that in the near future, probably when I'm down there for React Miami next year. But yeah, they want me for bridges. It just didn't work out timing-wise, sadly. And no, I don't think I'd have been asked to get today, at least. Yeah, React Miami is going to be hype this year. I'm really excited. And Elixir Conf just got me more excited about Elixir. Like not much has changed. It's more, it feels more real because I saw it in person. I know how much these people care about the things they're thinking about and doing, and that realness is awesome. Just finally getting to meet Jose and Chris and hanging out with them the whole weekend was super fun. But it doesn't really like my view of these things and how they work is no different. It's just my hype around it is. No trial. These are all things we just like. We made this product go from a thing I used personally to an actual SaaS in like 2 days. There might be a future where the free tier is like you get 2 images. I was considering that, but that's also part of why I can't like expand the sign up options too much. Oh, that was that. Yeah, that was a based reply. Background removal beef starts again. Lol. I'm so hyped to finally have that out. Like we had started the original version of Pick Thing before Upload Thing. Like that wasn't a joke. That's actually like the reality of our experience, as insane as that might sound. I don't think Product Hunt does anything. Like putting it on Product Hunt is like shouting in a forest that you built an app. It does literally nothing. Yeah, I need to get better about doing that on stream. I've made a lot of different SaaSes. And of course, Pick Thing uses Upload Thing. Not only is Pick Thing using Upload Thing, it's dog fooding the new infrastructure we're really excited to ship. If you notice that uploads are a bit faster for me, they're going to be faster for everyone very soon. The error is the image not loading fast enough. I need to come up with something better for that because it's not a small image. I have it pretty high res right now, but to be fixed. The homepage is like a quick demo more than it is anything. Cool. Nothing is on fire enough that I'm being spammed notifications about it, which is a good sign. Yeah, we did it. We launched, boys. There was a new core pack video I did recently. It's pretty dead. If you search core pack Theo, you should be able to find my more recent one. There has been some updates there, but nothing I am in a great position to share yet. How long did this take to go from an idea to an actual SaaS? I'm a bit embarrassed to say that timeline. Yeah. The issue with this is that I kept starting this project and then there were things that weren't good enough around it, so we built that. But like, we originally started this before Upload Thing and it resulted in Upload Thing. But like, I've launched 3 things since starting this because it keeps nerd sniping me into other things that aren't good enough. Like, Upload Thing exists because of my original attempt to build this. A bunch of changes to my stack exist from my original attempt to build this. My most recent tutorial exists because of my attempts to build this. This is the 4th version of this product I've built. This is just the first one that I was confident enough in the cleanliness of to ship. And also, yeah, this is my toy box. Like, this project was my place to play for a very long time. And I'm a little sad to lose that because this has been where I've went to dick around and try new things out. And now that it's released, I have to be a little more responsible. Even just adding Stripe, like it's the right call, but it hurts that I can't just like dick around in the database the same way. Yeah, I have to make a new toy. I know, this has been my toy for so long and I've given it up. I did not build this alone. I built the functioning versions for the first 3 alone. This one, I definitely got help on. Mark did all of the payment processing side. Yeah, most of the functionality in the core, like lines of code on this one's like 90% me probably. Yeah. Yeah, there was some fun bugs with the payment stuff. I had some hacks that helped a lot there, thankfully. But yeah. Yeah, he enabled me to do this by keeping Upload Thing moving. And there's some really fun stuff coming with Upload Thing soon, too. It's also really good to dog food Upload Thing. Like we're testing all of the new Upload Thing features and infrastructure with Pick Thing right now. And that's good because it means we get a really good stress test before we go public with everybody and might break things. Of course, there are still things with payments. RIP. Yeah, thank you, Igor. It's nice to get that out finally. We need to start grinding videos because poor Phase has nothing to do. So PickThing isn't a service. PickThing is just a website. It's a web app for creators. In the future, we might release Image Engineering, which is the API layer for optimizing and removing backgrounds from images as its own service. And we might even integrate that with Upload Thing. So there's a really happy path to combine the two. But this is all still super early. Like, I've not been on the Minecraft server. I've been traveling nonstop. I'm really excited for the Clerk Stripe stuff. Yes. So I want to break down how this all works. That would be my current stack video. But first, I want to get actual videos out because this might take a while. We might nerd snipe ourselves into all eternity with that one. What I drop, I need to update the title to say what we did. Layout 1, launch day, pick thing. Cool. Now you have the command. Oh, you have a flat pack weirdness issue where you can't drag and drop on Linux. We'll add an upload button. Oh shit, did you already make a mock for a new homepage? Jesus Christ. You are quick with it. Impressive. Might pick a different image for the hero, but that is a good one, honestly. It's kind of funny to use my OG Pro pick for that. I have the high-res version of this for it, too, and I can remove the background and get that all done. I'll let Mark be the deciding factor on if this is the right direction or not. Clear all pick thing-related videos first. You like the image? Well, we'll use it then. I want to add to-do stuff quick before I forget to read me. This was add upload button for people with broken drag and drop LOL Linux. Cool. You're on the list now. Let me push that. Jesus Christ, I can't type today. Get status, get add P. Read me to-dos updated, get push. Cool, that's in the list now. UI UX Phil does have a Twitter and definitely is someone you should chat with for that. He's great. He helped a lot with he was one of like the best entries, excuse me, for the upload thing site redesign. Yeah, that's another one of the things I'm gonna miss. I have like an idea, and this might even be separate from the current stack video. The sadness of launching your side project. Things all miss. Pushing straight to main. Changing tech out constantly. Loose auth. Worrying about costs. There's a lot of little things that I've given up now that I've launched that. And this is an idea I've had for a bit for a video and definitely could do for that. But since we're in the trenches, let's go deeper. Marker, my current stack. Oh, I should thank all the subs quick too before I forget to do that. Then we'll get started with that. Shit, I missed gifts too. I suck. I'm so sorry for missing all of these. Jesus Christ. I missed a ton. We'll get through all these, then we'll do the stack breakdown, then we'll cover everything else we need to cover today. I think I got you, Nidex. Regardless, 27 months of tier 3 is legendary. Thank you so much. We got Unicode Fox with the Prime. Bank here with the 2 months with the Prime. Thank you. Little Finger with the 3 months. Thank you. Insanity Later. 27 months of tier 1. 28 total. Legend. Kara with the Prime. Thank you. Frosted Grandpa. Always good to see you. 10 months of the tier 3. Legend. Pyre Die. Almost at the 2-year line. We got Dale here with the tier 1. M4X809 with the tier 3. Appreciate that a ton. We got Emmanuel here with the Prime 17 months in. We got MJC Dev with the 19. Bot Cooper, tier 3, 18 months. Absolute legend. 25 over the 2-year total. Always a tier 3 too. Means a ton. Thank you so much for the long-term support there. Gamer Girl & Co. 4 months at tier 1. Thank you so much. 6 months. Damn. Yeah. Pumped to have you around for so long. Always good to see you. Thanks for being here for the launch. And this is not a promotion for Upload Thing. This is dog fooding of Upload Thing. And this is also where Upload Thing came from. Upload Thing would not exist if I wasn't trying to build this over a year ago. So you can see it as an upsell. That's because you're a developer that can't see things as useful to people who aren't developers. And that's fine. It's just a skill issue on your part. Other people will find this useful. It will not make anywhere near as much money as Upload Thing. I made it because it was useful to me. Other people wanted it, and I wanted them to have access without digging myself a giant financial hole. So that's why it exists. We got Techie Jote here with the 6 months of tier 1. Thank you. We got Silas here, excited to try it out from the creator side. Oh yeah, the background, oh sorry, you had a different cheer for that, but yeah, I'm pumped, and this will absolutely work great with Photopea, and I'm sure that their background removal is garbage. So, good stuff. I have some ideas on why this is happening. I am sorry. We will get that fixed ASAP. We literally just threw this together and launched it, and Mark added deletions last minute last night. We got Kabir here with the 5 community gift subs. Thank you so much for that. Tesla Flame, thank you for the support. Pumped that we got that out. New Theo product prediction config thing for easy configurations. Only wanting to sign in with Google. There's a lot of config problems that are annoying for me that I'm hoping to fix in the future. We got Blaze here with the 6 months. Always good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping by. Silas, yeah, as I mentioned, we'll fix that soon. Hug More Trees with the 9 months of tier 3. Gort V2 with the tier 1. Purple Gradient, 2 months in. Friend of Embed, good to have you here. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you for the Prime sub. We got Josh Bohr, and Embed's also a legend. Hopefully we can get them even more employed and more money soon. We got Josh Bohr here with the Prime as well, almost at that 1 year mark. Silas acknowledging this is Linux being Linux. Thanks for stopping by again. Turtles with the Prime, and Red Bearded Ninja with the Prime. Whew. Time to talk about my stack. Sorry about all that. Hopefully I didn't miss fan funding here. Yeah, I didn't. Sorry for the neglect, YouTube chat. There's just so much going on. And yes, Vercel runs Node. That is what Vercel runs. Anyways. My current stack. How do we open this one? It's been a bit since I did a stack video, like showcasing what my... It's been a while since I did an update on what my current stack is. And since my last video in early 2023, quite a bit has changed, but at the same time, quite a bit hasn't. I think it's important to break down what my tech stack looks like because I know a lot of y'all like to see it. And believe it or not, I am still shipping products pretty often. In fact, we just launched PickThing, and that's the angle I'm going to take to showcase what my stack currently looks like because you might be surprised with some of the design decisions I made here. So let's dig in. PickThing is a service that I just released to make it easier to remove the backgrounds from pictures and keep track of them so you can use those for your thumbnails, assets, etc. It makes life significantly easier for us content creators that want to scroll through a bunch of pictures of our face and grab the one we want. If I go to the actual page here with it, you see I have a bunch of these pictures of my face, one click to add it to my clipboard, and if I open up whatever creative software I like, in my case Affinity, please stop paying Adobe if you don't have to, paste, and we have the background removed image. This might seem really simple, and it probably could have been, considering that I've built this product 4 times and it's very similar to the tutorial I posted earlier this year. I know how simple I could have made it, but I rebuilt it a few times in order to get it right. And I think the things I've learned throughout this will be useful to all of y'all. So let's start where all good code bases start, the package JSON. I think y'all will be surprised by some of my choices here. Not a lot of them, but some of them. Notable things here include a bunch of radix because I'm heavily using ShadCN. ShadCN's been a massive quality of life win for me, and I'm so happy to have it. There are a couple annoyances, like earlier I was trying to import Link, and if I comment that out, when I try to import Link, the initial one is Lucid React, the icon pack that comes with our wonderful package of ShadCN stuff. So it's a little bit annoying to accidentally enter and import a Link SVG instead of what I actually intended to import here, which is the next link. Just a small annoyance, nothing too big of a deal, just a thing I have noticed, and I'm hoping they'll find some way to resolve that in the future. Back to the interesting bits, though. The actual way the site's architected is obviously using Next.js and App Router. I have not been able to shake that habit yet. The most notable thing about that, though, is that I'm not using a whole lot of server components. If we go to the home page, this is a server component. I brute force it to be static because I want to make sure this page can load as quickly as possible, which is funny because it loads 2 gigantic images. So we should be doing more optimization there. Regardless, you get the idea. The home page is its own component because I redid the whole thing last night. But all of this is server components. None of this runs on the client. But those are the only components where that's the case. If we go to the app, which is the page you go to once you've signed in and signed up, /app, this is a server component too. I guess I left it on Edge. It doesn't really matter. I might delete that. It's not a big deal either way. The main thing this page does, and this server component for this page does, is I check your auth, still using Clerk, by the way. And if you don't have a session user ID, that means you're not signed in, so I redirect you to the login. Otherwise, you are signed in, so I can await db.query.getSubscription for user. And then I have your subscription. If I don't have your subscription, that means you haven't subscribed yet. So I kick you off to our checkout component, which will generate the URL you need to actually go to Stripe and pay. And then you get redirected back, and we persist it in our database, and you're good to go. One interesting thing here, though, that really threw me, if I can find the... where is the code for that redirect? Where did I put that? Oh, is it in the checkout page? Yeah, that's where it is. In the checkout page, I make sure you already have the subscription. We're doing this with the webhook as well, but I wanted to enforce by doing it here if we don't have the session yet. And I originally had this redirect here inside there. That didn't work. It didn't work for a really dumb reason. The way redirects work in App Router is by throwing an error. And since I had the redirect inside of the try, it would throw as an error, and I would catch the redirect, which was really dumb. And I knew this already, I just forgot. And when I was debugging it, hit that edge case and was quite annoyed. So putting it here, because hopefully if I say this in a video, I'll remember it in the future, and maybe you will remember it too if you run into the same thing. But yeah, redirects being a thing that are thrown is a little weird, but it also makes sense when you consider that you should be able to redirect anywhere in the React tree. So if you go really deep down the React tree, you should be able to throw up it. But then it could be caught by an error boundary. So it's weird. I'm not happy with it, but wanted to call that out because it was a thing I ran into. So let's go into more of the stack. I went back to TRPC. Not that I ever fully left it, but the more I'm doing client-heavy interactions, the more I end up missing TRPC dearly. And if I go into my page view for the image grid, which is here, I have my api.image.getpaginatedimages.useinfiniteQuery. Doing infinite scroll with server components, it's not fun. It's not fun at all. I was quite upset with the things I was hacking together to make that work well. And rather than continuing to try and deal with it, I said, fuck it, made the world's laziest pagination code ever, and shipped. And I am so happy to have all of the benefits of TRPC back, the ability to invalidate granularly, the ability to command click and be right in the backend code, which is so nice, by the way. It's so cool to be in my front-end component that is use client. This is front-end code. And I can just command click here. And now I'm in my backend code. And whenever I change something here, change a type, change an expectation here, it will be very clear on the client side that it's expecting something different than it's getting. Makes my life way easier. I also prefetch my tags here because I need them in other places. So I call API image get tags use query because now that I've done that, this will be preloaded when the condition to trigger the tag loader gets hit. So that way I don't have to have this then trigger another fetch. To show one of like the invalidate cases, if I go to the item picker, which actually this will be useful in general because this is one of the other pieces I'm using, Zustand. Most of the time for most CRUD apps, just using React Query will be enough for handling most of your state. But once you have like interactive things like this, the ability to select a set of things on the page and interact with it in multiple places, I needed a store. So the store I am using is Zustand because it's the easiest solution for stuff like this. If I go to my select bar, this is the component for managing it. I have my select store. I also am grabbing API.useUtils. API is the shorthand we have in Create T3 app for using tRPC stuff. So this is the tRPC utils. And now I can, in here, API utils.image.getPaginated.images.refetch. And this is refetching after delete. So if I go up here and let's say I want to delete this burger, and I click delete, it triggers a refetch when it's done, which is a really nice way to not have to manage partial states, optimistic updates. Makes life much easier. Someone in chat asked, is this fetch on render? Kind of. The big difference is since I prefetch here, it keeps me from having to wait for the tag bar to render before the tags are fetched. Because the tag bar is calling that same query, API image.getTags.useQuery. This is called in both places, but since it's called here before that renders, it's able to kick off the fetch before the render occurs. So if I was to comment this out, now it's fetch on render. Now it's render as you fetch, based on whether or not this is commented out. Cool. How does that Zustand stuff work? Because it's super fun. Use select store, hop in here. I define my interface, which is all the different things the select store can do. Selected IDs, which is an array of numbers because we're using number IDs because it makes life easier. Pending delete, Boolean. Toggle ID selection. This is how you toggle an ID on or off. Clear all for clearing everything. And then set pending delete, which I use for triggering the state of a deletion is occurring. So it can gray things out while that's happening in case it takes a bit of time to deal with. Use select store, create, again, just using Zustand. I pass it the select state, call that, and now it takes the setup function that includes the setter that I can call on any of these. I'll make a more detailed Zustand video in the near future, but check out their docs if you want to learn more about how Zustand works. It's a super nice, minimal state management library that works great for things like this. So here I have my set state for the toggle ID. You pass it if it's there, you filter it, otherwise you add it. Use selected IDs, select store, and this is part of the magic of Zustand is you can create these custom helpers by just selecting a subset of the state, and now it will only trigger a re-render when the selected IDs changes, which makes it really easy to grab specific things. And if I look at the actual image component, I think you'll understand why this is important. Image TSX. Because in here, I can use as pending delete and pass it the image ID here. And now it will only update when pending delete for this image changes. So we're not going to be re-rendering every single image on the page. When we're making a small change, it will only granularly update the things that have actually changed, which is so nice. So nice. Also, the use ID toggle is similar where you pass it an ID. I do two selections, one to grab the toggle function and one to figure out if you're selected. And this will now only update the component when that image's ID has changed, which has made it so much easier to not trigger updates when you don't want to. Someone asked, why not context? Because in some ways, Zustand is basically simpler context. And in other ways, it makes it infinitely easier to do these granular updates. If I was to use the React compiler and memoize every single thing, the difference wouldn't be that big. But since I don't want to put all the extra effort in to set all of that up, Zustand is a simpler way to do all of that work. It makes life way easier. Zustand is so nice. Jodi is also dope. I'm not using it in this project, but Jodi for doing more atomic updates where you have a specific value you want to share in multiple places is really good. And they're both made by Poimanders, who also makes the theme that I use for all my VS Code, in this case, Cursor, showcasing. So yeah, Poimanders crew is great. Check out Zustand and Jodi if you haven't. Wonderful tools. Something you might have seen a bunch throughout this is this Cloudflare loader. You might be assuming, fairly, that I'm using Cloudflare's image optimization. Kind of. I'm not using Cloudflare, directly at least. I am hosting this part on Cloudflare, but I'm using my own self-rolled stuff. This is a new service that I've been working on with Mark, cdn.image.engineering. Image engineering has been my playground for doing image optimization stuff for a bit now. And I'm really pumped with the stuff that we built on it. Because here, with the image engineering link, you can pass it the image source, the width, and the quality that you want to support, and it will optimize that image. And I also make sure the source is one of the hosts and subdomains and paths that we support. So you can't spam this with images that we haven't approved for optimization. So that makes it pretty hard to abuse this, which is nice. But that doesn't remove backgrounds. All this does is optimizes the image so you get the right resolution. So if I take, I'll take this image. If I open this in a new tab, it's 8 kilobytes. And the actual image we get back is, well, let's say the format in here. Payload. It won't, but if I save it, it will. It's an AVIF because my browser supports it, which is how we're able to get this down to 8 kilobytes. The original image, wrong buttons. In comparison to the original image, which is 4 megabytes. That's a 500x decrease in size. 500x simpler, or 500x smaller, which is why it's possible to load a bunch of these images at once and have your browser still perform well. 4 megs to 8 kilobytes. Obviously, when you hit the copy button or the copy link, you actually get the original asset because I don't want to steal any of your quality from you and your beautiful face. And these images here are significantly lower res. So this CDN one is 700 megapixels wide. The original's a 4K image. So it scales it down. It uses a very well optimized format. And that allows you to get this image down to 8 kilobytes. So the actual page load data on this site is tiny, considering how many images it's loading. Yeah, like 2 megabytes transferred, and that was with a hard reload with no caching. 2 megabytes to load like 80 to 100 images is hilarious. Pretty nice, I think. But these are like the optimizations I wanted to make because I, as you might have seen in my image optimization video, I have feelings about people not optimizing their images. And I wanted to show that it can be easy. And through that, I learned that it's quite annoying. There was a lot of little things I wanted to get right with this that just no one else did right. One was a loading state. It was quite annoying to have a loading state on the images where when the asset's being loaded, it would show you something. Because yes, 8 kilobytes means it downloads quickly, but if that asset still has to be generated, it can take a second or two. So I need a nice loading state. And you even saw that when I uploaded more images to have their backgrounds removed. Go back to here. We'll grab these and upload them again. You'll see once they're uploaded that they're in a loading state for a second. And this loading state has to exist because the background removal can take a second or two. Hell, this one's even frozen. Hopefully I'm not hitting limits with the service that I'm using. Nope, that's fine. It just took a second, not time. I'll show you how that works in a second. But I wanted that loading state, and it was not easy to do. Okay, it ended up being easy once I gave up on trying to do it with CSS and like HTML. I was trying to do it with different HTML and like image sources. Absolute fucking mess. Ended up caving and doing a little bit of React code. I wanted this to not be in JavaScript, but it ended up having to be. I have my is loading, set is loading as true. And then in the image tag, if I scroll down here, this one only shows when is loading is true. This one always shows, but it's hidden when is loading is true. And then when on load is complete, then it sets is loading to false. So I'm manually on each component managing a small loading state to fix this. I hate that I have to do this, but it was the only simple way I could make the temporary SVG to kick over to the right image when it's done. It's amazing the browser doesn't provide something like this with the picture element. It's actually quite stupid that the browser doesn't provide something like this. But I hacked it in. React makes it really easy to do things like this, thankfully, but the fact that I had to was annoying. I had something else with this part I wanted to show. I think that's it there. Let's dive into the infrastructure a bit, because there are some fun things there. I tried something a little different that might surprise y'all. Realistically speaking, this service isn't going to get a ton of traffic. I know that. I'm not pretending this is going to be the next massive service that everyone is using. Some of the other things we've built are a little more likely to do that, like Upload Thing. So the database provider with Upload Thing is really important. We have millions upon millions of files uploaded there. We need to make sure we can find things quickly, update things quickly, bounce users when they're breaking the rules and all of those things without worrying about the stability of our database, which is why that, for very obvious reasons, is and will stay on Planet Scale. They have been a great solution for that. This I care a lot less about in that sense. Obviously, I want the data to be reliable. I want things to work and be somewhat snappy. But the sheer amount of data I expect this service to have and the throughput I'm expecting it to reasonably do, much lower. Which is why I went with a different provider. I'm using libsql, which is Terso's fork of SQLite, because I finally caved and dove in on Terso. If you're not already familiar with Terso, I should probably pull up their site. Terso is SQLite for production. It's their goal to make an easy to use and distribute SQLite service. It has a lot of the features around things like branching that I'm now fully all in on. I can't possibly go back to not having a branching database and the ability to spin up a schema clone, do that with dev, and then deal with it afterwards. But there have been some catches. I'm not going to pretend that Terso has been a 100% smooth adoption. There was some change recently. Let me find this on Discord quick. You know what? I'll just show this here. I've had a couple issues with Drizzle specifically. It seems like in their 0.23 update to Drizzle kit, push broke. I don't like database migrations. I just genuinely find them annoying to deal with. And now that I've had to go back to doing database migrations, holy fuck, I hate database migrations so much. Why does anyone work this way? Ugh. Yeah. Push is, or the way the database push updates work is you have your expected state for the schema and you're pushing it up. It'll give you warnings if you're deleting things or renaming things or whatnot. But the goal of push is just make sure these states match. It's not meant to be rolled back or forward. You handle that yourself by having your own backwards and forwards compatibility. And that's how I like to manage my databases. I'll deal with rollbacks. I'll deal with backwards and forwards compat. I'll deal with those things myself in my architecture design. I don't need a migration to make it way harder to update my database so that there's a promise of rollbacks that isn't even delivered half the time. There is no rollback option in Drizzle kit. So having migrations is effectively useless. And they even say so and say you should use push. So I tried to. But with this version, it broke. And that was very annoying. So I'm currently dealing with this broken database state. I can't actually delete images in dev right now because of it. I have to nuke the whole thing. It's annoying. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend that this has been a super smooth and easy adoption. But the pricing difference, the developer experience wins, and hopefully when these things are all patched, which according to Andrew, there's a beta out right now that should fix it, but they're still testing it. I'm eating the shit so you guys can have the good experience. So hopefully, by the time this video's out and y'all are playing with these things, the Drizzle plus Terso combo will have things smoothed out. But at this moment in time, it has been painful. Another painful thing was my attempts to use libsql stateless. I think I have that in here still. Yes. libsql stateless easy. This is another client you can use to connect to Terso that lets you do it over HTTP instead of a SQL connection. The reason you'd want that is you can do things like run on the edge without having to worry about the node bindings and the low-level connections. And actually, to be honest, this worked really well. I was surprised how quickly I could just drop this in and use it. I actually was recommended using this when I was hanging out with the CEO of Terso at Kent C. Dodd's Epic React conference. And it was great. The catch was when we started doing a bit more heavy data stuff, and specifically what we needed to do was transactions. We had a thing that required like 3 or 4 queries, and we said the right way to do this is a transaction. So we put in a transaction, and then we got the error from this library. By the way, we're stateless, so we have no concept of transactions. Ugh, fine. And that's why we ended up begrudgingly moving to the libsql official client. Ideally, we would... I don't want to say ideally we'd use both because no, we shouldn't. But ideally we'd have some type of blessed solution to use alongside the libsql stateless for doing transactions. So you don't have to do a bunch of back and forth HTTP calls. But if you don't want to have to spin up a connection, you want to run on something like Cloudflare, you want to use any of these like solutions, this library was dope. Huge shout out to the Big Blob for building this because he's not even an employee of, as far as I know, he doesn't even work for Torso. He just made this because he wanted it. And it was a great library. I just needed transactions. Cool. So that's the database side. Anything else really exciting in here? Oh, upload thing. We absolutely need to talk about upload thing. So if you're not already familiar with upload thing, I should probably, yeah. Let me go back to, I'll go to the drop zone. Cool. Retake on that bit. A service like this cannot be better than its file management solution. And a fun lore dump. If you know my file management solution, right there, upload thing, that only exists because of PickThing. Way back in early 2023, I was trying to build effectively this service just for managing my thumbnails and assets to use for my videos. And I was so annoyed at the state of background removal. That's why we started building it. But I ran into a problem. S3 sucked still. I've been asking for years at that point for someone to build a better S3 for full stack web devs, and no one had done it. So Mark and I started building our own layer to use with the original version of PickThing. In fact, when we launched the early version of Upload Thing, the S3 bucket was still named Image Manager because we were still committed to that project at the time. But then Upload Thing took off because it was the best way to do file uploads in Next.js and other full stack web applications, period. And it still is. I've been surprised at how little the things in the industry have caught up. A lot have seen what we're doing and they're trying to copy parts, but nobody's gotten the whole picture quite as cohesive as we have. And I'll admittedly, biasedly say, no one has as cool of a homepage either. Huge shout out to my community for making this beautiful app, huge shout out to the community for making the site as beautiful as it is and also as fast. We got that Rive animation down to kilobytes. I just want to see because I'm curious how small we got it to. So the WASM binding is 218 kilobytes. Where's the actual asset for it, though? If I sort by size, we should be able to find it faster that way. Is it just the rive.wasm? Is it just that compiled thing? No, that's the Rive file. Okay. Yeah, we got it down to 284 kilobytes for the Rive file. That's insane. I'm so pumped that we can have this beautiful of an animation and this awesome of like a home experience with such great performance. But I'm not here to brag about the Upload Thing homepage. I'm here to brag about the Upload Thing experience. Because we do a couple things interesting with Upload Thing. We manage files, so like S3 but simpler, but you have to authorize the users on your server, which I've seen most alternatives aren't as good about doing, or they have some weird server-side stuff. Not great from what my experience. Usually you have to do like row-level security on your file system somehow, or you generate the pre-assigned post URL on your server and send it to the client. Getting all these things right was annoying, so we built that into our package. And of course, we provide a great experience for the user. Really important for us. And I've done some fun things while building this that I hope to share with y'all too. And Mark made a fair call out. Thank you, Mark. The Upload Thing homepage, performance wins. That was not us. That was Kayla who designed the animation, as well as the Rive team diving in to help and make this as performant as it is. It's originally like 4 megabytes and we got it down to under 500 kilobytes total. Pretty solid, especially when you look at things like Lottie. I'm pumped with our site and the quality of what we've built. Huge shout out to everyone who helped us make this happen. Check out the Upload Thing design contest video if you haven't seen it. It's one of my favorite videos we've done. Cool. Enough about that. I want to show how it actually works in practice. So I have my giant use page drop zone component. I think I put the source for this up somewhere at some point. If not, somebody can copy it and go make a gist for me. Cool. It's meant to be really simple. I ripped this from a different drop zone React component and made it page wide because I want, when you're dragging and dropping, to do this, to show the whole page like that with upload files and to be able to drop anywhere on the page and have it work. I'm also managing those files myself initially because I want to be able to do things with them. So if we look for where I'm using this code, here I have the set drop files function. Is dragging is what shows that upload file state. And when you drop it, we now have our dropped files state, which is just the files array. And if we have that, then I render the dialog using shadcn, just a shadcn dialog. Hacked it a little bit to make it the right size. And then when you hit the upload button, it triggers our upload promise. And the upload promise is just calling the uploader with files, which calls upload file, which is provided by the generate React hooks function from upload thing. But didn't I mention auth? How are we dealing with all that? Well, if I command click here, now we are in the backend code. This is the server-side code for our image uploading. Here we have max file size, 8 megabytes. Max file count is 1,000. We should probably lower that because you can only have up to 100 images. I'll do that now. It's that easy. And since I'm using the new very early access version of the upload thing infrastructure and the new package, we add this await server data thing. By default, this will be true in the near future, but at first we made it false to get client-side updates as quickly as possible. There's a reason for that I'll show in a second. This is the image uploader, which is defined by just having a key in our file router named image uploader. So this is the endpoint a user uploads to. If I wanted to have like a profile picture uploader that has different properties, I could put that underneath as its own separate key, like here, just image or pro pic or uploader. And here, look at that cursor, so smart. It's that easy to add new endpoints. And now if I go try to consume this in the client, do something with the file when it's done. Now if I use this instead somewhere, it will give me the right types on the client side because we use the backend's types. And if you try to put something that isn't real, like fake uploader, you'll get a type error because that is not a real one. And it tells you it has to be one of these two because these are the only two endpoints you have. Using type safety to make sure you're not uploading files to places that don't exist. Let's break down how this function actually works, though, because I think it's fun. First, we grab the session because we give you the request. And middleware is how you authenticate the user. So if they're not signed in, immediately throw new upload thing error unauthorized. Now the user can't upload. It's that simple. If you don't have a user ID, you cannot upload. We will never give you the link to actually do the file posting. Then we have the subscriptions promise and the uploads allowed promise. These are two different queries. And here, await promise.all settled. We grab both of these. And if the subscription status is not fulfilled and there's no subscription value, then we don't let you upload because you don't have a subscription. And if your subscription is inactive, same deal. And if your quota has been met, then we block you from uploading as well. And we return new user ID session.userid. And then on upload complete, this is where things get fun. Whatever we return in the middleware, that is now accessible in the upload complete function that runs on your server. A common catch when people do pre-sign post URLs, which if you're not familiar, pre-sign post means you create a URL for a user to upload to S3 directly. The catch is how does your server know when that upload is completed? You can go create some crazy bindings inside of S3 with Lambda and IAM to trigger a custom Lambda to let you know when it's done. It's not fun to do this. I know that because we did it, and we did it as a generic for everyone. We let you know when the upload is completed. So if your user takes that pre-sign post URL and they go hit it somewhere else, and your client-side code that you expect to tell you the upload is done doesn't run, you don't end up with ghost uploads like almost everyone who uses pre-sign post ends up with. Super nice to have this just built in with an on-upload complete function that is guaranteed to run when the upload is completed. And in here, whatever you returned in the middleware is accessible via metadata. So if I added here like message sup nerds, then in here, metadata dot, it knows that message is there. Metadata dot message, and it knows that that exists. Because again, all type safe. And we are taking this data and holding it on the server temporarily so that you can get triggered with this with a webhook when it's done. All this is transparent. We do it for you. All you have to do is install the package and write the code. So when the upload is completed, we grab the app ID from the token, which is, again, some things that we're playing with the new upload thing client. So ignore this part for now. You would just get your app ID normally otherwise. In DB, we await the insert. I am parsing the URL because I want it in this different format, which is specific to your app ID, because I whitelisted what images can be optimized with image engineering. So if I just did /f/ the file, any image on upload thing would be optimizable through CDN image engineering. This prevents that. But sadly, it means I have to construct the URL myself. Again, things that will be fixed in this upcoming version. I'm so excited for V7 to ship. And then we would just return who uploaded it. This is accessible on the client side, which is cool because if you want to return some data for the user to get when the upload is done, you put it here and now they have it. So handy. And now it's as easy as on the client side. I call, where is the code for that? Where did I put it? I'll just find it again. Yeah, so you have the uploader. Upload files, toast.promise. By the way, toast.promise, this is so cool. It's a Sonar thing. Sonar is the toast solution that's provided by ShadCN. And it has this really cool API. Docs, specifically around promises, where you can pass it a promise and it will hook into the waiting state, the completed state, and the error state. So I just wrap this promise with toast.promise, and now I can have a loading state, uploading files, a success state, and an error state that easily. It's so good. It's so nice. And after here, I have a dot then on the promise, because this function isn't async, by the way, because it doesn't need to be. It's not blocking anything in the UI directly. But the upload promise dot then, this calls the invalidate on the image or on the images on the page. So this then triggers the client to say, hey, you need to refetch to get the new images. And since this doesn't resolve until your backend function resolves, there is no race condition here, which is a problem I ran into when I was doing this before, especially when I was doing this with other solutions, where if I go back to the uploader, let's close others quick. Retake on that bit. Cool. Other solutions here might have had a race condition because when you're done uploading, that doesn't mean the server is done processing it. So it would be possible that you're loading the new data before the server even has it in the database. But since I have this flag on, which again will be on by default in the near future, the upload isn't marked as completed on the client side until you explicitly have returned in your on upload complete. So if you were to do additional work here, like let's say you decide to do some AI processing here, which is what I was doing before, by the way, is I would process the background removal here and store that as a separate file. Now you can make it easy to not update the client until all of that work is done. So you get one refresh that has everything there immediately. Really nice. The only catch is that this is a separate step that has to be triggered after the promise, but it's so fast and we're already waiting long enough for the file uploads that you don't really notice. And that's a theme I had throughout this project is since a lot of these steps have a speed minimum because you have to wait for this thing to load because you're uploading a file or you're downloading a bunch of files, the client server boundaries and something I have to avoid quite as much. And doing a little bit more on client is totally fine for most of what we were building here. Somebody asked why void? I void because we have good lint rules here. And if we don't void, it's going to error saying that a promise has to be awaited, ended with a call to .catch, end with a call to .then with a rejection handler, or be explicitly marked as ignored with the void operator. You put void because you want to explicitly in your code say, right here, I don't care what happens, which is the case. Because if this errors, I don't care about running this code. I'm already handling the error with this promise error above just to show the user something went wrong. So that's why I void, because if you're not awaiting a promise, you should be voiding the promise, period. Anyways. That's how we handle all the weird edge cases and race conditions. But I also hinted at something there, which was the background image removal. It's not happening here. I just put it in the database with the URL. How do we remove the background then? I think you guys are going to like this one. This is one of my oh shit moments. And you might have even seen a tweet I made. Let me start with that. I posted this tweet, when was this? About a week and a half ago. If you want a real timeline for when I went from playing with this to I'm shipping, this is when it started. I was looking at a service for doing the image optimizations and the background removals. Their background removal was pretty good, and I liked the way it worked. However, I didn't realize I was on a trial for it. And in order to have access to it, the minimum price was a hidden price. They didn't even put it on the site because they were ashamed of it, of $700 a month. I would have paid for the $70 a month plan. But when I learned it was actually $700 a month to get the behaviors I wanted, I was angry. Brent asked a great question. Did I buy the enterprise plan? And I answered no. I'm building an alternative that will be 10 times cheaper and put them out of fucking business out of spite. I was wrong. It's closer to 100 times cheaper. I am very proud of the image optimization and the background removal side that we built here. I have not released that part yet. Let me know in the comments after you've seen it if you want to have access to this as an API, because that is the long-term plan. But I'm going to show you how I consume it first, because I think the API is one of the coolest parts. Let's hop to the image grid. So here is where all these images are being fetched. Well, they're not being fetched, they're being passed to this group. Oh, do I do it in the image code actually? Yeah, I do it in the image code. Here, cool. So this image view is the actual component showing the image. It's passed the type straight from the database. Remind me, by the way, to go over how I'm using drills. I'm trying some interesting things out there. Show transparent, I'm using local preferences, which is another Zustand store that I am not even defining a type for. I'm using their combined TypeScript helper to define a state first, and then define the functions to change the state. And then afterwards, I'm using a JSON store to store it locally in local storage so that you have this persisted when you sign in out. I even left the default food storage for when I was using the copy-paste job I got from the official Zustand docs. So yeah, I haven't touched this code since I originally copy-pasted it. That's why it is that. Anyways, it's not actually session storage. It's using local storage. Oh, is it session storage, not local storage? It should be local storage. By default, local storage is used. I could just delete that, and it's fine. Maybe not. I'll look into that later. Just I copy-pasted the code and got back to work. This is not something I want to put time in. And Zustand makes it really easy to not put time in it. That's what we're talking about, though. We're talking about the show transparent case. If show transparent is false, we just use the original URL. If it's true, though, I call this function get bg removed URL. Remember that image engineering domain I mentioned earlier? There's two subdomains on it right now. One is the CDN for optimizing the image to make it the right resolution and like image codec type based on your browser and your needs. This is a different one that just does the background removal. This one is really nice. You pass it an OG URL, which is the URL. I append that as a search param for image, that URL. And then when I hit this with that search param, you get the background removed. So if I go back to this build here, and we copy this link, I'll also open this in my editor so you can better see it. bg.imageengineering !image equals, and then an HTTP, or well, a URL encoded version of the image URL. Hopefully you guys are starting to see where this is going. It's very cool. bg.imageengineering is an entirely different service from PickThing. I've been hiding this so far. Let me make sure I don't reveal environment variables when I open this. Cool, we're good. This is my first deep dive into all things Cloudflare. This is actually two projects. Let me make sure I don't leak things when I do that. Cool, this is all fine. I don't want to leak where I'm doing the image optimization because that took so much time to get right. But here we have my accepted sources. My accepted sources are the different places that I allow image optimization from. I commented out which each is. This is the original bucket from when I was originally working on it. Static assets for things like the homepage assets, dev mode user uploads, prod mode user uploads, and then BG removed. So when you pass the BG remover, actually the BG remover shouldn't be in the BG remover. You can't remove backgrounds from background removes. So deleting that one because I copy pasted it from the image optimizer. We check if the URL is accepted by going through these options and make sure it fits something in it. And then we handle cores, which by the way, is still annoying. especially when you're building something like this. Let me quickly obfuscate something. Removers. Cool. So here I have my background remover. Actually, retake on that. Cool. So once we've handled cores, annoying that you can't just wrap this with something that handles it. I actually tried making a more generic cores handler for Cloudflare. Holy fuck, that was annoying. So now I'm just doing it here and wrapping every response with cores. We create a new URL based on the request URL. I grab the image URL from it, log it just so I have it in my Cloudflare logs. If there's no URL, I throw a 400. If the URL is not accepted, throw the 400. And now I can start using it. No, I'm not using upload thing for this because R2 is much more convenient for this part. I'll be real. Being able to just call env.transparent images, which is the name of the R2 bucket I made for it, is really convenient. So I check there to see if this image URL has already been put there as a key. It does not like when you pass URLs like this. I've had some fun problems as a result. I'm going to patch it all up in the near future. Regardless, it works. If this exists, I just immediately return the body from storage. And if it doesn't, then now I have to run my get uncached image function. Notice this has two promises. We'll get to how that works in a second. Here with the get uncached image, I then await the get bg removed image using my bg remover. It downloads the image and then posts it to the service I have running my model that will then return the actual background removed image as a byte stream. Since that's the response body, I use this very helpful function I only recently learned about, .t, that turns a readable stream into two readable streams. Apparently it's broken in Bun. I don't care. I'm using Cloudflare workers, so this is great. I now have two copies of the same stream, which is important because one immediately goes to R2 and the other gets immediately returned as a response to the user. And then if we go back up here, you'll see I do a wait until, which means that Cloudflare is told, hey, just because I responded doesn't mean you can kill this worker. Keep it going. I let this keep going to finish the R2 upload, which they promised me would work by default anyways. They were lying. They were wrong. If I didn't put this wait until, it didn't fucking work. But when I added that, it worked. And now I can send the response and process the file. And now I only ever have to process the file once. Really handy. The way that the image optimizer works is relatively similar. Not too much to see there, but I have both of these deployed as separate Cloudflare workers that can effectively call each other or call other things. So the background remover can't call the image optimizer, but you can pass it an image URL to have the background removed. And if I pass that resulting URL to the image optimizer, then the image optimizer will call the background remover. If it's already in cache, cool, it returns that. If not, it generates it, then returns it. But what this has allowed me to do is build in what is effectively a stateless way. And now the code for doing all of this on the actual application is so simple because I'm just generating URLs now. Like I'm no longer managing the different states. I no longer have a queue making sure the images are going to be background removed at some point. I no longer have polling or loading in all these states. You literally just embed the image tag. The code to use this, well, first I put that in my Cloudflare loader, which I really should rename because it's not just Cloudflare anymore, to generate the optimized image. And now when I consume this, that's what triggers the generation if it's not generated already. No longer do I have this massive queue, these crazy services using things like ingest and temporal to make sure all the background images are removed, not spinning up SQS and a whole bunch of lambdas. You just load the image tag, and then it starts generating on request. The only catch here is the image background removes don't start generating until they render in your browser, but they take so little time to load that it's fine. I tried preempting the check there and doing it on the server first, but when I did that, it made the client-side experience feel quite a bit slower. And if the image wasn't already optimized and you requested it twice, I was doing the generation twice, which sucked because I was spending twice as much money to do the background removal. It was still way cheaper than the competition, but I wanted it to be billed once so I could pass those savings on, which is why we could get such a cheap price at $6 for 100 images. And in the future, we might even be able to go cheaper. So Yeah. That's the top to bottom of how most of this works. Trying to think, is there anything else particularly exciting about how we built this? The big things are that I'm back on TRPC. I missed it, and I'm so happy to be back. ShadCN is a lifesaver, and I'm so thankful I started using it more. Terso's been overall a really good adoption, but the combination of it with Drizzle has some stuff. Oh, how I'm using Drizzle. That's the other fun thing. I have feelings about how you access database stuff all over your app. And people are rightfully concerned when they see all of these examples where people are writing SQL inside of their components. We don't do that. I have a file named queries. And this queries file is where all of the different queries and mutations are stored for my app. Here I have this fun generic type I made, so we have one thing you can call anywhere in the app to get all the types for all the tables. But then I also have this DB export. I'm probably going to rename this because Mark doesn't like the capital DB. Haven't figured out what I want to call this. But the goal here is to have something simple that you can import anywhere. So in this case, db.query. And now all the different queries, which are things that don't change the state of the database, they're all written in here. So when I want to call this in a client component, it's just db.query.getImages with tags. And now it's very clear in the client-side code what we're doing. So if I go to like my TRPC, that's the React TRPC side. If I go to API, routers, images, now when I'm calling something from the database, it's very clear what I'm doing. db.query.getImages with tags. I love this clarity. Previously, we would do one of two things. We would either export all of these functions directly, so we just export get images with tags. But then when I was reading the code, it was somewhat unclear what it was doing. The other solution, and you can see that I actually left one of them up here because I forgot to delete it. You can call the DB client that Drizzle provides, either through it being bound in a context in TRPC like we have here, or by just importing it directly. And you can write the query that you're doing with Drizzle right here. db.query.uploadimages.find first. And I actually write the SQL, in this case it's Drizzle syntax that compiles the SQL, directly there. This is nice when prototyping and showcasing how all of these things work, or just putting the parts together. But it's really nice to have it all in one place where you can more reasonably reason about changes. Because now if I make a change to a model, or I want to restrict access to specific data, I have this one thing being called, and I can much more trivially figure out all of the places in the code base that are using this. As an organization technique, I found this to be very nice. And if you've seen the... I need to find the next taint blog post, yeah. I already did a video about the taint in React. It's based on this blog post by Sebastian Markbidge from the React, Next, and Vercel teams. There's a concept in here that's really important of a data access layer. Since your front end and back end are so blurred with this new model, the data access layer is a way to explicitly say, like, this is the data that can be used in things. And when you have this access layer defined, it's way easier to do things like authentication, consistency guarantees around stuff. And most importantly, and this is the big reason I made this change, code review. This made code review significantly easier. If I don't know where the get image with tags function comes from, and maybe it was already in the file, so it's not included in the imports. When I'm reading in GitHub, it's hard to know what the fuck is this function and where did it come from. By having it be db.query.getImage with tags, it's much easier as I'm auditing the code, as I'm figuring out what the stuff is doing, to better understand why. And I've liked this pattern a lot, especially because it explicitly has mutation as a separate field. So if you're doing something that changes stuff, like adding an image to tag, deleting image IDs, deleting user data, all of these things, that all is mutations that change the database state. So now when I'm reviewing code, it's much clearer to see, is this or isn't this something I need to pay a little more attention to? And I see people in chat who are getting it. CJE, who is now working at a company with a lot of code moving a lot of the time. They're a channel sponsor too, Axiom. Making code review easier is my #1 priority these days because it's still hard. Yeah, it is. And I think that this has made my code reviews easier, even if it's like not the cleanest or nicest syntax. I do strongly believe in the idea of all of your database queries and logic living in one cohesive place. It could be a folder, it could be a file, but it shouldn't be your component code. And I understand when people are upset with that. This is fine. Somebody asked, want that your file grow super big? Yeah. And big files are great, especially with TypeScript 5.6 fixing the performance for type definitions in big files. That's fine. I didn't even think about doing this when I initially did it. And when we were showing how our code base worked to people privately, this is the thing that they were the most interested in, the idea of putting all of our stuff in one file like this. That's why I wanted to showcase it here, because I've been surprised how many people liked and benefited from this pattern and hadn't thought to do it before. So hopefully seeing this in action is helpful. If you want to find the right way, so to speak, to organize your usage of Prisma, Drizzle, or any other ORM when you're using this full stack blurry lines next stuff, this makes it a lot easier to deal with. And I've been very happy having all of this in one place for quick audits, Command Fs, etc. Also, one more small thing. I know don't repeat yourself is bullshit. I get it. The fact that all of these queries are in one file makes it a lot easier to quickly check if the thing you need already exists or not. Pretty nice. Oh shit, Sabin's here from the Prisma team who just shipped TypeSQL. Good stuff. Yeah, TypeSQL with this would work really nice. Cool. I think I've covered everything interesting we're doing here. This has been a very fun project, and honestly, I'm a little sad I don't get to play as much anymore because this has been my playground for so long. I actually have another video planned that I thought of right before recording this, which is the sadness of launching your side project. Because all of the fun I've had playing with this kind of has to end now because it's a real service people will be using. And I can't just overhaul it, push to main, rebuild it for the fourth time, replacing everything over and over again anymore. This is the thing people are actually going to rely on. They know that because I've been relying on the V1 of this for over a year now. So I hope this tech breakdown is useful. I hope you guys enjoy learning about the service as much as I enjoyed building it. And maybe a couple of you will try it out yourself. Let me know what you think, and let me know how excited you are for me to release the image engineering stuff, because that's the next big arc. And until next time, peace, nerds. Kill. Yeah, my favorite part of not launching is nuking the DB every week. Totally agree. Finished? Okay. That was insanely fast. God damn. Yeah. Fuck yeah. I will hit you up after stream to figure out what we owe you and get this implemented. That is very good. DM you on X. Yeah, I will reach out. Let me throw this in my bookmark so I don't lose it. Fuck yeah. Fantastic work, man. Super hyped. Move that over. We've been going for 2.5 hours and we have 2 videos done and only one of the priority ones. I think we need to go founder mode. I'm excited about this. Do I know when what will be launched? Pick things already out. The image engineering stuff is going to be a bit. Founder mode. Whew. Yeah, founder mode is a great meme. Does anybody have a good like Twitter meme to open this with? So these are great. Honestly, the intro might just be putting a bunch of these on the screen. Trying to think of the intro to make this one compelling. Boy mode summer's out, founder mode autumn is now in. I thought it was Brat summer's out, founder mode summer is in, or founder mode fall. Yeah, Brat summer's out, founder mode fall's in. Divas is not my favorite person. Lol. Yeah, as per usual, everything he says is stupid. Like literally, I don't know how one person is so capable of doing nothing but bad takes, but it's actually really impressive. Like genuinely so. Like every single thing I've ever seen this dude post is as stupid as it comes. Anyways, I figure how I want to do the intro for this. Okay, I have a vague idea. Founder mode is going viral right now. Actually, I need to give you instructions, FaZe. FaZe, take a couple of the founder mode memes that are floating around. If you need help finding them, ping embed in me and we'll get you a whole bunch. Yeah. Founder mode is going viral right now. What the hell is it, though? It certainly wasn't invented by Kanye West, even if Jared Palmer says it is. Founder mode is a mindset that is being pushed by the Y Combinator VC world, specifically by Paul Graham, the creator of Y Combinator. You're going to see a lot of people talking about this over the next few weeks, if not months, because it seems like this blog post has resonated with a lot of people. And I haven't had a chance to read it yet. That said, I am a Y Combinator founder. The company that runs Upload Thing, Ping.gg, Ping Labs, is a company that went through Y Combinator at the beginning of 2023. And no, it's 2022. Fuck, it's been so long. If you didn't already know, I'm actually a Y Combinator founder, which means that I made a company that Y Combinator invested in and helped us go through their boot camp to be more successful. That company is Ping Labs. We created Ping.gg, picked up Ping.gg, and most recently, the company that went through YC is Ping Labs. We made Ping the video call service, as well as the Pick service I just released, and of course, Upload Thing, the big one. Really hyped the stuff we've built in the founder mode mindset that we've tried to maintain throughout, but this, more than anything, hopefully positions me in a way to digest this blog post and figure out what lessons we can learn from founder mode. So let's dive in. Wrong start. Here we go. Founder mode. I zoomed in a bunch because if you know anything about Paul Graham, it's his obsession with keeping things simple and never changing them. This is what his blog looks like by default. Not great for mobile. So we're going to zoom in a bit to make it a little more readable. You know what? I'll let chat hang out for this too. Why not? Actually makes it a little harder to do. Good enough. Cool. Founder mode by Paul Graham. By the way, all Paul Graham's essays are dope and at least worth learning things from. Paul's one of those people who's both really smart and really concise and simple with his communications. He actually will make fun of you if you use really unnecessary verbose words showcasing your vocabulary. And I've been very inspired by his way of communication. And I try to be similarly simple with the way I explain things. Using complex words to explain a complex thing is fine, but really smart people and really talented educators can make something really complex feel and sound really simple. And it's a thing I've strived for since I started making content, since way before then even. So love his mindset. Let's dive in here. At a YC event last week, Brian Chesky gave a talk that everyone who was there will remember. Most founders I talked to afterwards said it was the best they'd ever heard. Ron Conway, for the first time in his life, forgot to take notes. I'm not going to try to reproduce it here. Instead, I want to talk about a question that it raised. So, important thing to know about Y Combinator talks is that they regularly have founders of companies that have been through Y Combinator, or even a few who haven't, come to speak off the record at YC. That means that these founders get the opportunity to vent in a way they often can't. This is a painful realization for me now that I'm famous, so to speak, is I don't have the same ability to just privately rant about something annoying me without constantly having to worry about it leaking and people taking the wrong message and repurposing it and using it against me, my brand, my business, etc. And I was tired of, I'm not even that long, I'm still kind of new to that too. Like I've only been posting videos since April of 2023. So I'm April 2022, actually, sorry. I'm still new to this. So I've only been posting videos for a bit over 2 years, and it's still stressful to have to think about what I can and can't say at any given time. That's why Y Combinator is so strict on the we don't share what was discussed. You can be as crazy as you want. And as a result, some of the YC talks I've seen have been things that are just not public info at all, that are very deep, very informative, and very real. And it's funny because everyone associates like YC and the whole venture capitalist world with super artificial, faking it till you make it type stuff. YC is as real as it comes, almost to a fault, where they are so blunt and straightforward with shit. And that includes things like this, these talks that are not recorded and you'll never get to see. I wasn't at this event, so I didn't get to see this, and I never will. The theme of Brian's talk was that the conventional wisdom about how to run larger companies is mistaken. As Airbnb grew, well-meaning people advised him that he had to run the company in a certain way for it to scale. Their advice could optimistically be summarized as hire good people and give them room to do their jobs. He followed this advice, and the results were disastrous. So he had to figure out a better way on his own, which he did partly by studying how Steve Jobs ran Apple. So far, it seems to be working. Airbnb's free cash flow margin is now among the best in Silicon Valley. Interesting start. Airbnb is a mess, would be putting it lightly at times. Like there have been some rough experiences for a lot of people, myself included, but it's definitely gotten better. Their willingness to like fix problems, they're caring for the hosts as well as the guests. It has improved over the last few years for sure. And it would make sense that my bad experiences happened because things were far too abstracted. I will also say that the other founder of Airbnb was one of our earlier advisors when we were in Y Combinator, and he gave us awesome advice. He explicitly told us to throw away our pitch deck and just show the product as our pitch, which went great and is a huge part of why we were able to raise. So yeah, they know the founder side well, and this is interesting because it feels like they left it and then went back. The audience at this event included a lot of the most successful founders that we funded, and one after another said the same thing happened to them. They'd been given the same advice about how to run their companies as they grew, but instead of helping the companies, it ended up damaging them. Why was everyone telling me these founders, why was everyone telling these founders the wrong thing? That was the big mystery to me. And after mulling it over for a bit, I figured out the answer. What they were being told was how to run a company that you hadn't founded. How to run a company if you're merely a professional manager. This is a very interesting point. I have to think on this. I give a lot of advice to early founders and people who are going in that direction, and even engineers who want to work at these early stage companies. And I find that this happens a lot, especially when they spend all their time talking to investors. Because if you're an investor that hasn't successfully started a company and gone all the way with it, you only know what's working based on specific signals you see. So you see a company raised a bunch of money, hired a bunch of people, and then it was more successful. And you start to link these parts together and assume that's the process, that in order to be a successful startup, you have to raise money and then hire a bunch of people and then use them to execute. But the order of events there is entirely wrong, and you can only think that way if you're looking at it from outside. These things work very differently internally. You find success by building the right thing and obsessing over it and the people who want to use it. It is obsession over individual customers' needs that makes you successful. And as crazy as it sounds, like I still take all of the sales calls for all of the services we've built. It's important to be on that ground level, doing support and being involved in these ways. A thing I say a lot, and I think it's within my best advice, is that people screw up by hiring for the work they don't want to do. I screwed this up with my own YouTube channel. I hired an editor because I didn't like editing. I didn't want to edit. And when I hired an editor, it meant I can go focus on the thing I love. But there were some problems. Since I didn't love editing, I couldn't be a great workplace for an editor because I couldn't relate to them. They'd feel alone. It meant that my bar for a good editor to hire was a lot lower because I wanted to just get this work out of or off my plate. I was down to hire whoever. And because I didn't love editing and understand it well, the edits that I was getting sent to me, and since I didn't love editing deeply, my bar for what a good edit was really low too. So I didn't have good feedback to give my editor or any process around it. It's just like, okay, here's a bunch of files, figure it out. Eventually, I had to move that editor. Eventually, that editor joined me with sales at Ping, and I had to edit my own videos. And when I started editing my own stuff, I started to get pretty good and started to actually really like it. And now I'm at the point where I miss editing. I genuinely think I will stop recording videos before I stop editing them and doing thumbnails. Because by doing those things myself, I ended up falling in love with them. And the current editor, FaZe, huge shout out. Without Jeff, this channel wouldn't exist anymore. He has been able to run this unbelievably well. I owe him so much. And hopefully I'm finally paying him enough to make up for it, because we've doubled his salary over twice now. Anyways, FaZe reached out, not just because he wanted to help with edits, but because we had a lot in common. We both love skateboarding. We both love tech. We were both nerds about Final Cut specifically. So when he reached out about a skateboarding thing and I saw in our chat history he had mentioned editing, I brought him on. And he has been phenomenal. But I had to go through 4 other editors first. And I went through those editors because I didn't understand editing well enough yet. And I was hiring people not because they were great or the right fit or the right thing for my team. I was hiring them because I didn't want to be editing. Now apply this to startups. Oh, I'm wasting all my time on support. I need to hire someone to do support for me so I can focus on the important things. No, fuck you. Support's important. You got to do it. You got to do it enough to like it. And then when you like it, and then when you understand it deeply, that's the point you hire. Stop hiring for the things you don't want to do. Hire for the things you love to do, so you're forced to deal with the things you don't want to do. I think this is my best advice. I've been giving it more and more, and I've watched people's brains just crumble, be it a creator or a big business. The realization that their hiring process has been around avoiding the things they don't want to do because their goal is to stop thinking about it. Most YouTubers hire an editor too early because they don't want to think about editing. Most founders hire sales and support too early because they don't want to think about sales and support. If you're a founder that loves coding and software development and engineering, great. Hire someone to do it so that you're not able to focus all your time on it. That's what I did with Ping. Mark and Julius do basically all of the code now. I'll hack out an example of what I'm thinking of, and then they go fix it and make it a real service. I spend my time doing everything else because that's important. That's my job as a founder. Yeah. How are you going to know if somebody's good at support if you don't learn it first? Absolutely. This applies to basically every industry. I learned this lesson as a creator, and now I'm applying it to my life as a founder. And that's also been a hard thing to accept, that I've learned more about being a good founder through YouTube than through software development and working at companies. In fact, YouTube has helped me unlearn things I learned at Amazon and Twitch as I've tried to be a better and better founder and person running this company. And again, if we go to the advice that you get from investors, okay, I have a whole separate tangent to do here now I think about it. God, we're not even halfway through and I'm tangenting this far. Fun. So, another fun tangent. Imagine you're a founder and you don't know a lot of other founders, which is very common. When I was starting my company, I knew 2 or 3 founders, and I only met them because I was applying to work at their jobs. And I only met those founders as I was applying to work at their companies. They told me I had founder energy and I should go give that an honest shot. So I had them helping me out a bunch early on, and it was helpful. One of them was really helpful, but also really focused on some of the wrong things. So since 2/3 of his advice was really good, I assumed the last third was too, and it wasn't. And I had to learn that the hard way. And that's fine. We all do. But even then, I still felt kind of lonely because I only had this group of 2 to 3 people, both of which were running companies and were really busy. And that loneliness is a killer. Do you know who preys on the loneliness of founders more than anyone? Venture capital. They notice that you're looking for places to hang, to talk to people, and to not be alone. They jump in. They get their hands in there. They give you all of the feedback, all of the all of the conversations that you're missing. Because if you worked at a company for 5 years where you have people around you to talk about constantly and to talk with constantly, and now you're alone as a founder, that is the opportune time for VCs to jump in and give you all of the things that you're not getting anymore because you don't have users yet. So you're not getting lots of feedback from them to be excited about. You don't have coworkers to hype you up about the things around you. You just don't have that content, I guess. It's hard, like I don't have the right word for it. You just aren't getting the reception yet. And if a VC can come in, if an investor can come in and fill that gap and be the one you talk to, they can get a much better deal on your company. And that's a strategy a lot of VCs love to take, is providing you that safety net, that comfortable place to talk and discuss and be part of. The catch being, they're going to use that as leverage to get a better deal, and also to isolate you from other places where you might get better advice. And if you see a lot of VCs talking shit on Y Combinator on Twitter, this is the reason why. Something Y Combinator did really well is drop you in a room full of other founders, all of which have the same goal: make their company successful. If you approach this differently, or now imagine retake on the approach this differently part. Now imagine you're an investor and you see all these startups. There's my phone. Now imagine you're an investor and you see all these startups, and they used to be things you could invest in for really cheap. And all of a sudden, Y Combinator has helped them all realize they're actually worth a bit more. And they've created this like auctioneer style of buying into companies that has resulted in way more info for the founders, way more feedback, community, and support for those founders. They no longer have to rely on the investors to not feel alone. And the deals those investors get are much worse, which is why a lot of them respond by shitting on Y Combinator, saying it's a scam, pushing really hard to steer people away from it, because they're getting a worse deal as a result. But that's awesome. And that's one of Y Combinator's specific goals. They have compromised their margins. They have made it so they get a worse deal because their goal is to set up their founders to be the most likely to be billion-dollar companies. Because if they let in 500 companies and 498 of them fail, one of them becomes a $100 million company and one of them becomes a multi-billion-dollar company, that multi-billion-dollar company just paid for all the others and then some. So if they could get 7% of a multi-billion-dollar company or 20% of a company that is going to fail, they'll always take that 7% and then do everything they can to set you up for success. Other investors are quite often not just trying to push you towards that really happy exit, they're trying to maximize their return. They often will care more about your Series B, if they're investing in Series A, than they care about the long-term exit, because they can sell some of their shares or pre-market. They can do a lot of other things with that money. Some don't. And like, I'm a scout with Andreessen Horowitz. They're generally pretty good about this. The flaw, I would say, is when they try to advise you through these things. Like, a thing I've seen, even with Andreessen Horowitz startups, is if these founders talk to the investors too much, they might do weird things with their cap table. I don't want to go too deep in the weeds on this, but there are different ways to invest in a company early stage. The most popular one was invented by Y Combinator. It's called the SAFE. It stands for Secured Against Future Equity. What that means is all of the investors in Ping own 0% of Ping right now. All of Ping's shares are owned by employees. In the future, when we're adding more equity to the pool because we're doing something like selling the company, doing a Series A with actual stock, going public, whatever it is, when we are creating new stock at a financial event for the company, that's when their investments convert. And they don't until then. Because by doing that effectively as an IOU, it makes managing my cap table and managing my investments comically easier, the point where I don't have to worry about it right now. Where previously I would have had to have a legal team managing every single person who has sent money and signed my company, which is a lot of people. Some of these VCs don't like that because they like to own the equity. They want it immediately. And they've seen these other companies that succeeded, and all of them had real equity. All of them did things this way. So they advise you to start doing those things early. Really easy way to get terrible advice. And I've seen this happen far too often. Another thing I've seen is founders taking their advice from investors and taking feedback from investors way too seriously. Here's a harsh reality check for y'all. This one was hard for me to take. You know what? We're going full screen cam for this one. Investors will never tell you the real reason they're not investing. I know that because I'm an investor. I've invested in I think I'm at 40-ish companies now. They won't tell you the real reason. Michael Seibel from Y Combinator actually put this really well. There are 3 states when you pitch me your company. So you just described what you're building and why I should invest. 95% of the time, what I'm thinking is, no, I'm out. Not my thing. 1% of the time, I'm like, yeah, this person knows what they're doing. I'm in. That other 4% of the time, so 4 times more likely that I'm willing to say yes, my thought is, I would hate to say no to this person. I'm not going to go out of my way to offer to invest, but I'm not going to immediately turn them down like I would those other times. So if they ask me like, hey, how much are you in for? Or here's our valuation. Are you down to sign a check within this range? It'd be much harder for me to say no to those people. And that's also a fun hack if you're a founder. Always ask if they're down to invest. And if you can, drop a number, because it makes it so much harder for them to say no. That aside, that 95%, it's not like I have specific facts of like, oh, these 3 things are wrong. If you change them, I'm in. It's much more a gut feel of like, I'm not vibing with this. It could be the idea. It could be the team. It could be that the slides suck and they don't really know how to explain things to people. Because if they can't convince me, both as a user and an investor, I just don't see a lot of likelihood of them succeeding. But it's hard to verbalize that and give them specific reasons. But it feels bad to just say no, which means most investors, when they say no, they try to justify it to themselves. They try to explain why, because it doesn't feel good to just say no. You have to give a reason or you feel like an asshole. So they will. And they usually make it up on the spot, and it's usually not good advice. And I've seen this a lot. Some of the advice I've seen founders get as the reason why an investor passed, they take it so deeply to heart that they rethink their whole company sometimes. No. We were one of the better companies out of my batch, and we still got passed by like 30 or so founders or 30 or so investors. I think I did like 5 to 7 calls a day for 2 weeks straight. But when we met with the right VCs and it clicked with them, deal was closed in 15 minutes from when the call started. The trick isn't to cave to every single thing an investor says is wrong. It's to talk to other founders, gut check yourself, be honest with yourself, do mock pitches with people you actually trust, not other fucking investors, but other founders who have been through it too, and figure out how to make the thing you're building as appealing as possible to those investors. And yeah, don't listen to investors when they tell you anything other than I'm in. The biggest mistake I see so many founders making is listening to investors too closely, letting them on their table too early, letting them be involved with their decision-making process. The best advice a VC ever gave me was Y Combinator telling me to not listen to VCs. And I hope this is helpful advice for y'all as well if you're interested in going in this direction. Yeah. VCs, if they knew how to run a company, they'd be running a company. They're not. There's a reason. The same thing, like those who know how to do, those who don't know how to do, teach, or those who can do, those who can't do, teach. Same deal here. Those who can build, those who can't build, invest. It's silly, but it's painfully true, painfully often. Stop trying to make your company appeal to people who don't even know what appeals to them. Back to this article, because I could literally tangent on this point forever. I love this point that he's making, though, which is that the advice that people are getting is coming from investors. And investors could be someone who was at a company early that exited. It could be somebody who worked at Facebook as a manager for 8 years, making $800,000 a year, that now has a bunch of spare income to spend. It could be somebody who's only ever worked at a VC firm. But these people don't run companies. They don't know how to run companies. And even if they did, they don't know how to run your company. So don't listen to them about any of that shit. Just run your goddamn company. And it's so common this happens. Yeah, millions of dollars worth of advice in 4 minutes. I better get some shares. Anyways, also, if you are starting a company and you are building in the tech space and you think it might be interesting to me, write me a really cohesive 2-sentence in my Twitter DMs on why I might be interested. If you do a good job at that, I will respond. And if you don't, I probably just won't respond. Don't take it personally. It's just hard to sneak into my brain. But yeah, I do invest. Hit me up. I am very hands-off. Usually we chat a bit. I give you a little bit of advice around like the space that you're building in if I happen to know about it, or just an audit of how I build things if that's interesting to you. What you're doing is cool. Awesome. Hit you the money. You go back to work. Anyways, yeah, there's not a video. I'm so sorry for all who will not see it. I'll figure out what to do with this. Anyways, back to this article because this is huge. We were here. But this MO is so much less effective that to founders, it feels broken. There are things founders can do that managers can't, and not doing them feels wrong to founders because it is. Also, remember how many billions of dollars Paul Graham is worth? Do you see how beautifully simple this language is? The most complex word here is effective. Most of these words are 5 or less letters long. It's beautiful how much knowledge he can fit into such simple language. He has broken my understanding of what writing well is, and he's been doing this for a decade now, and I'm pumped that he's maintaining it. In effect, there are 2 different ways to run a company: founder mode and manager mode. Till now, most people, even in Silicon Valley, have implicitly assumed that scaling a startup meant switching to manager mode. But we can infer the existence of another mode from the dismay of founders who've tried it, and the success of their attempts to escape from it. The MO is modus operandi. It's the mindset, the way of doing. And I love this point here too. The split between founder mode and manager mode, and the call out that people who are escaping from it are finding success with that escape. I've even had to do this myself, like hard reality check. And this is possibly my biggest failure in my career. We hired up too early at Ping. We had way too many people early. We had 6 people at a point, 7 if you count a part-timer. And that was rough. We did not need that many people. Not only was it just more than we needed, it was actually slowing us down because keeping everyone aligned and focused and building in the right direction was tough. And then if we had to change directions, it was even tougher. So right before the layoff crisis of 2023, like end of 2022, I made the hard decision to cut down and go into founder mode with just Mark and me. And we went all in on developer tools ourselves. And eventually, Julius was contributing so much code to the open source stuff that I said, okay, fuck it. I need to pay you. And we brought him on part-time. He's working full-time hours, but technically is contracted. Yeah, Julius is essential to our success now. But like, that's more than anything because he also has this founder mindset of just fix it. Like I posted a screenshot yesterday. Let me find this because I think this is a great example of founder mode. I've even said that. Oh yeah, move fast, fix things. I was trying to do an upload from the dashboard and I was on the new infra and it didn't work. And he told me to try it again. So I did. And he replied, and it worked. And he replied, I definitely did not push straight from main to GitHub or from GitHub mobile on our production infrastructure. And on one hand, this is silly. And if you're a big business looking into using upload thing, I would understand why this would make you somewhat hesitant. But on the other hand, this is what makes founder mode work. You're fucking shipping and nothing else. And this was another one of those lessons I learned early on with Ping. If you looked at the different groups of people and how many of them retained versus churned, the users that were the most loyal to Ping weren't the ones who had no bugs. The most loyal users were the ones who had a bug, reported it, and then we fixed it really fast and told them when it was fixed and thanked them. Because you have more confidence in a thing that failed and the owner fixed it quick than you have in something that never failed in the first place. Because if it never failed, you never even think about it. But if it did fail, and then it got fixed, and you know in the future if it fails again, you have the ability to get it fixed again, your confidence ends up much higher, and even subconsciously, you just end up more attached to that thing. So it's better, and this is again like my safety nets versus guardrails thing. This is why I love safety nets, because it makes it so much easier to fix things when they break. And they always will break. It doesn't matter how big or small, how many unit tests you have, none of that matters. Your shit will break. Being able to fix it quickly will always be the better thing for user loyalty, to the point where it's actually better to have bugs than not, as long as you can fix them quickly. Yeah. Founder mode works for all of these reasons. Small scale, big scale, whatever. If you can own bugs, talk to your community and fix them, that helps at every scale. Even when I was at Twitch, the reason that ModView had the most positive sentiment of any launch at Twitch since GIF subs which is crazy because gift subs obviously massive. But what we were doing with ModView, much smaller potential reach, but the satisfaction and overall sentiment around it was unbelievably high to the point where they thought there were issues with the tracking. That happened because our product manager and designer were so deep in this chaotic world of working with moderators. I remember I was talking about a creator that had some issues on, not even on Twitch, but on a multiplayer game that went from no voice chat to voice chat out of nowhere. And she was one of the top ranked players in the world in solo queue. And since they added voice chat and she was a woman, she's now at a huge disadvantage because either she turns on her mic and gets flamed for being a chick the whole game, or she doesn't, and now she is missing a strategic advantage the other team has. And that sucked. I was like, wow, that's a really insightful story, and I hadn't ever thought of things that way before. I brought that up with my product manager, to which he responds, oh, Steph, yeah, I know her really well. I'm actually a mod on her channel, and she's in my group chat where I collect feedback for these things. That's founder mode. That manager, he wasn't a founder, he was a product manager at Twitch, was so deeply ingrained in the community, so deeply understood these moderators and these creator spaces and their needs that he could build the exact right thing. And if one of them had an issue, he would ping me. I'd fix it that night. And that responsiveness, that collaboration nature between the users and the business is essential to this founder mode mindset. Your users shouldn't just be comfortable with it. They should be excited to let you know when things are wrong because they know they're going to get a response from someone they trust. That can work at giant scales like Twitch. That can work at even bigger scales like Amazon. Believe it or not, I've seen that too. And it can work on these tiny micro scales of a startup with 5 customers. But you have to hold on to it tightly or you will lose it. Yeah, the CEO subtweeting on it always feels like magic. I totally agree. Doesn't matter how big or small you are, this feeling is real. You find, and CJE, who works at Axiom, by the way, channel sponsor, best way to deal with your logs and analytics for your servers. So if you wanted to see what servers are crashing and why, Axiom is the way to do it. CJE is there, big part of the community. He finds the things to work on by reading Discord and Slack, not linear. Founder mode. Absolutely founder mode. I also want to make an online quiz of questions. And if you say yes to the certain ones, I can have you on a founder mode spectrum because these are the types of things that is absolutely founder mode. Anyways, back to this article. This is great. There are, as far as I know, no books specifically about founder mode. Business schools don't know it exists. All we have so far are the experiments of individual founders who have been figuring it out for themselves. But now that we know what we're looking for, we can search for it. I hope in a few years, founder mode will be as well understood as manager mode. We can already guess at some of the ways it will differ. Bold, I like that he didn't predict it. He said he hopes for it, because I also hope for this. The same way that like you don't even think twice when somebody's like, yeah, I got promoted to manager and I hired 15 people to work on this with me. It's just like, yeah, that makes sense. But when somebody says, oh, I saw a bug on Twitter, so I went and fixed it and pushed the fix, the response is insane. Here's an example of that, actually. I tweeted a fun bug about Discord that had been annoying me. When I had my Discord client in a small enough view, all of these buttons on the bottom would make the text 1 character vertical. Like, this is embarrassingly bad. This is so hilariously bad. Thankfully, there's one person at Discord that operates in founder mode. He's an intern. Advith. He's 19. He was an intern at Discord. And he was fixing so many of these small things constantly. My reply, holy shit, you actually did just fix that. And I added the CEO of Discord. Don't just hire this kid. Put him in charge of PR and product. I stand behind that. This kid is founder mode. And Discord, more than almost any company, desperately needs it. They need somebody who's in the fucking trenches, understanding the problems that people are having with these things and fixing them. Also, founder mode, one more call out. There's someone in our chat here UI UX Phil here, has been rebuilding the homepage for PickThing, the service I just dropped, throughout the stream. He even just made a dark mode version. Apparently, he has to travel tomorrow, and it's 1 a.m. at his time, so he's finally going to bed. But he spent this whole stream showing us how nice our website could look and giving us everything we need to go fix it. That's founder mode. I can't say no to him now. He has fully inserted himself in my brain, and we are going to redo. Like, this homepage isn't bad for me whipping it together in like an hour before going live. But he took the opportunity, the initiative, and the ownership to just dive in and make it. And I love that. That is a rare thing. And I wish more people had that in them. I am so thankful he does. And he said hi to YouTube as well. If you're looking for a designer, UI UX Phil, same handle on Twitter, I believe, worth reaching out to. He literally said founder mode in our DMs. For real. For real. We will be paying him. It's not free work. Don't worry. I will compensate him for this for sure. But that ownership, that mindset, that drive, and that decision to be that close with the users, that is founder mode. And thank you, Phil. Go fucking sleep. We'll figure this out later. I appreciate you immensely. Ownership is the biggest thing without question. Back to this article. This is great. The way managers are taught to run companies seems to be like modular design in the sense that you treat subtrees of the org chart as black boxes. Oh God, that's triggering. Oh, the amount that irks me on like a deeper level. I dealt with this so much at Twitch where it's like, yeah, we should do that, but the moderation team isn't interested, or the mobile team isn't down, or the mobile team needs more headcount first. Stop saying the black box needs something different inside of it. Put me in touch with the person inside so I can tell them what the fuck to do. And if you are working at a company where this is the case, and you are similarly irked by it, I highly recommend that you try to start ignoring the black boxes. Start reaching out to the individuals on the team. One of the best ways to find the right ones is look at their GitHub repos, see who's contributing the most. There will be at least one more driven person on every team. Every team has somebody who's more driven than the rest. Even if they don't meet your expectations for drive, at the very least, they feel a bit lonely. And if you can reach out to them and be their safe space to complain about these things not moving, you can build a really strong relationship there. You might have what happened to me where your manager complains that you're in too many meetings because he's insecure that you're meeting with people he can't even meet with. But you can build these relationships. Best case, you now have an in to get these things fixed when they're broken. Worst case, you get in trouble for it, maybe even get fucking fired for it. But you just made a connection with the one person on that team that is actually somewhat valuable. And if they decide to quit and go somewhere else, they remember you. They can be a referral. If they go to start their own company someday, they remember you. You might be an early hire. You might be a co-founder. You might get to be an early investor. Or they join another early stage startup and they can bring you in super early and give you this buy-in because they know you had the initiative to make that connection and do those things. If you are booking your own calls to get through these black boxes, those connections are so much more valuable than the job role you have right now. And even if you happen to lose it as a result of doing that, if you're already uncomfortable with the workplace, you just found the one last value you can get from it. Anyways, you tell your direct reports what to do, and it's up to them to figure out how. But you don't get involved in the details of what they do. That would be micromanaging them, which is bad. Yeah. I have an interesting take on this one. This again comes to like the things you love. Like when there's an exciting arc that has a lot of like, I'll give a real example here. We're in the middle of rebuilding most of the infrastructure for Upload Thing. If you sign up for Upload Thing and use it right now, once you integrate it, you generate a URL on your server that you send to the user to do the upload. That URL goes straight to S3. That's nice because we don't have to eat any ingest, have servers running or anything. It's truly serverless. But there's a lot of things we want to be able to do as the file is ingesting. We want to be able to check it. We want to be able to respond to the user when the upload's complete with the data from your server. We want to be able to resume chunks if the user stops uploading and then starts again later. We want to be able to do a lot of things that require a server. This is a really exciting arc. And I knew that. And I could have nerded out and worked on this for a month myself. But instead, I gave it to Mark and Julius, which meant Mark gave it to Julius. And we have still been involved throughout, seeing how it works, asking questions, him asking questions too, making changes, dog fooding it. It's not like he went in the box and he presented it when it was done. But I specifically went out of my way to have the fun work, the thing that's like the big arc, and pass that on so I wouldn't be distracted by it when I'm busy doing the real thing, which is running the fucking company. And it's so easy for founders to get super distracted with those fun things. And that's been part of my founder mode journey, is hiring people who love the same things you love so you feel bad not giving those to them so you can focus on the hard shit. And I probably come off as a little micromanagey when I'm chatting with him about these things. It's like, he had entirely changed how the URLs work. And I was just like, no, that sucks. That's too long. Fix it. And he did. In almost no time, he fixed it. It was great. And those types of things are kind of micromanagement, but are also important to doing the right thing. And it's a hard balance to strike. And I'm still figuring it out myself. Sony versus Sony. Oh, this is a classic. Yeah, Sony fighting and suing itself constantly is hilarious. Like, Sony sued Sony before. Hilarious. Anyways. Hire good people and give them room to do their jobs. Sounds great when it's described that way, doesn't it? Except in practice, judging from their report of founder after founder, what this often turns out to mean is the following. Hire professional fakers and let them drive the company into the ground. Oof. Oof. So common. And the problem with fakers, people who are like showing up with credentials that look really good and don't get anything done, is since they're already faking, they're very down to lie. It's hard to even know if they're lying. Sometimes it feels like they actually believe the stupid shit they're saying. The number of people who had great credentials, who I would speak with and they would actually seem like really great coworkers, that would then block me for some stupid reason, keep me from shipping, and then throw me under the bus saying I'm holding the whole team behind, when in reality I'm the only one fucking shipping code. It's so common. And these fakers, they don't go away. When you've hired one of them, they're incredibly hard to get rid of because they know how to hide in the shadows, and all they do is they pop out, get a headshot on somebody valuable, and then disappear before you even notice. Good engineers churn no matter how great your workplace is. It doesn't matter how awesome your company is. The best people have this incredible ability to find other interesting things that might be even worse for them, but their drive will bring them other places, and you have to accept that. These fakers don't fucking go away. You can even fire them and they find some way to sneak back in. I've even seen that happen. And if you have them, the only way to get rid of them is to obsess over every detail of what they're doing and catch them when they make subtle mistakes. And it is hard as balls to do. It is really hard. I've even been caught into this where, like, I had a coworker I was really excited to work with and didn't realize that they were subtly behind the scenes trying to get me fired because my work output was making them look bad. And it's so easy, if you're not careful, to suddenly have all the good engineers leave because they're tired of it. And then the faker hires more fakers. And now you have a company run by these people who don't actually want to do any work. And then you accidentally ended up with Google. It's so easy to fall into this trap. And if micromanagement is the best way out, isn't something, I'm not comfortable saying micromanagement is the best way out, but at the very least, it makes it easier to catch this when it's happening and jump on it earlier on. But I would absolutely agree that these people who's like, let's look at Discord, for example. I guarantee you there are Discord engineers who are getting shit internally for this random 19-year-old fixing all these bugs. And I guarantee you their response is something like, well, we have a process for this. We don't want to regress the product more. And it's important to make sure all of our platforms have the same experience. The cohesion is our job. We're making sure when we ship things that they stay high quality and the quality never dips and the experience across all platforms is as expected. We have processes for a reason. Why would you let this kid come in and fix everything? He's not fixing things. He's just causing problems for everyone else. You need to fire that kid or you're going to lose me. I guarantee almost that exact conversation has happened within Discord. And I know that because that exact conversation happened with me many times at Twitch. It's a big part of why I quit. I didn't realize at the time it was because I had the founder mindset. One theme I noticed in both Brian's talk as well as when talking to founders afterward was the idea of being gaslit. Fucking, I guess I pre-read, because that's exactly what I've been dealing with. Founders feel like they're being gaslit from both sides, by the people telling them they have to run their companies like managers, and by the people working for them when they do. Usually, when everyone around you disagrees with you, your default assumption should be that you're mistaken. But this is one of the rare exceptions. VCs who haven't been founders themselves don't know how founders should run companies, and C-level execs, as a class, include some of the most skillful liars in the world. Yeah, I went on this rant earlier, but yes, like both people who never were really early at a company, people who weren't founders of a successful business that end up doing VC, as well as people who got pulled into a successful business really far along that didn't understand it well. To some extent, they're fakers too. If you're hired in as CEO of a company, you have to fake it for a while because you don't really understand why it's working. You might eventually get there, but it takes a while. And you don't understand the founder mindset ever because you're just trying to keep this ship from sinking at that point. And those people don't give good advice. And as Paul's putting it, they're some of the most skillful liars in the world. And honestly, if you listen to things like the All In podcast, you might slowly be waking up to it because it's very similar. What's the citation here? The more diplomatic way of phrasing this statement would be to say that experienced C-level execs are often very skilled at managing up. I don't think anyone with knowledge of this would dispute that. Yeah, if you're joining a company late and you have to manage people above and below you, gaslighting is an important skill because the person above you is wrong. You have to convince them out of it. And one of the best ways to get someone to believe something different is to gaslight them. So it is a skill in that sense. It's just not a skill I want anywhere near my fucking company as long as I'm there. Same with test-driven development. It's absolutely a skill to be able to do TDD well. It's just a skill that qualifies you out of ever working near me. It is what it is. Whatever founder mode consists of, it's pretty clear that it's going to break the principle that the CEO should engage with the company only via his or her direct reports. Skip-level meetings will become the norm instead of a practice so unusual that there's a name for it. How crazy is it that like skip level is a thing that we regularly use because the concept of meeting with your manager's manager is weird? Like what the point where I got on rocky ground with my last team at Twitch was when my manager saw how often I was meeting with his manager and his manager talking about how to fix the fucking org, and he took that personally. He was offended that I was meeting with his boss and his boss's boss more than him. Fucking bullshit. And you know what? He should have felt bad because it meant he wasn't qualified to do his job. If his response to me meeting with those people to try and make things better was insecurity, then he is not fit for the role. And he wasn't, and he stopped being a manager soon after I quit. It was a pretty explosive exit, to be fair. Regardless, the fact that meeting up this way is rare enough we have terms for it is silly. And I fucking knock on wood, I'll swear on this, at any point where I'm running a company, every person at that company will have the blanket ability to contact me on or off the record about anything they want to, confidently. That I will never compromise on. And I push these things really hard at every scale I work at, every business I work with. I'm now at the point where I won't even use a new service or company if I can't talk to the CEO. If I'm not confident that I can reach out to an executive at the company and get a thing fixed, I'll use the smaller alternative where I can. Even if your service is better, if I can't talk to the founder, I'm out. It is what it is. Yeah. As Paul says here, and once you abandon that constraint, there's a huge number of permutations that you get to choose from. For example, Steve Jobs used to run an annual retreat for what he considered the 100 most important people at Apple. And these were not the 100 people highest on the org chart. Can you imagine the force of will it would take to do this at the average company? Yeah, like, to be frank, and to toot my own horn a bit, my role at Twitch was never particularly high up because I was getting blocked on promos all the time by people who were pissed off at me. But if they did a meeting like this, they did an event like this, I would have absolutely been invited as one of the 100 people. Like, don't even have to think twice about that. It's like, even the people there at the time and people there now would probably say the same thing. Despite my level, despite the fact that I didn't have employees that I technically managed, I was within the most impactful people at the company at the time. I was shipping more and faster and unblocking more and more effectively than most people there. Your org chart cannot and should not represent the amount of impact people are having. And those impactful people should feel like they have every tool they need to unblock themselves and have more impact. They should be able to meet with you, chat with you, work with you, ship with you. And more companies need to work like this. Imagine how useful such a thing could be. It could make a big company feel like a startup. Steve presumably wouldn't have kept having these retreats if they didn't work. But I've never heard of another company doing this. So, is it a good idea or a bad one? We still don't know. That's how little we know about founder mode. Obviously, founders can't keep running a 2,000 person company the way they ran it when they had 20. There's going to have to be some amount of delegation. Where the borders of autonomy end up and how sharp they are will probably vary from company to company. They'll even vary from time to time within the same company as managers earn trust. So, founder mode will be more complicated than manager mode, but it will also work better. We already know that from examples of individual founders groping their way towards it. Indeed, another prediction I'll make about founder mode is that once we figure out what it is, we'll find that a number of individual founders were already most of the way there, except that in doing what they did, they were regarded by many as eccentric or worse. I'm excited to see this cliff note here. Curiously enough, it's an encouraging thought that we still know so little about founder mode. Look at what founders have achieved already, and yet they've achieved this against a headwind of bad advice. Imagine what they'll do once we can tell them how to run their companies like Steve Jobs instead of John Scully. Oof, the Scully dig. Too real. The second cliff note was, if the practice of having such retreats became so widespread that even mature companies dominated by politics started to do it, we could quantify there's a word I would never have expected him to use. We can qualify the senescence of companies by the average depth of the org chart of those invited. I like that idea. Like how high up or down are the people going to these events as a way to know that company. Also, this is the one I was curious about. I also have another less optimistic prediction. As soon as the concept of founder mode becomes established, people will start misusing it. Founders who are unable to delegate even things that they should will use founder mode as the excuse. Or managers who aren't founders will decide they should try to act like founders. That may even work to some extent, but the results will be messy when it doesn't. The modular approach does at least limit the damage that a bad CEO can do. Oof. Fair point. Also fun, look at the list of people who gave this a read before it was posted. Jessica Livingston is Paul Graham's wife, essential to the success of Y Combinator early on. There's a famous story of founders going in for an investor meeting, and Jessica cut their fingernails before because they hadn't trimmed their fingernails for 6 months because they were grinding so hard on their company. But like those little types of things, like she was almost like the like parental figure for early YC and helped shape it into this thing it is today. And Paul credits her so much, and I love that. Like them as like a duo are as tight as they are and see each other as essential as they are. Not enough wives of people like this, not enough partners of people like Paul get the credit they deserve. Paul tries so hard to credit Jessica, and I'm going to do my part here too. Like, she is fucking incredible. And right next to her, Elon fucking Musk. To be fair, love him or hate him, I have iffy feelings overall. Absolutely is operating under founder mode. Could also be an example of someone who you need to limit the damage of, but he is doing it. And of course, Gary Tan, the current CEO of Y Combinator. Lucky to call him a friend. We actually have some fun collabs coming up in the near future. So if you liked this, definitely keep an eye out for those because, the founder arc is starting. I am feeling more inspired than I have in a while. I feel validated. This is the way I like to build and think. It's so nice having an article that's really breaking down this way of thinking. And I hope going forward, more people will see the benefits of going founder mode. So until next time, Brat Summer's over. Founder mode fall has begun. Peace, nerds. That was a fun one. I don't know how to work any other way. I just, the thought of working differently makes me feel sick. Yeah, thank you, agent. Whew, that was a fun one. Let me make sure I thanked everybody who I've missed. Don't know if I got you, Hug More Trees. 9 was a tier 3. You deserve a double thanks anyways. We got Gort V2 at the tier 1. Purple Gradient Man. Fantastic username. Nothing about code, but you're... Oh, okay, I have read all these. Okay, cool. I don't think I got you, Turtles. Thank you so much. Red Bearded Ninja with the Prime as well. Yanis with the tier 3. Thank you so much for the upgrade there. Appreciate that. We got Sam here, 25 months in. Zabar here with the 3 months as well. Thank you for that. Doc Dev, 6 months of tier 2. One of the lonely, strong tier 2s. And then Agor, 26 months straight, 28 months total. Fun one, needed that one. Can't believe how out of tune you got yourself. Yeah, happy that it helps. That's the point of the rant. Happy that one went so well. I wasn't sure if I would be able to pull a video out of that. Clearly, I had nothing to worry about because I absolutely pulled a fucking video out of that. Cool. Oh, Ben and Gabriel, did either of you dig in to see if the video or the article was better for this? No, no worries. If you can do that before the next stream, I'm probably going to stream Friday or Saturday just to know which one. Yeah, if you can go like look at the video. My gut feel is the article will be better just because I can like own it and then upsell his video. But if the video is like easy enough to pause and have moments to react to, can do that as well. I have blanket permission from him to do whatever, and I really want to promote his channel because I'm just hyped about what he's doing. The video can be fun just like as an alternative, or even like both. I did see Prime did a video. I intentionally didn't watch it because I want to do mine differently. But yeah, I saw his came out first. I was sad because I was planning that one so early, but I just haven't been able to stream because I've been fucking traveling. And also, I don't have Prime schedule of streaming almost every goddamn day. I stream once a week. How are we doing on time? We're 3.5 hours and we got 3 videos. We got to ramp up. Error syntax should be fast. I don't know which Prime did. I didn't watch this video. This one should be relatively fast. Did I mark or end of founder mode? Just in case I forgot. I really need what's it called? Wording's hard. Lol. That's hilarious. I need a way to see my last marker. I know that Aiden promised to add some special things to Fossabot for me for that, but they don't exist yet. Let's get these all open. Take your time, Gabriel. I'm going to start this one for now. Almost done. Thank you, Bot Cooper, for the sub. Appreciate that. Cool. I want to start this one. I don't think, errors in JavaScript and TypeScript kind of suck. I don't think that's that hot of a take. Generally speaking, even the most diehard TypeScript fans can admit that try-catch is far from ideal. And this method of dealing with errors in our applications is rough. It's so rough that the way that we build things like upload thing requires using an entirely different library for managing our runtime with effect.ts. And as cool as effect is, it'd be a lot cooler if the syntax of JavaScript just let us safely call something that could error. And ideally, could even give us that error as an actual value back that we can use for things, like Go. If you know me at all, I don't like to give Golang credit for stuff, but it's one of the few things they did right. The fact that your error comes back as a value that you check before you do things going forward is not a bad thing. And the fact that in JavaScript we have to wrap with a try, we can't bind variables how you'd expect, and it's just kind of a mess, that sucks. And that's why someone wrote a proposal for a better way to do it. We're going to take a look at this proposal, and importantly, why I don't think it can ship, but also what we can do instead. So, this proposal is by a community member, Arthur. He's really chill. He works on Kita and a bunch of other cool things. And he made this official TC39 proposal for a safe assignment operator. The goal is to use this question mark equals syntax when you call and await on something async, and it gives you back a tuple with the error as well as the actual thing that it responded with. This looks really good, right? Like, as soon as this was seen, it went viral. Like, if we look at Kent's tweet here, 1.5K likes on a JavaScript syntax thing. Matt made a really important call out here that it's a stage 0 proposal. The heat death of the universe is also incoming. Like, the syntax is not confirmed. I've seen a couple people, even other YouTubers, covering it like this is guaranteed to happen. But there are things like stage 2.5 plus that might never ship. This has not been acknowledged even by the official standards committee. The likelihood this ships is effectively 0. And there's an important reason why. We'll get to that in a bit, though. I want to dig into what this is and how it works. In fact, why don't we go write this ourselves? I think that'll be a fun challenge. Oh. No, it's not that. Cool. I'm going to grab something from Discord really quick just so I have it. Cool. Initially, we're going to write this in a way that's not super type safe, but it will work. So function safe await needs to have a type. This takes in promise, which has a promise that returns t. And now we can do the try catch here. Try, return, await. We'll say const result equals await promise. Return null result. And then we catch E. Now we return E null. This needs to be an async function. Cool. And now we have a very simple safe await. So I make a function or async function might fail. This function const random equals math.random. if random is greater than 0.5, we throw new error value too high, else we return success. Now you have this function that is returning promise string, but it's not because it can throw, and it will throw half the time. And if we were to just await that inside of something, high chance it's going to throw. But if we use safe await now, const error result equals await or equals safe await, pass it might fail, which we call. Now we have error and results. The types are wrong. I have to await that. Cool. Oh, it's mad with top levels. Function runner. Yeah, I love JavaScript. Does that have prettier working? Make pretty. There we go. Cool. So now we have the error, which is unknown because we don't really assign it a type. Results also unknown. But this worked. We now have the error if this failed and the result if it didn't. We just don't have the types working. But I think it's pretty cool that JavaScript's flexible enough that if you want to write your own equivalent like this, you can't have like the syntax with the question mark here, but these are effectively doing the same thing. The safe await function is providing the same functionality that this proposal would have proposed or would include. And you could even write a Babel plugin or a TypeScript hack that will let you write this code and it would compile out to be the thing that I just wrote there. But we can actually do better. We can make this properly type safe. This involves some custom return types. Let me make sure I have this right from here. Yeah. First, we have to give it an error type. And we also have to give it a return type. It's going to be more strict than TypeScript is by default with the inference. And what we've done here, let's prettify it. Oh, I have these backwards now. If we want to keep the error first, then it would be null T or E null. What did I do here? Oh. There we go. I'll change this to just be error. Cool. So, with a little bit of type hacking, specifically, we add a return type to be more strict, and we added a generic error. So theoretically, we could pass it custom error types if we wanted to. Now we have this very simple function that will give us the right types. We have error, which could be error or null, and result, which could be string or null. And if we error, we return early. Now we know results is going to be the right type. Now it knows result is string. Now it is exact thing before we check that. It's going to think string or null because it doesn't know yet until we've parsed the error. But now we have the full Golang experience with a simple function. I think it's pretty cool that we can brute force generate this. But thankfully, I'm not the only one who's thought this, because there's a library called NeverThrow that Matt showcased here. Here, these are generator functions, which makes it even more fun. But this could error, it could pass, and when you then call it with the safe try helper, you get the result type. And the result type is very similar to what I was showing here. Won't error, safe try, function, return okay. This one never throws, so it's smart enough to parse it because it's a generator. Again, this is the effect way. Effect is really big on generator, so it's a little more leaning that way. It seems like Matt's just circling around his effect deep dive, and it's going to happen any minute now. Yeah, you have error okay result from NeverThrow. Might error, the return type on it is a result, string, or error. And you can specify, I didn't read this before, and I came up with that example. It's just the example I always use. I promise I didn't pre-read. I only had the top tweet bookmarked. Yeah. There's also safe try, which is very similar, a little closer to what I wrote. Actually, no, sorry. cut that. I was just wrong there. Safe try is the feature in never throw. That's really cool. Lets you write code like you normally do, only thinking about the happy path, acting as if it won't error. But unlike your code, safe try keeps track of all the errors that might occur and lets you handle them later on. That's cool, because what safe try does is if you write that inside of a function, do they have an example of that here? They don't. So a safe try, if you wrap something that can throw with that inside of a function, and then you consume that somewhere else and then somewhere else, it can hoist that error case all the way up using the types, which is really cool. The catch is you have to yield instead of just returning traditionally. But it's, I have feelings on generators. They're making a comeback right now. Yeah. But if you use yield and safe unwrap, now you get the direct access to the type without having to check for the error, and it will hoist the error up for you, as they show here, where result of safe try knows that, and if you have multiple kinds of errors that any one of these could be yielding and could be throwing when it fails, you have the different types of errors up here. So we have the JSON parse error or the local storage error. Cool stuff. It's very nice. Seems like a minor, or it seems like a very small subset of what you would get with something like Effect, but it's really easy to consume. Looks really cool. I personally haven't tried Never Throw yet. Looks great. But if you don't want to adopt generators and all of that, something like what I wrote here with the safe await function, super easy to adopt. Cool. So we've covered what it would look like to build this and why you would want it. There is one last piece we have to cover, which is why this can never ship. David Blass is one of those few people that if we disagree, there's near 100% chance he is right and I am wrong. He deeply understands TypeScript on a level almost no one does. You might have seen my videos about his work before. He's the one who made the TypeScript benchmark. Not like benchmarking the runtime, benchmarking the performance of the TypeScript server in interpreting your types. He understands the way TypeScript does inference so well that he can audit your code base and make small changes that make VS Code's like IntelliSense and language server stop crashing. He's insane. Already seeing messages. I've accidentally summoned David in my Twitter replies a few times. He was right each time. Yeah. I would not want to be on the side disagreeing with him because it means that I'm wrong. Thankfully, over time, I've slowly become more and more aligned because he's always fucking right. And here was his reply when he saw this syntax proposed. It will torpedo if they don't change the syntax soon. It's too much like question mark equals, and it breaks intuition about question mark relating to null or undefined. This is really important. This syntax lets you assign a value if it's not already assigned. So if you have something like, let's move down here, let x string const, or if math.random is greater than 0.5, then x equals hello. But down here, we want to assign it to something else if that case didn't get hit. We could do x equals, we skipped the random, but that's always going to get hit. We could put this in a function. We could have a check to see if x already exists or not, or do that. Now we'll only reassign x if it doesn't already have a truthy value. Actually, I think it has to be null or undefined for this to work. This is really nice syntax where this only gets assigned if it is null and it gets skipped otherwise. Deleting one of these question marks is just a massive confusion. And now that he has proposed it like that and mentioned that part, he's right. This Gabriel just confirmed for me, by the way, this only works if on null or undefined. If this was set to 0 or a nullish value, even empty string, this reassignment won't work unless it's set to null or undefined. Really handy syntax for complex, like you're turning a complex machine of assignments into a really simple way of assigning the value. Like most of y'all, and I know I'm included here, what I would have done here is if x equals null, or if x equals undefined, x equals it was skipped. Why is this mad about? It's used before assignment. Oh, yeah. Because I haven't assigned it. It'll even be mad about that. God, fucking JavaScript, man. We skipped the random check. Yeah. This is a really handy syntax. I should probably use it more. It makes life a lot easier in a lot of places. Nullish coalescence is great. The double question mark syntax does so many useful things. It should not be tainted. And question mark almost always means an if of some form. Single question mark is for ternaries. Double question mark is for coalescence. These things are great. But because of that, this is stepping on existing like mental model space. Apparently there was an alternative proposed. I have not seen this one yet. Personally, I like try in the front or the back. I'm fine with either of those. I actually do like that, though. But at that point, like if you're putting a keyword in front, just put it around a function. Like, I don't like the idea of another way to define variables is my hesitation around 3. We already have var, const, and let. I'm leaning the try here. But the use of a keyword resulting in a tuple still feels a bit strange. But of these, 2 is my personal choice for sure. I hate the question mark at the end. It just it breaks the way you read through it. And the other issue I have with that and with this is they both imply that this function returns these 2 things. Because, like, I'll be real, my brain skips over the variable definition. Like, I just blank on the thing on the left unless it says let, and then my brain clicks in like, oh, I need to pay more attention here. But usually my brain just skips whatever's on the left there. So putting it there, my brain autocomplete's going to read it as error data equals might fail, which means I'm assuming might fail is returning this tuple, which it isn't. And then when I go back to the source code and I see it's not, I get more confused. Putting a try here helps a bit with that. But at that point, you might as well just be calling a function like the safe await that I wrote, right? This is hard. Syntax changes is tough. Like I want to do a poll in chat, actually. Here are the 4 options. Which syntax do you prefer? 1, 2, 3, 4. You need to see the syntax? Here it is. Let's see how you guys feel. I know I just biased y'all, but pretend you didn't hear anything I said. Which of these would you want to actually have as part of JavaScript? Let me know. I'm very curious. Okay, let me pull up the poll so we can have that next to it. I should probably switch which one's which. Separate tabs. Oh, now you can actually see that. That's dumb of me. Whatever. Seems like people are leaning 2. I biased y'all. My mistake. Should have done the poll first. I prefer 2 of all of these. God damn it, Gabriel. Not all of us have an upside down version of our keys on our keyboard. Gonna start adding more upside down keys? Like, what about upside down slash, upside down period, upside down Q, upside down O? Yeah. Seems like within my audience, at least, most of y'all agree with 2 here. And that's how I leaned as well. I get it. I don't love any of these, but 2 would be the better. Wouldn't we have a lot of if error, throw error? Yes. And that's great because now you're being explicit about it instead of the code quietly erroring and you don't see it. That's the benefit of Go. It's tedious to have the if error is not equal nil checks constantly. But the benefit here is that your code explicitly says what it's doing. You have to do something with every error. And I like that. Yeah, I do like this one the most. Oh, you can vote here. Oh, cool. Without my biases, they were still leaning towards try as throw. Cool. You don't get it? It's a proposal. JavaScript changes over time and people propose new syntaxes that get added. This is a different way to handle errors. Instead of the error being thrown, you can return both the error and the response and then check which is which. I think it's relatively simple. Maybe I just missed the beginning. I think I've said all I have to say on this one. Grab this snippet if you're interested. I'm sure there's plenty of others. I'm pretty sure I had Cursor help me generate this one, if I recall. I was getting hung up on the trying to avoid a return type, but without one, no amount of as const was inferring properly down the line. So the return type there is essential. Makes it a pretty simple function that gives you these behaviors. If you like it, awesome. I liked it too. And if you don't, that's fine as well. Let me know what you guys think. And if you're just going to wait for some syntax to get added, that's cool too. I'm very curious how y'all feel about this. So as always, leave it in the comments. Until next time, peace, nerds. Kill. Got one more done. Cool. We're at 4 videos in almost 4 hours. You know what? This should be included too. Fuck it. Thank you for the reminder. Cooper gave me an important reminder, and it's something I forgot to talk about. Sorry to the team for figuring out where to squeeze this. The types of errors are an annoying thing to deal with. The library that Matt showed off has error types built into it, but it would be a lot nicer if they were built into TypeScript itself. The fact that you can infer types for returns but not for errors is obnoxious. Like there aren't really good reasons to not have a type system on top of the errors. And it sucks. So this is a proposal. Apparently there's a different one as well underneath. But the throws keyword would be to say a function can throw a specific error type. So you can specify the errors a given function is capable of throwing. That way when you catch, it knows which errors could exist. It's the best technical writing. Do you have a link to that, CJ? Is it in here? Wrong link. This one you meant to link. Yeah, one of you guys can find that comment from Ryan, that'd be huge. It's in this one? Okay, cool. This one's a big old mess. Throws clause. Yeah. So the problem is if you make this function fn that takes in a number and it throws, if you pass it 0, it's not clear that when you use it that it might throw an error, and it's not clear what the type of the error is going to be, even if you do know it's going to throw an error. That's both very real problems. By introducing optional checked exceptions that type systems can utilize for exception handling. Checked exceptions isn't agreed upon. For example, Anders Hellsberg disagrees with it. Handcuffs. Interesting. We have a whole article. The trouble with checked expressions, a conversation with Anders, part 2. Interesting. This is pre-TypeScript too, talking about how like exceptions are hard to check because you don't know all the things that could cause an exception. I haven't read this. I'm not going to dig too deep into it now. If y'all are interested in a deeper dive on exceptions and errors from the guy who created both C# and TypeScript, let me know and I'll try and get to that. But here we have function fn throws string, same syntax I was talking about before, where you can specify as a return type for the function that it can throw a thing. So here we have a function that is its return is a promise which returns string, but it also has an error that it throws. Got a lot of positivity. Just to clarify, from Daniel Rosenwasser, he's like the PM running the TypeScript team. Great dude, by the way. Daniel is in the fucking trenches making sure this stuff goes well. One of the ideas here is not to force the users to catch the exception, but rather to better infer the types of a catch clause variable. Yes. Cool. You are linking straight to the Ryan comment. Here. This is Ryan's reply. Ryan's one of the gods on the TypeScript team that deeply understands these things more than almost any other human. Apparently this is a long comment. It's going to be a fun one. After reviewing all the comments here over the years and much discussion internally, we don't think that the JavaScript runtime or overall ecosystem provide a platform on which to build this feature in a way that would meet user expectations. Yeah, JavaScript doesn't have errors as a first-class citizen enough to like do this in a way that makes sense. It's too likely you'll get an error that doesn't meet the shape of what you're expecting. But I want to break this one down. Per popular request to either add the feature or close the issue for clarity, we're opting for the latter. As with minification, we're implementing a 2-week cooldown period on further comments. There are a few different facets that have been implied by the proposal, and it's worth sort of breaking them apart individually. The first is the ability for a function to describe what kinds of exceptions it throws with commensurate effects on catch clause variables, like typed exceptions. And also the ability to enforce that certain exceptions are explicitly handled or declared as rethrown, aka checked exceptions. This I can see why it would be really hard to do in JavaScript. This feels easy enough to add. But this is like, I can see when I'm writing the code what types of errors you get. And here, it's like you can behave differently based on those types of things. Overall observations on exceptions in JavaScript. We need to examine how exceptions are used in JS today to see how it fits in our goals of typing idiomatic JS. There are definitely some places in JS where probing the thrown exception is useful. Like you might have code like this, or you might have code that's likely to throw a few kinds of known exceptions. So if it's an instance of type error, we log. If it's an instance, or if it's a string, we to uppercase it, else we just hoist and keep throwing. Since there are usually extremely few guarantees on what kind of values E might actually have, the existing dynamic type test pattern used in TypeScript is appropriate for writing safe code. More on that later. That's fair. You basically never know what E is throwing. And if you're calling JS code, if it's calling browser code, if it's calling other things, E is as any as they come. And you're encouraged to treat it that way. Yeah. It's impossible. As Chad just said, thank you, CJE. This is technically impossible because you never actually know what JS code is going to throw. I could argue similar with you never know what it's going to return, but it's slightly more guaranteed. A proposed TT39 feature, pattern matching in catch clauses, would make these sorts of checks more ergonomic while at the same time providing useful runtime guarantees. I'm curious about this. You know me and my love of pattern matching. Oh, that is nice. Multiple catches with checks. Oh, Oh, that is nice. I do like this. My functional programming brain is very happy with this. Thank you for showing me this. Yeah. Case match, code, enoent. These are the different options for the syntax for it. Those are all cool things. Looking at the landscape of the JS libraries, the sort of rich inheritance hierarchies of various error and exception classes seen in languages like C# and Java are not widely adopted in the JS ecosystem. That's putting it lightly. Most of the libraries I use, I have no idea where and how they error. Apparently, Lodash is 200 pages of docs, but they don't have any description of what kinds of exceptions are thrown, even though the source code reveals that a handful of functions are absolutely capable of throwing exceptions. The one apparent user serviceable throw in jQuery is not mentioned in the docs at all. React mentions some of the exceptions it can throw, but not all of them, and only uses language like throws an error, opting not to include specific information about what type of exception. An 850-page book on Material UI never mentions exceptions and only talks about throws from user code. There are no documented exceptions in Xstate. The Svelte documentation over the course of 100 pages simply says throws an error in one occurrence. You cannot read the node documentation and accurately predict which properties will be present in a failing call, like fs.open, does not exist, error, yeah. There is not good docs on all of these things. And that's actually a fair point. As I was saying, you can kind of know what a function returns. It's harder to know what error is thrown. The docs are a great place to start. And the docs do say what is returning, and they don't say what's being thrown for most of these things. That's a very fair point I hadn't thought of. See Mark in chat. This makes him feel better about the lack of docs about errors and upload thing. Yeah, we're matching the standards set by Svelte and React. But yeah, we should fix it. In reality, passing invalid inputs to most JS libraries typically leads to exceptions only tangentially related to the error being made, like passing a primitive where an object's expected in Xstate produces uncaught type error, cannot use in operator to search for context in 32. That's hilarious. That's like if you pass a number or a string, they're not even checking that in Xstate, so it just throws this obscure error. JS programmers are generally expected to realize they made a mistake earlier in the call stack and fix their own problems, rather than to look for very specific errors like you would get in C#. This situation doesn't seem likely to change anytime soon. Unless you're using effect or something like it. And if you're diving in, like effects catch is you have to use it for everything for it to work this way. But when you look at the quick start, do they not have like an actual like decent example here anywhere? I remember last time I looked through, I was like, oh, there aren't any good examples on the site, really. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to open the upload thing, code base, and look at some effects here. So here we have like effects web server that we're using for hosting the upload thing backend in your project by creating a middleware. And when we use effect.gen, we're forcing ourselves to not just throw, but yield errors instead. And now when we consume them, if I find some code where we're handling different errors, too many use effects in here. Hey, we're using micro for a bunch. They made a special small version of effect for us, which I love. Cool. Ignore the type errors because I haven't installed anything here recently, so this is all just like out-of-date types. But we're calling micro, which again is just a smaller version of effect provided by the effect team. And we return micro.tryPromise, where we handle the try and we handle the catch, and we turn this error, because again, we're calling fetch. So if that errors, we don't know what it is. It's this browser standard error. It could be a shit show. So we manually call it, or we change the catch to take that error, and we create a new fetch error and instantiate that how we want it to be shaped. And now we pipe it to micro.map, which is the place where we actually assign the URLs we got from there, and we trace it with our fetch tracer. But now when we call it, we know and can filter on good or bad states. So we can call micro.filter or fail. Okay, cool. Pass it on. If it's not okay, then we return the bad request error. And now when we map it, we won't have the errors. This is a way to like filter out the ones that failed and still hoist those errors while passing the success values down. But this is like, we had to write our own custom fetcher. We had to write our own custom fetch error. We had to write all of these things in order to glue this together this way. And the code that we're writing barely even looks like TypeScript anymore. But this comes with a massive win that we now know where and how errors occur and also can manage those the way we choose. Because every point throughout, we can handle those errors. Has this code been hit? This code absolutely gets hit. It gets hit all the time. And it is finally the result of this code being written is we have a much better idea when a user has an error with upload thing, where it came from, because we own those error processes now. It's a really good thing for us to move to. It took a while. I still barely understand it because I haven't had time to contribute to it much yet. But the team, specifically Mark and Julius, they seem to really get it now, and the code they've been writing is awesome. Yeah, so unless you're using something like that, you're probably fucked. Yeah, as Ryan says here, there isn't a culture of strongly typed exceptions in JS, and trying to apply that culture after is unlikely to produce satisfactory results. Why is it absent in the first place? Now we get to blame the language. Fun. Language capabilities. This culture is a predictable consequence of the way that JS exceptions work. Without a first-class filtering mechanism to provide the ability to only catch certain exceptions in the first place, it doesn't make much sense to invest in formalizing error types that can't be usefully leveraged by developers. The other reason is that strongly typed exception hierarchies are rarely used. The other reason that these aren't really used much is these sorts of exceptions are not needed in the same way they are in other languages. Interesting. Other languages have critical constraints that aren't present in JS. Pervasive, explicit, and imperative resource management, wherein every function needs critical cleanup code to ensure correct long-running operations of the program, things like free and delete. Oh, that's a fair point. If something fails in JavaScript, you can expect the garbage collection to deal with it going forward, where in other languages, if something fails in a certain way, you need to deal with that and clean up the result to not leak memory. The other languages also don't really let you return different types of values from a function, so they have to error in the different cases instead. And there's often lackluster support for first-class functions. JavaScript, you don't have to worry about any of that. Apparently, he breaks down all of these in detail. I feel like I understood those points already. If you want to better understand these, right now, before I forget, I'm going to go put this in the links so that this source will be in the description if you want to read this whole thing in detail. Now here we have an interesting call out of avoidable as well as unavoidable exceptions. Avoidable errors are logical errors in the calling code, like you call .find32 on an empty array. These should never occur in production code, and you can always avoid them by calling functions correctly. It's a you're holding it wrong type thing. But there's unavoidable ones, like network sockets being closed during transmissions. You can't control these things. They should be considered always possible, and programmers should always be aware that they might happen. In other words, something went wrong. So let's talk about typed exceptions. Even setting aside the lack of exception typing in the wild, typed exceptions are difficult to describe in a way that provides value in the type system. Typical use case for typed exceptions would look like this. We try some code and we catch E. Be nice if we knew the types of errors E could be. There's a super type of what we think some code can throw, or automatically type it based on what errors we think some code could throw. Current state of support. As a baseline, we need to look at how TypeScript handles these cases today. Consider some basic exception inspecting code. If E is an instance of type error, log. If E is a string, we write to uppercase, else we throw it. Who else here? Let's see some chatters. I know I'm not the only one who's written basically that exact code before. I want some ones in chat if you've written that. The specific, let me get back to it. The 3 checks on error. See if it has a message. If it doesn't, check if it's a string. And if not, you just say fuck it. Because I know I'm not the only one who has done exactly that and just said fuck it. I keep losing the comment because I keep doing things. Where the fuck did that comment go? I love GitHub. Cool. Is that not where I was? Okay, there we go. Cool. Good old GitHub. Let me make sure I switch this link to. What the fuck did that even do? All of my tools are failing me right now. Cool. Yeah, look at all those ones. A lot of us have done exactly this. Yeah. This code already works. E.message is strongly typed, and property access in E is correctly refined, even if E is any. E.to uppercase is strongly typed as well. More cases can be added, like detecting E as an instance of range error. If we accept as a broadly true principle the following: most JS code doesn't have documented exception behaviors. Most JS code has at least some indirection, so it can call code with undocumented exceptions. That's an important one. Even if a given function has handled all of the errors it directly calls and it can directly cause, if it calls something that can throw as well, you have no guarantees there. So the whole hierarchy, top to bottom, has to have these types or it's useless. And then, of course, safe handling of exceptions requires taking both of these into account. I agree with all of these principles. It's funny, it's like in my head when I was talking about this with Mark last night, like why don't we have typed errors in TypeScript? I was thinking through these things, but wasn't smart enough to say, yeah, that's the case. Like in the end, I concluded like they probably should at this point. Like it can't be that much different than how chaotic a return is. I'm wrong. This is fucking chaos. But yeah, as Ryan says here, if all of these things are true, which we can agree they are, then the right code to write and put into your code base is the code that we had above here. Since we can't actually know which of these types there are, even if we strictly type things more often, a throw, as CJ just said, like returns don't bubble, throws do though. So that thrown value from the wrong function could come all of the way up. Real problems that we need to be considerate of. And the only way to properly consider those in your code base is to do this bullshit. So we're kind of stuck with this code. Very fair points. Yeah. The default throw state of unannotated functions. 100% of function declarations today don't have throws clauses. Also a fair point. If we added this throws, then we have to make a decision about what to do with functions that don't have one. If it doesn't have one, it might be that it doesn't throw an exception, or it might be that it throws any exception. If we assume that these unannotated functions don't throw, the feature doesn't work until every type definition has an accurate throw clause. Also fair, because do something one throws need exception. This one can throw awesome exception, but we didn't specify it. Now when we do this try catch, this error is incorrectly typed. If we assume all unannotated functions do throw, the feature largely doesn't work until every type definition in the program has accurate throw clauses. Do something one, throw need exception. This one doesn't throw, but we didn't annotate it. So now E has to be unknown, even though we know this doesn't throw. So we either have to annotate this throws never or something like that, or we just blindly assume. Very fair points. Assignability would also have to take into account throw info. Just throw function void equals anonymous function throw new type error, don't call me yet. Foo gets passed just throw as a callback, and we call the callback here, but we gave it a different type. Yeah, that's actually a very fair point. If we have this type for just throw, and it's throwing and it's wrong, and now we're passing this function here, does this definition here for what we're passing it also have to specify what errors can be thrown to the function you pass it? That sucks. That's a very fair point. Getters and setters can also throw. God, hadn't even thought of that. There's a lot of very good points here. Okay, you've convinced me. We can't just add this for type accuracy, What about checking the exceptions? There's a whole separate section here. How long is this section? Jesus. Yeah, there's a lot to say here. This part's not actually as long. We'll go through this quick. Checked exceptions, the other half. A related feature request is the ability to have checked exceptions, as in Java or Swift. The feature require functions, or this feature has require function, retake. This feature requires that functions either catch specific exceptions or declare that they rethrow them. So if a function calls a function that can error, it either has to handle that error or it has to throw that error up or a different error. You have to do something based on the errors. Beyond Java and Swift, though, no other mainstream programming language has adopted these features. The common opinion amongst language designers, including ourselves, is that this is largely an anti-feature in most cases. If I recall, the Swift developer regrets this because of how much harder it makes like the compiler and type checking work. Checked exceptions aren't seen in any of the widely used and liked languages today, with most new languages opting towards something closer to the result type, which is a pattern in Rust, also similar to what they have in Go, or as also a similar unchecked exception model. Porting this feature to the JS ecosystem brings along a huge host of questions, namely around which errors would be subject to checking and which ones wouldn't. The ES spec itself defines over 400 places where an exception is thrown, and the spec clearly doesn't make a hard distinction between avoidable and unavoidable exceptions because it wasn't written with this concept in mind. The distinction is also fuzzy in some cases. For example, type error is thrown by JSON.stringify when encouraging a circular data structure. In some sense, this is avoidable because many calls to JSON.stringify by construction cannot produce circularities. But other calls can. It's not really clear if you should have to try catch a type error on every call here. Fair, like if you know that what you're passing to JSON.stringify is fine, you shouldn't have to catch it, but now you have to have the syntax able to specify that. And the syntax error being thrown by JSON.parse if the input is valid is impossible in your application, or it might be impossible to have it happen or it might not be. How do you specify those things? Same with regex. Do you have to force a try catch around every single regex? The only way you can make regex worse is if you add try catch to all of them. So what would change there? I love this. This is actually a really important thing I think everyone should do when they have a hard stance on something. You should be able to clearly state what it would take to convince yourself otherwise. For example, I think Flutter is a garbage pit, dumpster fire, terrible framework that no one should ever use for anything. But I can be convinced otherwise. I need to be shown a Flutter app that I would actually use every day. That's all it takes. If somebody can make me a good enough Flutter app that I actually use it and don't mind using it, I will immediately go unlist all of my videos about Flutter. I'll even make a new one apologizing. But until I have that one good Flutter app on my iPhone, I'm going to continue saying it's a garbage fire dumpster pit that nobody should fucking touch. Hopefully you can understand what I'm saying here. Every hot take you have, you should be able to clearly state what it would take to change your mind and get you to walk back on that. So until you show me that good Flutter app, I'm not changing my mind. Let's see what it would take to get the TypeScript team to reconsider typed errors. These are the 2 points that they would consider, that would make them change their mind here. Widespread adoption and documentation of strong exception hierarchies in JS libraries in the wild. So if everybody moved to effect and never throw, they would reconsider. Or TC39 proposals to implement some sort of pattern matching criteria to catch exceptions. Arguably, this would just work by itself the same way InstanceF works today. This is, funny enough, the syntax that started this whole video, so that could happen. There we go. So, TLDR. Any feature here implies a huge amount of new information in DTS files that isn't documented in the first place. Yep. Good exceptions introspection, like catch E if E instance of X, already works today. And anything more inferential than that is unlikely to be sound in practice. Yeah. Love that. Cool. So that's why we don't have it in TypeScript. Now we just need to find the right syntax to have it at all. Apparently, we got some new syntax proposals. Let's take a look at those. There you go. I just gave you a nice gift phase. You have a place to put this right before we go over those different syntaxes. Hopefully, this fits naturally there. If it doesn't, I trust you to trim accordingly. I'm sorry for this mess. Hopefully, you can figure it out. Marker, end of extra for error vid. Cool. Doesn't, well, that's what I pay you for, lol. Yeah. Poor FaZe. Yeah, he has been stitching together some fucking messes for me lately. I'm proud of him. Yeah. Once we have typed errors, better checked exceptions would make a lot of sense, but I think it's just kind of riding the coattails of that. And then it says other languages suck too, so why would we do it first? That's a fair point, yeah. Should be a good one. Cool. Gabriel, first off, are you here? Second off, did you make a decision on the right starting point for million? Vid is same as article? Article it is. Fuck it. We doing it? Let's do it. What I would do, hear you out? Okay, let's hear you out. Yeah, the amount of editing poor FaZe has to do to turn these into videos is unbelievable, and he fucking kills it. We're at over 4 hours and 4 videos so far. Start with the article to intro and then switch to the video. I promise you this is not how Cursor's doing things. Cursor's a pretty hard fork at this point because VS Code extensions are very limited in what they can do. The UX looks similar-ish, but like I promise you this is not just like what Cursor's using. Yeah, these types of rumors tend to spread a lot where somebody will be like, oh, that's basically just what this open source project is doing. And then through games of telephone, it becomes, oh, they're just using this. Yeah, I like that. I like this plan. We'll do this plan. Cool. Every once in a while, I miss the old web, where random experiments you could never have even thought of just appeared all the time. As much as new tools and technologies have made it easier to make websites, I feel like the fun ones have kind of vanished. Flash was a bastion of really crazy, fun, exciting new things you could experience every day when you opened your browser. It's been a while since I felt that way. I did feel this way again recently, though, with a really exciting project. This might not seem that crazy, but I promise you this is a wild ride. We're talking about 1 million checkboxes. What is 1 million checkboxes? It's just what it sounds like. It's 1 million checkboxes. It's a website that had 1 billion checkboxes. What's interesting about it is that that set of checkboxes is shared across every person on the site. So when I check a box, it's checked for everyone else there. Same with unchecking. This almost became something like the Reddit place board where people could draw things and try to maintain them and people were fighting constantly and battling it all out. It's similar in that sense, but it was its own website. I don't know if it's still up. I think he might have taken it down because it was brutal to run. Yeah. This was a really cool project. And at the time, seeing so many people playing this together was unbelievable. And he shut it down once every single box had been checked at least once. But the process to get there was absolutely crazy. He's done a phenomenal job of documenting everything throughout. And he even made his first YouTube video to tell the story. And I want to go through all of that with y'all. I already reached out to Nolan. He was really excited about this. I'm so excited to see his video. and to hear the story in depth, this is the closest to the old web I've seen in a long time. And I want to go through this with y'all. So let's do it. This is the original blog post. This will give us the context of what happened, and then the chaos that ensued afterwards we'll get to right after. I made a website. It's called 1 Million Checkboxes. It has 1 million checkboxes on it. Checking a box checks that box for everyone, and it makes some numbers go up. You can find it at 1millioncheckboxes.com. Why? I don't really know. This idea came up in a conversation with my friend Neil. This is Neil fun, right? It has to be. There's no way this isn't. Of course it's fucking Neil. Of course. There's no world in which this type of brain isn't friends with the other people with it. Like, on one hand, I was praying internally that maybe we finally had like a whole separate place where Neils were being created. But it seems like Nolan here already is in that circle. I would kill to have another corner of the web that created people like this. But it seems like this corner is still the same one. It's awesome because he's not alone in coming up with these things, that he could be friend with Neil. If you guys don't know Neil, you have to. Some of the most incredible web experiences I've ever seen. Infinite Craft is the one that most recently went viral, where you have elements and you combine them and it becomes things. And then you can access these things once you've created it once, over and over again. And I think it's using AI, and it says, like, what would these things combine into? And then it comes up with a different word, and it keeps a key value store of every combination, so it can check for that combo, so you don't have to run the compute every time. But now we have a really fun game. And like even like random non-tech YouTubers, like I know Ludwig was doing speed runs of this. Like, who could speed run to these specific words? And there were bonus points. If you create a word that no one's done before, it will have a new discovery thing on it. This is so cool. Infinite Craft, I almost made a video just breaking down how it works because it was so fucking cool. I love it. It's such a cool project. And to even come up with things like that requires a very special type of brain that I'm jealous of and I do not have. And the author of this is very similar. And I'm pumped that he has a friend that is like this, because doing this, I can't imagine being alone like this. Anyways, here are a few fun tricks that he used to make this work. To efficiently store the state, he used a bit array. Checking box 0 just flips the first bit in that array. This is a fun point. Remember this. He's using a bit array to store these values. I accidentally skimmed through some of how crazy this was before. This comes up later. Keep that in your head. He stored the state in Redis, since Redis calls can easily flip individual bits of a value. I didn't know that. That's cool. He broadcasts individual toggle updates via WebSockets and pushes out a full state snapshot every 30 seconds or so to make sure that clients stay synced. He also uses React Window to avoid rendering checkboxes that aren't in the view. Clever. If you're not familiar with React Window, it's a package for virtualizing what section of the page is visible. So if you're not in a specific scroll area, it just won't render those components. Virtual scrolling, it's hard to do. Window does it really well. Is there anything else you'd like to tell us? Not much. This was fun and fast. I did run into one bug that was baffling. I'll tell you about it real quick. When we toggle a checkbox, the server does something like this. Bit set index value. Pretty simple. This is the original implementation. This.size is size, this.bits, new uint32, math.ceil, get to get a value, set to set a value. No, look at what we get for each of these implementations when we set the first bit. So we start it. We have these. Then we insert 2. Our Python implementation treats bit 0 as the leftmost bit of the leftmost byte. In JavaScript, we're grabbing the rightmost bit of the leftmost byte. What? Oh. So a byte's 8. And when you call the bit set, it was giving you the right bit of that byte instead of the leftmost bit of the leftmost byte. I think both of these are wrong. But yeah. Fixing this meant deciding whether he wanted to use his model of data as 1 million bits or 125,000 bytes, and that these are two different things. The bug appeared mid-refactor. Enough about the bugs. I want to see the chaos of what this or how this went. I was going to read the article, but since he wrote the article, he published a video. And I am very excited because, again, this is one of those rare, like, super creative minds. Finding these people is incredibly, incredibly unusual. Having them do something like this, get discovered, and then share this with everybody is even cooler. And this is his first ever video. I immediately subscribed. I'm going to do something else. I'm going to hit the bell button because there's no way this dude is going to post a video unless he's doing something else similarly groundbreaking. And I want all of y'all to sub to him as well. I'm going to go put his channel link in the description now because if my view count on this video is higher than his sub count, I'm disappointed in y'all. Because this type of genuinely novel approach to building cool, unique things on the web and then sharing it is something that we absolutely need to celebrate. He did something genuinely special here. And I want to make sure he's set up for success the next time he does something like this. Let's give this video a watch. And also, if you want, feel free to go watch his video first and come back to see how I react to it. Your call. But at the very least, if you haven't subbed to him at this point before I hit play, I'm unhappy with you. Just like if you guys in live want to see it before I do it. Let's dive in.
So recently I thought my most popular project had...
How are the audio levels? That looks good to me. Cool.
So recently I thought my most popular project had been hacked. The project was called 1 Million Checkboxes, and if you haven't seen it, it was a website with 1 million checkboxes on it, which you probably could have guessed. But
he summarized it in 11 seconds. It took me like 5 minutes. Special brain. Especially, do you know how hard it is to make something that complex and still talk about it in simple terms? Most people, when they build something complex, they can't take the complexity out of their head long enough to explain it. They just say all the details and not the thing that it is. So that's like it's a silly thing to call out this early, but the fact that his brain works that way, where he can put all this effort to build this complex thing and still give you the simple part. Founder mode. We spotted founder mode. Anyways.
The trick to the website is that all of those checkboxes were global. Checking or unchecking a box, checked or unchecked it for everybody else in the world immediately. And I built the site in like 2 days. I really didn't expect it to be very popular, but I was super, super wrong. Within hours, there were thousands of people on the site. Within days, there were 500,000 people on the site, and people checked over 650 million boxes in the 2 weeks that I kept the site.
650 million boxes checked. That's like 1/10 of the global population. That's a level of traffic that most of us will never comprehend. All for a silly experiment like this. That's so cool. That's so genuinely fucking cool.
Online. Over those 2 weeks, it got a ton of media attention. I did interviews with the Washington Post and the New York Times. There's a Know Your Meme page. There's a Wikipedia page. It was crazy, and it was so fun.
And all deserved and more. Like, this is the first time like this has happened other than Infinite Craft since like the old Reddit r/places thing. Like it's been so long since we got something like this. My only concern is he feels like this isn't deserved, which is I hard disagree if he feels that way because this is incredibly deserved.
So keeping the site online was a big, really interesting challenge. I wrote a long blog about it that I'm going to link below, but I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about this story. But to tell you this story, I need to give you a little context. I love to build experiences that let people interact with strangers on the internet. It's one of my favorite things to do, one of my favorite things about the internet. But one big problem that I think about when I do that is that some people are assholes on the internet. And so I try to constrain that.
My face was covering. It says some people are assholes, period. Kind of funny that I was covering that up. Yeah, I can be a bit of a dick, but planning around that is hard. I don't know what direction he's going to go here, but it's part of what I would consider like the beauty of this project is it's much harder just on the surface area for an asshole to do something malicious with that. Like it is with r/place, people were doing nasty things with the graphics. It's like you're drawing. Like the worst you could do with this is draw an inappropriate shape with the checkboxes, and even then, it's going to be hard to maintain it. So, as a way of avoiding assholes, this concept is actually very, very clever. Somebody said in chat he's actually a Bennett Foddy. Yes, yeah, Bennett Foddy. That way of solving things and coming up with things is it's so unbelievable to me. It's one of those rare times y'all are going to see me genuinely jealous of how someone else's brain works. Like, it's just, this type of creativity is so foreign to how my brain computes things. It's fucking cool. And I hope that my genuine hype around what he's doing is coming off, because this is one of the coolest things I've looked at on stream and in a video, for sure.
Those constraints can take lots of different forms. I've built a website that crops video in real time to only show faces so that people can't show you gross things.
Knowing that Omegle just got shut down, that is a hilariously clever way of building an equivalent. I like this framing a lot.
And a phone number that only lets you say the words rock, paper, or scissors so that you can't say gross things. And those constraints tend to work pretty well, but one cool thing about them is that they produce some of my favorite stories based on how people work around, play with, or subvert.
I need one of these. I need a "this is foreshadowing" tag to put over myself on the rare times I think through my videos ahead.
Those constraints. So what was I worried about here with 1 million checkboxes? Well, I was really worried about drawing. I understand, and I bet you do too, what happens if you give the internet a public canvas where anyone can draw anything.
Beat me to it. As a safety engineer that worked on a lot of these things at Twitch, I had a thing I called the dick test. Like, how hard is it for the service to delete this if someone does it? So like, if you add a new way for users to upload images and someone uploads a dick, how hard is it for the admins to find that and delete it? And if you failed the dick test, you can't ship because I'm a dick and I'm not going to let you do it. It was a whole thing. But yeah, he's prepared.
So I tried to lock that down. And what I did was a little subtle. I made the number of checkboxes in a row scale to the size of your browser.
Genius. I didn't know it did that. I didn't really play with it enough to know, but yeah, that means that you can't. It's funny, 'cause like I fight this the other way really often, where I'm worried about like, how do I make sure it looks the same at all aspect ratios? He's going the other way. It's like, how do I make it so this is so inconsistent you can't draw something? That's clever as fuck.
So here you can see I've written the word example, but it only shows up when I stretch this window to a very specific size. And what that meant is that if you wrote something rude on your phone, it wouldn't show up for me on my laptop, and vice versa. I think this ended up working great. We didn't get bogged down in gross graffiti, and because the constraint was pretty subtle, many people didn't even realize that it existed in the first place, which...
Something I want to comment on here that I just thought about this more. I wonder how many of these great, clever experiences people like him come up with that never get to ship because there isn't an easy way to solve the safety side. Like, how many ideas did he have that he gave up on early because there wasn't a clever solution like this around them? That makes me sad to think that the toxicity of the internet and the amount of assholes online has prevented more ideas like this from shipping. That makes me sad. I'm gonna have to think about that more.
I kind of like. All right, so depending on your background, this part's going to be a little technical. I promise it matters, so please bear with me. For 1 million checkboxes, I needed to store state for 1 million checkboxes, and a million's a really big number. I can't count that high. So I wanted to make sure...
I'm a JS dev. I can barely count higher than 15.
...to store the state for 1 million checkboxes efficiently. What I did is I said, well, a checkbox that's checked or unchecked. That's just like a bit, right? Like a bit is either 0 or 1. So we'll just have a million bits that correspond to our checkboxes. Bit 3 will be 1 if checkbox 3 is checked, and 0 otherwise. So we'll just have a million bits in our database. There are 8 bits in a byte, so that's 125,000 bytes, 125 kilobytes. That's actually just not very much data. That's not the size of a song. Computers can totally handle that. So, a couple of days into launching the site, I was exhausted. I had barely slept, and I had just finished rewriting the backend in Go with the help of my friend Elliot. And for some reason, after that, I chose to dump my database. I looked at the raw bytes in an ASCII encoding. I don't know why, I just did it. And this is what I saw.
This is the part I was slightly spoiled on. This is when things get mind blowing. See that? Catgirls.win. Also notice like some of these are wrong. Like there's a dash instead of a slash. There's a capital T here. Something's going on here. I'm so excited to see what and better understand it.
What the fuck is that? Catgirls.win was sitting there in my database and I panicked. I freaked out. I assumed I had been hacked, which I think was a pretty reasonable assumption.
I will say outright, if this happened to me, I would not have been smart enough to figure out what it was for a while, if ever.
I started searching through my code, searching through my logs, trying to figure out, did somebody log in? Is there a bug in my code? Is someone stuffing this URL into my database? Oh my God, this is so embarrassing. This is my most popular project. It is being viewed by thousands of people and I've been hacked, but I couldn't find anything. Everything seemed okay. Nobody had logged in. There were no bugs in my code. And then finally, wait. I looked at the checkboxes on the website that corresponded to those URLs. Like that H right there, that's a byte. So that's 8 bits, 8 checkboxes, those 8 checkboxes. And I realized for all the checkboxes that corresponded to these URLs, there was a repeating pattern. And if I changed something in that pattern, if I checked or unchecked a checkbox, the pattern immediately reappeared.
He accidentally made his own DEF CON puzzle. If you haven't watched the videos I did recently about my experience at DEF CON and the music box puzzle that I solved, there's a lot of overlap here for a lot of reasons. But it's funny to think that he had accidentally built his own version of that puzzle for himself that other people created using it as an interface. When you do something this novel, where you create a site with 1 million checkboxes anyone can change, you've created a platform for similarly weird creative people to do similarly weird and creative stuff. It's so cool that like what he created isn't just a single web experiment. It was a platform for weirdos like himself to make awesome weird shit. I love this so much. This is like the best of cat girl profile picture anime Twitter, but like so much cooler.
I hadn't been hacked. Somebody was writing me a message in binary. Now, the way that this works is a little technical, so again, please bear with me. But we can convert the data that we have in our database into letters. And the way that we do that is that we walk through that data 8 bits or 8 checkboxes at a time. And we look at the number that those 8 bits, that 1 byte represents. It's going to be a number somewhere between 0 and 255, and we can convert that number into a letter. There are a lot of different ways to do this, but one popular way, and the way that I happen to do it, is using ASCII, which represents a mapping from numbers to basically the letters that you see on your keyboard.
I have to say, like, what are the chances that he would dump his own database and run it through an ASCII transform and discover this? That has to be relatively low chance. And the fact that he did and then dug to figure out what was going on and all this happened is so fucking cool. Also, Mark, if you can turn on the AC for me, I still can't from my phone. I'd appreciate it. It's not on and it's getting bad in here.
So someone was sitting there checking and unchecking boxes to form numbers that formed letters that spelled out this URL. And they were probably doing this with a bot to make sure that those boxes remained checked and unchecked in exactly the way that they wanted them.
That also reminded me, I got hit up by somebody who helps run this. They specifically wanted me to say more should join, and I should too. So I'm going to. And if you guys want to as well. Oh, their goal is to break 1,000 people. Looks like they did that. Congrats. The boxes have been checked. I'm in. And if others want to join as well, you have the URL. I have no idea. I do not endorse or condone anything going on here. Just, I respect them for reaching out and saying they want more people in it. Join if you like.
With a bot to make sure that those boxes remained checked and unchecked in exactly the way that they wanted them to. All right. catgirls.win/OMCB. Catgirls.win. Obviously, I click the link. And the
When somebody gets linked to you from catgirls.win, like, is it phishing? I don't care either way. I have to know. With that domain, you have to know.
link goes to a Discord, and the Discord is called Checking Boxes. So I joined the Discord, and someone is really excited to see me. And so we chat for a second, and then they ask me a question that blows my mind. Have you seen your checkboxes as 1,000 by 1,000 image yet? And I said no, and they showed me, and it looked like this. So there's a lot going.
Okay, I have to go on a tangent now because this just small worlded the shit out of me. I did a video on my on my third channel, Theo Throwaways, that nobody fucking watches because it's my throwaway videos. Y'all might have heard of Noisha. Noisha is a roguelike game with one of the most interesting game engines ever.
Blah, blah.
Because everything in the game engine is physically rendered. So every pixel can be broken, moved, destroyed, interfaced with, and interacted with. It's one of the craziest game engine projects I've ever seen. The way things like... I just need to find some examples of him destroying shit. Yeah, like everything here, you can break the ground and the particle physics all work. Like the engine is kind of what you're playing. It's not just a game. Like the engine is the game. The 1.0 trailer. I promise you guys this tangent is more than worth it. Yeah. If you remember the old like Dust game, like the Java applet in the browser, it was inspired by that and went 1,000 times further. The team has done a bunch of random like the team has covered a lot of the cool things they did here at different like games conferences, discussing and breaking down how this engine works. It's super cool. It's super cool. But I promised a cool tangent. We're going to go further. The lead dev, actually, I don't know if he calls himself the lead dev because there's a small team now, but the guy who made a lot of the engine and came up with a lot of the concepts, Petrie, is one of my personal biggest inspirations, especially with the thing we were talking about before about the old web. I would check this site every day during homeroom in middle school. Back in 2008, 9, 10. Every single day, the first thing I did when I started the day, there were 2 computers in my like homeroom room in middle school. And I would get there pretty early. And I and a random other person would take those 2 computers and just dick around, finding things online, playing games and whatnot. And the first thing I did every single day was check Clooney Games to see if we got a new game. Because every single month, he would make a new game. He decided that he wanted to try out new ideas for games and game development. So every month, he would spend 1 week building a new game out. And some of these were incredible. I want to find, he has the list. Cut till I get to it. Phase. Previous. Like all the way back for this one. Cool. Yeah. So he had to add this disclosure on top for a reason. This particular game that he released in, does it even say here? I know it was 2007. It said it here, yeah. June 1st, 2007. This game broke me. It fundamentally changed my understanding of like what a game and a game engine was. Crayon Physics was a fun little game written in Flash, if I recall, where you would draw things with crayons and you had to get the ball to the star. This, come on, why that linked same tab? Cool. It was so cool solving these physics puzzles by drawing random objects and having them interact with each other. It was so cool. And also remember, I was a middle schooler, and these were all things I could download for free, and there was a new one every month. So it was like I was getting constant free games that progressively broke my brain more and more and in different ways. And this one destroyed me. I couldn't stop thinking about and talking about this. Like, my friends were annoyed with me in middle school that all I cared about was this fucking crayon physics thing. And this one did well enough that he eventually went all out and made this his first full game, Crayon Physics Deluxe. That wasn't just like a single game on PC you could purchase. He also released it on iPad. And I got to play this in middle school on the, we had these crappy, like, I think they were called smart boards that were really bad touchscreen interfaces with a projector that you would put onto it to like draw something in Windows on the fake whiteboards. And this let me play it on an actual whiteboard. And it was the coolest shit in the world. This like it's hard to put into words how much this impacted me and how much it made me think about what software was capable of as a kid. I probably wouldn't be a developer if it wasn't for the profound impact this particular game and this particular developer had on me as a kid. And earlier, when I was talking about this whole like old web thing, this is what I was thinking of the whole time. The era of the web where random shit like this would just happen. It spawned a whole subset of Flash games. It's the reason things like so many things came as a result of this. Like World of Goo happened because of this. That spawned a whole new era of indie games. Things like Scribblenauts happened because of this. That bridged a huge gap of like indie and unique concept games on real consoles. The amount of doors this opened for so many people is hard to put into words. So all I'm going to do is explain it for myself. This game, and Petrie Puro in particular, absolutely changed my life, and I cannot properly detail how thankful I am for it. So as silly as it is to have a little Noisha logo drawn in their 1,000 by 1,000 grid here, that is confirming my whole thing here, which is that this is a resurgence of the web I grew up on. This is the magic of people just doing unique, cool shit and respecting the others who do it and learning from it and iterating on it. Like this crazy Discord of cat girls who made the text embed as well as these graphics at the 1,000 by 1,000 image. They could only do that because of the platform Nolan created with the Million Checkboxes website. But that's how all of these things feed in together. And that's what made this old web beautiful, is that people would come up with a crazy idea and then more people would iterate on it and it would evolve and develop and change and become all sorts of different things and create whole new ecosystems in the process. Like Petrie is one of the meaningful like entry points to the indie resurgence. We might never have seen like indie games being as successful as they are today if it wasn't for Petrie's genuine excitement to just come up with new game ideas and showcase them on a silly little blog that not enough people checked. And that seed was planted in a way that I don't know if we would end up here. Obviously, there's some butterfly effect here. Like anything different in the past could have changed where we end up. But I'm genuinely not sure if these types of experiments would be happening today if it wasn't for the incredible innovation and impact that Petrie had on these types of developers. And I would guarantee at least a handful of the people in that Discord knew who Petrie was and were similar to me where they grew up on the same shit. And I really hope in the future there's enough things like this that the next generation of developers, especially the weird ones, could be inspired to keep being weird. Apparently they're saying hi in the Discord. Oh God, what else are you guys doing? That was, oh boy. I'm going to be sad if it was like some random. No. Oh. I'll be a little sad if they don't know. Petrie, I don't know if y'all are listening right now, but Petrie fucking was one of the kings of the weird web. And that's the energy that this whole project has channeled. Yeah. He made 6 and is a legend of the old weird web. Okay, Maven is here. Cool. Oh. Apparently this is the person who made the Noisha on the thing. This is exciting. I will be so hyped if I can confirm my belief here. And if not, that's cool too. Scroll up to the GIF. Oh, in gallery. That's actually cool that they had a GIF, that they have a GIF showing how it changed over time. That's so cool. Never thought I'd see the day I'd be talking to Theo. I don't know if this is a hater or a fan. Either way, I dig it. This is cool. Honestly, like, even if it's a little sad they don't know who Petrie is, it's really cool that they unknowingly channeled the same energy and helped this magical moment from the old web come back again. It's so fucking cool to see this all come around full circle. And I do really feel like this is the same vibe. The feeling I felt waking up every day, going to school just to hop on the computer and check if there's a new Clooney Games post. That feeling and that excitement is what this was. And yeah, I love this. I have to finish this video though. Discord rate limits. Let's get back to the video.
Going on here. We've got be gay do crime. Love that. But also we've got the binary message that we found. Above that, there's a base 64 version of the same message linking to the same Discord. Base 64 is what I used for transport.
I like they put a base 64 there too, just in case.
And finally, we've got a QR code with full error correction also linking to the Discord. The Discord was full of very sharp teens, and they were writing this message in secret with tens of thousands of people on the website to gather other very sharp teens, and it totally worked.
That's so fucking cool. I again, I was a fucking dumb teen that kind of was above average when you consider like the people I was around, and that's how I found things like Clooney Games. This is the same thing. This is the old web. This is the thing that got me excited about the internet when I was a kid and got me into fucking software. It's so cool that there's now a bunch of this new era of kids who found each other early on. And it's weird having all of these random things and tangents I came up with early on come together like this. But like the same way he could find Neil and be friends and come up with these crazy things together, these kids could use his site as a platform to find each other. It's so cool. It's so cool.
There were 15 people when I joined, over 60 people in the Discord by the time that I left. I tried to make it hard for them to draw, but they said 1,000 times 1,000 is a million. No problem. They found a way, and they started drawing some very cool things. They put a Windows blue screen of death on the site. They put...
Okay, that's fucking hilarious. That's so good. I'm sure the QR code still links to catgirls.win. I have to confirm that. Just who I am as a person, I have to know. No, that one's the actual Windows error one. They actually put the receiving blue screen, like the full actual official like blue screen page from like Microsoft. Like it's the actual same one. That's almost funny. That is funnier. God, that's so good. That's so good. The bottom one, I know that one does go to their Discord, but the fact that this one is the actual QR code you get when you blue screen on Windows is fucking hilarious.
Sexy Jake Gyllenhaal gifs on the site. At the end, I removed...
Oh, Lily in chat is the one who made it. Thank you. You did. It's hilarious that you made something that's like 100% accurate. That's so good. This whole thing is so good.
Moved all my rate limits for an hour as a treat, and they did a real-time Rickroll across the entire site. It was sick. It was so cool, and I found this so moving.
That relationship to the fact that he like removed the rate limit to let these kids do their thing because he was excited to see what they would do. Because the whole reason he had these limitations was out of concern people would abuse it. But the people who abused it, because of those rate limits and all of those protections, they built their own culture around abusing it in a really cool and clever way. So then he got to remove those barriers and all of a sudden they could do anything. That's so cool. To go back to the Petri Puro thing, he was very limited about what you could do with Flash and what you could do with these like browser engines and games, and also what he could do in a 7-day window. So once one thing went better than he expected, he got to remove all of those limitations and go all in on it. And that idea of excitement coming from the box you're in, an opportunity coming from when you finally break out of it, is so real. And this shows like that's where real creativity happens. Like there's always been a meme that like creativity happens when you have limitations. It's absolutely true. And these people were so creative when they had the limitations. They had built a mental model and framework for applying that creativity. As soon as he removed even just one of those limitations, they got to go insanely far with it. It's so fucking cool.
As a kid, I spent a lot of time doing dumb stuff on the computer, and I didn't get in too much trouble when I, for example, repeatedly crashed my high school mail server. There's no way that I would be doing what I do now without the encouragement of people back then. So providing a playground like this, getting to see what they were doing, provide some encouragement, say, hey, this is amazing, was so special for me. The people in that Discord are so extraordinarily talented, so creative, so cool. I cannot wait to see what they go on to make. So that's...
Ending videos is hard. You just got to come up with a boilerplate and reuse it, or just not. So, yeah. I will say, like, this has been insanely well paced, almost to the point where, like, I feel bad pausing because this is a fucking phenomenal video and a phenomenal... This whole thing is so... I just need to shut up and let him talk.
That's my story. I've never made a video before. I'm trying to decide whether this is something that I want to do. So if you like the video, like it. Let me know.
Easy. Say less. Do this more. This is so cool. I'll let you finish, but please make more videos and make more cool things. This whole thing is dope. And just having a human to relate to through it helps. The article and the tweets were cool. The project was even cooler. Seeing the genuine human and emotions behind it, that's the coolest.
No. And if you've got feedback for me, I'd actually really love to hear that too, but it's the internet, so be nice about it. If you want to keep up with my work, I make YouTube shorts about the games that I create, so you can subscribe to me here. And I've also got a mailing list that I'll link below, so you can follow me that way if that's what you prefer. Finally, I've got a website where I write detailed technical blogs about what I create, and I'll link that too. But regardless of what I end up doing, thank you so much for watching. This was such a special thing to get to experience, and I'm really, really excited to get to share it with the internet. And I'm going to keep making games no matter what. The internet can still be fun.
I was doing a good job holding it together. That last line fucked me up. Like, I'm so goddamn lucky. And it's people like Nolan and Petrie and that stupid fucking Discord of crazy cat girls that put me in this position and let me do what I do. Like, it's silly to get like that. I'm actually tearing up over a million fucking checkboxes, but I am. The internet being fun is why I'm here. This is so fucking cool. This makes me feel like a goddamn kid again, in the best sense. Thank you, Nolan. Thank you, everyone who got us here. I got nothing else. Keep making fun stuff, y'all. Peace, nerds. Fuck. That's a goddamn special project. I really hope there's more things like this. Checkboxing. 1 billion. Oh, God. Oh, God. Zoom out. Never change. I really need y'all to never change. Go to the other pages. Okay. You don't have to include the other pages. This is a really nice endnote. There's a working tic-tac-toe on 4. That's hilarious. That was cool. My cat is screaming fucking nonstop. I need to open the door anyways. I'll be back in a second. Thank you, Turtles. Yeah. I'm happy I decided to cover that one still. Part of me was like, yeah, Prime already did it. He already has a video. I don't want to step on other people's toes. I'm really happy I did that one. That was a special one. Yeah, I am too. Thank you for having me watch the video. Okay, my cat stopped screaming and he started again. I'm going to go check to make sure that there isn't actually something wrong. BRB. Confirmed. Cat is fine. He's just being a needy asshole. How is he loud enough I could still hear him? I put him in my room. Goddamn cats. Whatever. You built a t3.gg on page 11? Love it. Let's figure out what to cover next. Gotta get my shit back together. I have to bitch about this Notion thing, so I'm gonna bitch about this Notion thing. I'm gonna go insane if I don't, because it's so hilariously stupid. Now my other cat is screaming. God damn it. Why are they like this? What routing stuff, Gabriel? They're not screaming because they want to be in. They're screaming because they want me to go out and give them attention. And I did just now, and now they're going to get only worse from here. I recently made it so the cats can't come into this room when I'm recording because they fuck things up. When I'm recording in my other office, or my bedroom, which is my other studio, they come and hang all the time. Oh, this, yeah. This I can do literally whenever. There's no time pressure on this one at all. I definitely want to cover this in the future. But I'm also waiting for them to get a little further with their proposal so I can cover that. Figure out what it takes. What's the minimum? This is actually a decent question. Like, how do you go from side project to a proper business? Figure out the minimum amount of effort to get 5 people using it. And do that. And get 5 people using it. And then whatever breaks when you're doing that, fix it. And through that process, start adding self-serve. But like, making it work for one person, then making it work for everyone, that shit doesn't work. You're going to go insane. Make it work for one person, then a few people, then a lot of people. I don't know how... Oh, the SSR benchmark one. Fuck, that one I do have to do. God damn it. I absolutely have to do that one. Probably today even. Fuck. Yeah, we missed so much shit. RS Pack, I don't have too much else to say. Like, I'm pumped that they launched it, but like, there isn't much there on top of the previous video about RS Pack I already did. So like, I did one for like their release candidate. If you can grab stuff for the SSR benchmark, that'd be cool. ChatGPT switching from next remix. I put out a request for more info on that, actually. Let me see if that came through. It did, and my request was they're publishing some stuff. Cool. I also have a fun thing I've been working on. My team knows a bit about this, but I have a ton of inside info on JPEG XL stuff from Google and Mozilla right now, and I'm really excited to drop that in the near future when I finish organizing it all. I have some fun things about JPEG XL coming, so make sure you stay tuned for that if you like image format shit, because it is a fucking bloodbath behind the scenes. I did not think it was as crazy as it is. Oh, man. Oh, man. Huge shout out to the people who have been helping me with that, by the way. Like, there are some really cool people working on JPEG XL stuff, and they are very smart and very thorough with the work that they do. So this we're waiting the new blog post for the SSR benchmark, right? I also want a blocked label. If I don't have one already, I should add one. On updated blog post from Theo. And the ChatGPT picked remix. ChatGPT moved off of next. Waiting on Eng blog from OpenAI. I'll add a blocked label after stream. Speaking of doing things with Notion, marker, Notion, annoyance. I hate to just keep roasting Notion because honestly, I love it. It makes my job possible. I can't imagine running multiple YouTube channels and the things that I do without using it. But it has some annoyances. One I've complained about in the past is the way the calendar views today button works. I understand why it's broken now because it's more broken in this exact moment. So if you haven't already seen me cover this in the past, oh boy, I have to change the size a bit so you can see better. There's a today button. And you would imagine that what this today button does is goes to today, which it does as long as today is within the first week of the month. So let's say it was the 18th and I clicked today. If I'm scrolled really far and I click today, it doesn't go to the 18th. It goes to the first week of the month. I always felt like that was kind of weird. Like, why does it only go to the top week? Why wouldn't it just go to the right place? I think I figured out why, and I think it's because of a separate bug. Previously, and I can't demonstrate this for reasons I'm about to show, when I was here, I could just scroll up to see in the past. But if you see me right now, I'm scrolling, no movement's happening. I can go down still, but I am hard locked. I can't go backwards. I can't see August. I think I've debugged why this is happening, and it is so fucking stupid that I had to make a video about it. So, something interesting about this month is that Sunday was September 1st. So right now, no other month is visible. Let's say that Monday was September 1st instead. We'd be seeing the last day of August here, which means that August's data is now being fetched and rendered. So now August exists in the calendar view. I could scroll up to it. And if I scroll past it, it can fetch the next one because it's within that scroll boundary. Since the first day of the week's also the first day of the month, none of August rendered. And since that trigger to get more loading would have been above August, I'm hard locked here. I have no way to see August other than to click this button to go backwards. And now it will behave as expected, where I can scroll up and down indefinitely. But the today button locks me in September. My fucking Lord. I still can't fathom how it's in this state. I don't know if it uses... Somebody asked, can I change my machine's date? I'm not sure. I'm going to try. I hate fucking with date settings in macOS, but for the experiment, fuck it. If I was on my Windows machine, this would have been a no-brainer, but I'm not, so... Date and time. Cool. Turning off automatic. Touch IDing. And now we're back in time. Oh, cool. That did work. And now today works. Good call, Gabriel. So now I can show the bug. So it thinks today is August 28th. So when I click today, it goes to August 28th. No, it goes to the top. The fuck. So that's bug number one. And this is the one that I really, really want them to fix because I have a big calendar. So today, requiring 2 fucking page scrolls sometimes to get to the right thing is so annoying. I can't believe they haven't fixed that yet. But the fact that I can... Wait, no, does it hard stop there too? Okay, that makes me feel a little better. I'm still hard stuck here and have to hit back to go further back. Even though I can infinitely go forward. You can scroll indefinitely down, but you get hard stopped scrolling backwards. How is it this broken? I don't get it. It's like yes, date time is hard. That's been a meme forever. Like, shout out Tom Scott for making one of the first YouTube tech videos I ever watched. I've mentioned, I don't think I've ever mentioned a single YouTube video more than I've mentioned this particular video. The problem with time and time zones, doing these things right is really hard. I'm not saying it's not. Doing them this wrong is equally hard. and arguably more impressive. Like, how are there so many subtle, incorrect behaviors in this thing? It's actually unbelievable. I see in chat, this might be the reason why they acquired Cron. As someone who has talked with a lot of those people, I am certain it's not. The reason they acquired Cron is different. I can't open my Cron because I have actual like things I can't leak in that. But what they did is in Cron, they embed the optionally, obviously, it's not forced. I can choose to include my content calendar from Notion as a source in my actual calendar, and it will put these events in there like normal events. And in that sense, it's cool to be able to synchronize my calendar for when my meetings are with my planning like Notion board for when I'm publishing videos. It is very nice to have in my calendar the ability to see what video is supposed to come out today. It's cool, but they have not touched this view. In fact, the last time I made a video about this, which by the way, I don't know which channel this one's going on, but I made a video on Theo Rants. It's going to be one of the more popular, almost certainly. Oh, it's not even that popular. Yeah. Here, Dear Notion, an open letter to Notion. Notion, I love you. That's annoying. Sorry. I'm going to mute it because most of this video is just me bitching about the calendar view. And they tried to fix some of the things I brought up in here. The first one is the truncation of the text, especially on like zoomed in and smaller screen sizes. You basically can't use that text for anything. You're like, you don't know what any of these actually are. Previously, it would also include like this little icon, and other things could be bumped up to be in that same thing. Like if one of these had a comment on it, I think that one might still happen. Test comment. It does. Now we're getting a single letter of the title here. That's such a useful view. Even if I zoom out to a more reasonable level, you just get so little context. Like AI pla? What? I asked for word wrap. They gave me 2 lines, but when they changed it to do 2 lines, they couldn't get the ellipses to work. So they reverted it. They also had made some changes to, I forgot what specifically, but they listened initially and they were actually trying to fix the things I brought up. And they have since reverted literally every single thing they fixed for me because it caused other worse bugs. The really bad one that they caused when they were trying to fix this for me is they broke locking. So right now my database is locked, which means like you can't add a new column, you can't add a new type, you can't delete and remake sections of the database. You can still make new items, you can still move things around, but you can't change how it works. In their process of making changes for me, they somehow broke this in a way where you could no longer drag and drop in a locked database. And when they reverted that, they also reverted a few of the fixes. And it has since been probably 8 months. So 3/4 of a year. And it's just as broken, if not more so. And now with today, the fact that we are now hitting September 1st, the way we are, meaning I can't scroll back in my calendar at all. This is just dumb at this point. It's annoying. And I'm not expecting them to fix everything for me. I'm expecting them to make this like a perfect product based on my weird YouTuber needs. I should be able to read the title of a card. And more importantly, and I can't believe I'm making a second video just to bitch about this one thing, but I absolutely am doing this. Today, the button that says today on it, it should bring me to today. And any designer who disagrees is not a designer. And I can't imagine any of them do, honestly. Like, I would imagine that there's a lot of designers and product people who see this and are pissed about it. They tell Eng to fix it. They're like, okay, we'll get to it. And then they don't. So please make the today button, bring me to the right week. And if you have the time, maybe, just maybe, make the titles collapse properly. It'd be cool. If you want to see me break down the levels of frustration I have with Notion, I have a much longer video where I do that. Check that out on my second channel, Theo Rants. I don't know which one this is going on. I think this is going to go on main, honestly, because it needs more attention, and I can clickbait this into like, how is this so bad? But like the level of UX incompetence in some of things in Notion, specifically in the calendar, is absurd. One other that I was noticing recently is really annoying is like you can't control click because they hijack control click for this menu. So if I want to select multiple things at once, I have to shift click the first one and the last one. But if I control click, close out and do that, that works. But there's a bunch of cases, I can't even remember what they are, but I regularly run into a problem where I want to schedule a bunch of things at once and it won't let me. And one of the cases I hit, I think it was command click. Yeah. I accidentally opened like 15 tabs because command click's supposed to be to select one thing, or option click, which just opens it. But the only option I have for this that is reliable is control click. Like, let's say I have these two selected. Okay, I can't even do it. Okay. If I wanted to select these 3 videos, skip this one, and select this one, there is literally no way to do that. I can shift click the first one, or close out, shift click first, shift click third. I have no way to add this one in without adding this as well. There's literally no way because they hijacked control, option, and command for different select behaviors. There is literally no key I can click. Control click does this menu and it deselects everything else. Option click opens this in a new tab, obviously deselecting everything else. Command click opens that one in a new tab instead of on this tab. There is no way for me to add one more thing to the selection because they hijacked all of these keys with different useless behaviors. What? Why? Like, if you're taking away a native key from my keyboard, the functionality needs to be essential and intuitive. It is neither for this. And I know these seem like unnecessary UI gripes to call out, but please just let the keyboard do what it was built to do. And if you're changing what it does, you need to have a really good intuitive replacement for the things that you're overriding. One I just thought of, does shift control click work? Nope. Does shift command click work? Yes. Okay, I found it. Shift command click is the hotkey, and I just had to like film a video and think about it this deeply and guess and check, and finally I could find the right hotkeys that I guarantee are not documented anywhere. Notion, I genuinely love you. You're one of the most important pieces of software in my life, and I couldn't do my job without it. Please, for the love of God, fix these things. I am sorry. I'm even going to send you guys this video before I post it, and I know you're going to watch it. I know you're going to promise to fix it, and you might even do it this time. But I shouldn't have to keep fucking doing this. It shouldn't be up to me, a random YouTuber that happens to write code, to help you unfuck your UI. You're better than this. I know that because you built one of the greatest pieces of software in modern times. Notion is one of the most flexible and useful tools I've ever used in my life. If this was any other tool, I would have just churned and made my own or found another alternative. But there's so many subtle things that Notion does incredibly well compared to any other option that it makes Airtable feel like a side project. Please fix this shit. Please. And if somebody wants to make a better Notion alternative that can solve the use case of this database thing, let me know. But do not hit me up until you have a working calendar. Excuse me. Anyways, make good calendars. Peace, nerds. This here before I forget. AppFlowy does not have the database stuff anywhere near what Notion does. Oh, it's open source on GitHub? I might give this an honest go. I'm curious. I want to see their calendar. Embed. You're in high school. How do you have $6,000 in Airtable credits? Oh, that link should be in. Is actually documented? Okay. How do you have 600 Airtable referrals in bed? What the fuck? Obsidian is comically not viable. Obsidian is for personal note taking, not collaborating on a team about organization of like planned things. There is no concept of a calendar in Notion. There's no concept of anything other than fucking Markdown in Notion. No, Notion, in Obsidian, not Notion. Like Obsidian is for people to take notes and nothing else. Literally nothing else. Jesus Christ, how did you invite that many people? Yeah, like Obsidian's an Apple Notes alternative, not a Notion alternative. Yeah, I'm tweeting that one. Thank you. I hate to just keep shitting on Obsidian, but it's such a niche subset of what anyone should care about. Unless your life is obsessively collecting information and having a tree of it in your computer, no, like Obsidian's just not for you. Like it's so specific, and I'm so tired. Also, I only recently learned Obsidian is not even fucking open source. It used to be, and they closed it. The fuck? Why is anyone pushing it? I wanted the app flowy calendar. Really good docs here on their calendar. Last updated a year ago. Oh, it's a plugin. It's not even part of AppFlowy. Great. Nope, not useful to me. Calendar view. This is a project plan from 2023. Cool. I literally can't use AppFlowy. Good to know. This sounds about right for Obsidian. Okay, how are we doing on... That one's done. Don't know where it's going, if at all. I should talk about the ShadCN CLI. Cool. Phase intro. Just me reading the tweet. Get a nice zoom on it. Introducing the new CLI. Install anything from anywhere. Add components, themes, hooks, functions, animations, and generated code to your apps. This marks a major step forward in distributing code that both you and your LLMs can access and use. Let's take a look. Oh boy, am I excited to take a look. If you don't already know ShadCN UI is a thing I've talked about quite a bit and used even more. It's the perfect combination. Like if you've seen my old video about how to think about UI libraries, Shad almost feels like it is the natural conclusion of all the things I talked about there, where it provides the useful components without compromising on the ownership. Because with ShadCN, it's not a library you're installing, it is components that you're adding to your project, and that code lives in the project. You might already know about all this, but just in case, for those who don't, if I hop into PickThing, the service I actually just released today, believe it or not, we can hop into components/UI, and all of these are the buttons that were generated for me by ShadCN. The dialog box generated for me, drop-down menu. I have the source code here. So if I want to change things, I want to maintain things, I want to update things, it is all code I own, and there is no compromise there. And that's why I like ShadCN so much. Not because it's a beautiful designed library, not because it works really well in TypeScript. I love it because it is writing the right code and putting it in your code base without compromising the ownership. That doesn't mean that it doesn't use packages. It still uses packages for things that make sense to. Like in here, the React dialog, the React drop-down menu, slot and switch. These are all provided by Radix, which is a headless UI library is the term, because these provide behaviors, not ways things look. And then Shad integrates it, gives it styles, adds Tailwind, all of that to make it look and interop with your code base really well. It's just a set of really well-designed components. But adding them to your code base has been a weird thing because it required that you had all the right dependencies, all the right versions of things, Tailwind already set up and configured, and all of that. And then you put it in the right place so it could interface with other things. Like if the accordion needed to use the caret, which was a different component that they provided, getting all of that to interface together was not easy, which is why ShadCN created the CLI, where you can run the command to add something directly. Over time, the stuff you could do with ShadCN grew. V0, created by Vercel, and Shad, who works at Vercel now, was built to make it easier to generate UIs. And when you generate a UI with this, it is actually using a lot of ShadCN components in the process. So if I have like a page or a gallery of pictures with a drop-down menu on top to select a tag, and it will now generate different UIs based on the prompt that I gave it. Phase, feel free to chop to when this is done. Cool. So now we have this fake UI with profile images and the filter by tag. And I can click and drop down. But if we look at the code, this is where things get interesting. See that this code that they gave me is importing drop-down menu trigger, all these things from @/component/UI/drop-down menu. I could go just copy this code and drop it in my code base. But if I don't have all of these components already in my code base, it's not going to work because it's expecting those. So what they added is the ability to run the CLI command, npx v0 add, and then the hash for this specific instance. And not only will it create this particular component, it will also grab the ShadCN components that it depends on to make it as simple and reliable as possible to grab this AI-generated code and drop it in your code base. And that's why the CLI is so interesting, because the first version of ShadCN was copy-paste the code in your code base, make sure you install the right things. V1 was the CLI. V2 is arguably, funny enough, named V0. It's the AI generation thing that we just showed with that special CLI to add that specific generated version. And now we're on V4, which is the ShadCN overhaul to make it way easier to add anything to your code base. What do I mean by anything? Let's dig in, because what we have now is way further than we were before, but what's coming is even more exciting. First up, the CLI now has support for all major React frameworks out of the box. Next, Remix, Vite, and even Laravel. Yes, if you're using Laravel with Inertia, you can now use the ShadCN CLI to initialize ShadCN's components in your PHP apps. At least somebody in the PHP world cares about user experience. That's a joke. They're actually pretty good about that. That's why Inertia exists. Yeah. And as I said here, when you initialize a new app, we update your existing Tailwind files instead of overriding them. That's huge. As someone who spends a lot of time putting crazy things in my Tailwind configs, the fact that ShadCN and it would override that pissed me off a lot. So fixing that is huge. A component now can ship its own dependencies. Take the accordion, for example. It can define its own Tailwind keyframes. That's huge. If the accordion has its own animations and it's using Tailwind for it, it no longer has to ship that as custom CSS. It can just add that to the Tailwind config And that's kind of the magic of what they're doing here. No longer does the shadcn template just run a pnpm install and then add these files to your code base. Now it can actually introspect and modify specific files based on specific needs. And that's why I'm getting excited, because I see a future where I could run npx shadcn add upload thing, and it will add upload thing to your code base and put the right files in the right place and add the right layers in the right spots. Using this CLI is the way to do it. I almost made this CLI myself. I actually snagged the T3 NPM package, and my original plan was to build something like this to make it easier to just add things to your code base. I might still do it. I have to use that package for something. It's so cool. But like, that was a specific goal, and seeing them achieve it here is really cool. As Shad said, this means we can now install hooks, utils, themes, animations, routes, and complex blocks with multi-file components. Everything is added right where you need it. This is a huge unlock for code distribution. Yes, absolutely this is. And I am so excited for what we could potentially do with this. This example, npx shadcn add login 01. It grabs it from the registry, it creates those, and now the new login page just exists in your code base. How cool is that you can run a command and it creates new routes and new experiences in your app based on their syntax for defining it? It's so cool. It's so cool. You can also install remote components that are using URLs. So if we have a V0 block, something we chatted with V0 about, you can add it that way. Someone just dropped an example in chat too. That doesn't have anything in it, but you could point it at a JSON file and it will parse the right things from it if it's formatted correctly. Oops, did not mean to do that. And it will just add that to your code base. That's so cool. They also improved the init command, which is huge because the init command was not reliable before. It's a small thing, but like, I hate the @ syntax. Just, it's a personal thing. I like the ~. Apparently there's something else that's better. I forgot what it was, but there's a thing that like exists in JS natively that you can use here instead. I have a thing saved about it that somebody shared, but I have a personal preference and it did not like my personal preference in the past. I'm thankful that they fixed it. Ooh, mentioned in the changelog for the direct links. I'll grab that there. So this example, they init a shadcn project, sidebar 01, login 01, so it's adding those as well. You can create a new next project with this. Pick your theme. And now just running the npx shadcn init command with a couple of those, like the things you want to add, you just created a new next project that has the login page and the other route, the dashboard. All this by running those two commands, or that one command. That's really cool. The ability to like use this to add something that you quickly generated to your existing project, or even to start something new. If I was one of those startups that's trying to do like prompt-based generation of like apps, I'd be shaking in my fucking boots right now. Yeah, we created a new schema that you can use to ship your own component registry. And since it supports URLs, you can use it to distribute private components. That's actually really cool. If you had a URL that's only accessible on like a VPN, you could use this to hit that as a way to like, if you're spinning up a new project and you need your company's like design library, this will let you hit that on a private network and get it directly. That's so fucking cool. There's a whole changelog for us to dig into as well here. Okay, so components.json will now exist in your project. Apparently you can, look, they called out my weird case here. You can use different import aliases by specifying it there. That's really cool. Shall we init one? I'm curious enough. Let's do it. pnpm. Start your next project. Is this double nested? Whatever. Now we have this. Why did it use bun if I did pnpm? Is it defaulting to bun when you run pnpm? The fuck? Whatever. Small thing. I remember this happening in the past with the Create T3 app template, funny enough. Let's go to dashboard. Yeah, that just worked. Am I running my project locally? Is that why the CSS is wrong? No, it's not. Okay. Seems like there were some issues with the CSS and the coloring here because a lot of that is not following contrast rules. It's possible it's using the dark mode because of my computer. Yeah, this looks like the dark mode is being handled properly. This looks like it's not. Yeah, because they have the separate dark rules here, all applied as variables, by the way, which makes it a lot easier to change these things and have them persist everywhere. Heavy use of CSS variables to make life a lot better. But the really cool thing is it's giving you the code. It's not like it's generating this code or grabbing it from somewhere else. You never get to touch it. Login form is a file in my code base that is using all of these components that are from ShadCN, and I can go in here and change it and use it however I want. That's really cool. And the exciting future that I see here is the ability to have this be your onboarding flow. So imagine if instead of login form being this generic thing with no functionality that gets added, what if you could add clerk login form or stack off login form or Lucia login form, and it will add this code and the logic and the package necessary and the endpoints if those are necessary too. The thing I'm excited about here is that this isn't just like ShadCN being easier to adopt to do UI things. This is a step forward in how these init things work. The classic docs page, everyone's had to write at some point of all the steps to add this thing to your project could be replaced with a single command. And then you can just read the diff. And that's, as silly as it sounds, one of the things I'm most excited about. To run the command, see the thing working, and then understand it after. Because right now, the order of events is the opposite. Is I have to go through the upload thing docs, I have to understand what each of the pieces is, add them all to my code base, and then I can see it working and know if it's for me or not. What if I could run one command, see the thing, quickly determine if it's for me or not, and then read the diff afterwards? Being able to use this to add things to existing code bases in that way is genuinely really exciting for that reason. I am hyped to see what it will look like to just read the diff. And even here, since it initted a normal next project first, we can still read the diff. Here we see it adding the Tailwind or the CSS there because it didn't already have it. Here we see all the packages that were added with the command that we ran, because that command needs all the Radix UI stuff for all those different pieces. We can see the way it changed the config for our Tailwind config and all the things it added there. And we can see these new components here too. We can see it created the app sidebar component, all the things it's importing from Lucid, which is a ton, but it's using all of those icons for things. The nav menu, the nav pieces all from our component library, the sidebar, and it's so easy to dig through this and see what actually changed. And now if I put it up for code review, others can see it too. Being able to understand a thing, not through the docs, not through the getting started, not through all of those as blockers to try it, but being able to just run a command to try it and then look at how it affected your code base. This is a thing I've said for a while. Like, if you want to learn a code base, like if you want to learn how upload thing works, the intuition might be to start here. But if your goal is to deeply understand upload thing and to really understand, like if you wanted to contribute to upload thing, you don't get there by reading through every line of code starting at the top. The code tab, this tab here, is not the tab you want to start with if you want to understand code bases. You need to start with the pull request tab. In here is where you'll start to really learn and understand how this code base works, especially if you look at the closed PRs that merged. Here you'll see what code is actually changing, how it's changing, and why we changed it. You'll get a lot more out of this tab. And that's why I'm excited here, because this makes it easier to get to that part where you can really understand how these things work. Okay, that's a much better Git diff view. Thank you, Mark, for sending me this. On the topic of diffs, every once in a while, someone smart, like, Guillermo Roche, and then my CTO, it gives you this piece of useful info. Let's see. Git config. Also, by the way, hide my email. Really helpful thing you can put in here. Undo, reset -- soft. Now you have a git undo that for the most part works. Also on push, auto setup remote true. Life changer. Oh, that was so necessary. I wish I had that years ago. Cool. Now we have that. Theoretically, git diff. Okay. Yeah. That's a lot better. I now have syntax highlighting when I'm diffing locally. Did not think I would significantly change how I do code review locally while filming this. There we go. I'll drop the link to Delta in the description as well. This is actually really cool. It's a syntax highlighter differ. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Fuck yeah. Thank you, Mark, for nerd sniping me with that one. And the Guillermo tweet. You can also add line numbers. Ooh. Only catch there is it makes copy paste break, but copy paste is already broken. It's a fucking diff. Who cares? Okay, yeah. In my new CLI tools video, it goes. Also, LG, by the way, lazy git, similarly fucking dope. Doesn't have syntax highlighting though, and now that I've seen that there, I need to find a way to add syntax highlighting here, or even just change the diff view in it. But yeah, more for me to deal with later. Hopefully, this is good info for you guys now. The future of installing things is bright. Anything ShadCN does is magical. I think he touched on some of their plans here too. Oh yeah, I hate that source directory is not the default in Next. Happy that they added that. Oh, this one's great. Somebody is using V0 and like the Shad CLI to create Minecraft, writing as little code as possible, because all this shit supports 3D stuff now too, which is nuts. Yeah, here's just a V0 chat. That has resulted in a Minecraft clone in the browser written primarily by AI. This shit's like starting to advance in ways that it can actually meaningfully improve our workflows. And that's very fun. Speaking of which, if this stuff's interesting to you, cursor video coming soon as well. So keep an eye out for that. I ain't nothing else to say here. CLI's dope. Hope you guys are excited about it, because I'm pretty hyped. Let me know what you think. And are you going to use the CLI? Yeah, fuck it. I don't need a real outro. That's all. Until next time. Peace, nerds. Kill. One more down. Delta navigate equals true. Makes n jump between sections. I just page up, page down. I don't need to hop between sections. That's a cool thing. I should probably add it, but I need to look more into Delta. I have a video I'm planning for a bit that's like a general-ish, how do I put it? It's like a CLI tools I've been using. If I search CLI, yeah, cool CLI tools I've been using. Increasingly growing list. Yeah, this video is going to be fucking fire. My like cool CLI tools video, because I've kept a very boring CLI for a while. And it's gotten a lot less boring recently. And it's time I cover that. I've been going for about 6 hours. I did put my current stack in here. I didn't realize I'd already put that in there. I thought I forgot to. I just had too many things that I was covering. Move to trash. Oh god, the data fetching tier list one. I'm so excited about this idea. The like a tier list of all the different ways to fetch data in web apps. Oh, I can't believe I didn't come up with this idea before. It's going to be so fun. Yeah, since I was unable to film for so long, I just slowly stockpiled ideas. And now I have like 100 I'm ready to stream and then like hundreds more that I'm not. Yazi, the file manager. Is that a CLI thing? I know I need to do FCF. What's the one that I think it was a Planet Scale engineer quit and is working on a bash history thing full time? Is that FCF? Oh, is it a Tuin that I was thinking of? Yeah, Tuin's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, I have so much shit that I have to film. I need to bump up to 2 streams a week for a bit probably before I next travel to try and churn through some things. Because I want to really lock in October and just code the whole month. So we can get a good backlog going before then. Oh, that'll be great. NCDU, it is not. Seems somewhat niche. Yeah, the one coming up is going to be nuts. I'm losing energy fast. I should have done this one today. I really have to film this weekend so I don't miss the cursor hype train. I kind of want to do this one just because I know I can do it relatively quickly. Fuck it, I'm doing it. Last one. The remix one won't be because I'm waiting on a blog post. I'm waiting on apparently I got inside info that we should expect OpenAI's engineering team to post something about that in the near future. So, waiting on that. Did they delete it already? They did. Cool. Fun. I think we're ready to start with this one. Cool. Who doesn't love a good web scale meme? If you didn't see this tweet, not too many of you did, to the point where I probably shouldn't be making a whole video on it, but I have opinions, I have feelings, we're going to do it. So Zieg, the CEO of Sentry, also a friend of mine, made a pretty funny tweet here where he posted a screenshot from the Next.js and Vercel database documentation where they show this interesting endpoint, pages/API/create_pets_table.ts. And in here, we have a Next API request and response. And when you hit this endpoint, we're actually creating a table in the database directly. So the way that Vercel was implicitly recommending we do this was a bit weird, because instead of running the SQL command on the actual database, they have you call it via their SQL tag and then run it locally and then post to this endpoint to trigger it. Kind of silly sounding. But there's a few reasons why I think this is this way. I can't see the old version because they've since changed it. But my guess is that the /app version wasn't just an endpoint you hit. It was a server action. I say that because I do this. And I know I'm going to get made fun of a whole bunch here. Why would you ever do this? Why would you make an endpoint to do something as simple as a database migration? Isn't that super insecure? Isn't that terrible? Why would you ever do this? Because you've been dunking on this a lot, and I understand why. So hear me out for a second, because I'm going to do my best to defend this one. Okay, I need to find my talk that I did for render. Probably put it in content. Yeah, I did. Nope, I did not. Render talk. There we are. I need a better way to organize these things. Folders are wrong. I really should have, like, I almost want to come out as like a big anti-folder figurehead. Anyways. This is the finished one, if I recall. Let's find here. Okay. This is a project that I built for my talk at Render ATL. The talk was abusing Next for fun and profit. I rotated between using Next for funny things you probably didn't expect and then showing how they could actually be useful. Or just memeing. Somebody found the app router version. Oh, they really did that way? Okay, that makes it a little harder to defend, but we're still going to try. Okay. Apparently, Prime tweeted the next app router version, and this is admittedly harder for me to defend, but I'm going to show the semi-different version that I actually do support and think is kind of cool. So we're going to go to my page here named data. This is the unfinished version. Let me hop to the finished version. Damn it, bash. Yeah, I did. Cool. This is a bit chaotic even for me. This project here is a seemingly normal Next project. In API/app, I'm serving an Angular app out of my Next app because I thought it would be funny. I bet it even still works. It does. Look at that. I even have interactivity in Angular inside of my Next app. Totally normal, right? Yeah, the point of this part was to demonstrate how powerful API routes are, that you don't just have to serve and receive JSON. You can do other things with it, which is fun. But the more interesting thing I did was the /bash route. This might get angry because I don't have Mongo set up right now. I could do that. Orb stack. Skip this version. Spin up my Mongo cluster locally. There we go. Cool. So the demonstration I gave as hilarious and absurd as this sounds, is how to migrate a Mongo database to SQLite. I actually might have done the other way where I migrated the SQLite to Mongo. I don't remember which I did. Regardless, I'm going to show how I did it because I actually think this showcases why doing this type of thing in Next is fun and also kind of reasonable. So we've all had to write crappy bash scripts before to do weird things. And we've all probably even tried writing CLIs where we could have custom inputs and like step through the thing instead of it running all at once. Writing good UIs for your CLI is hard. That's just a fact. And writing good CLIs in a way that everyone can consume them and understand them, that's even harder. But if you can use another thing to build a UI around that CLI, interfacing with it, stepping through it, debugging and understanding it can be a lot easier. And if you want to run things in different orders, you can. And that was the point of this demo. I do a couple fun things here. The big thing here is I have my legacy database and I have my Mongo database. Both of these are use server calls. These are effectively endpoints that you can hit via the UI. In this one, I grab all of the values out of my legacy DB and I set them to content, which, by the way, this runs on the server. And my server is my local instance. So now when I click this button to get contents of legacy DB, and then it sets that value and it revalidates the path, it's going to do something interesting. So yeah, that's the first button, which is run server code. 999 rows. How does it know that? What are those rows? What is happening here? Well, if we scroll up here, we'll see, since content is this thing that just exists here, and I just set it to a different value and then re-rendered the page with new HTML. If no content, return null. Otherwise, we return content as any.length rows. So this is using the server code in this server variable that has all of my rows from my database, and it renders it. But if I want to access it, I can too. If I go in the browser now, I have in my console a fully interactive ability to window.content, if I can spell. Oh, this one I have to refresh for. I forgot about that. One quirk. Cool. And now the server is generating this with this script tag here that I'm dangerously setting to make this a variable that I can access. That's really cool. The fact that I can use a server action to change the state of this data on the server and then use a quick script tag hack so I can play with it in my interactive CLI to do things with it, that's actually really cool. Which means if I'm doing something like I am here with this database migration, I can make sure I have the data that I expect and that it's coming through here the way I want it to. This is all randomly generated. I'm not doxing people, don't worry. I can make sure it's all formatted how I expect. And then I could run my move data to Mongo function here, which again, just happens because I click the button that is bound, button type equals submit, form action equals move data to Mongo. It's that easy for me to write a JavaScript function that does something on the server side that might be intense, it might be heavy, it might be something I did with, I don't know, writing a bash script before. But now I can step through it. I can run the server code, I can validate the outputs, I can run my move data to Mongo function. It's like, God, I do not want to know how to connect to Mongo via bash or the CLI. I would only ever bother dealing with Mongo stuff through JavaScript and TypeScript. So now I can. Const Mongo client equals await get Mongo. Results is await Mongo client dot collection dot insert many. Run migration. And if we look at my terminal, look at that. It ran it. It has way more items because I already had done this once, so now it has 2,000 items instead of 1,000. But it's that easy to do. And if I wanted to delete things, I can do that here instead too. So if I change this from insert many to delete many, not even going to put a filter. We're just going to see what happens if I don't. And now there's no rows at all. Gotta love Mongo and its lack of specificity. But it's actually really nice to be able to this easily run that, have that data, then run the migration and see the result. I I will defend this. The ability to quickly build a UI for complex and scary workflows and things like here, I even have that select call using like SQL directly like that. It is actually really fucking nice to be able to quickly build a UI for this type of thing and step through it and pause to see results and work with. I understand just exposing this as an endpoint is scary, especially if you're under the assumption that somebody's going to ship this like this. But they do not write these docs with the assumption people would ship this. They wrote these docs as a way to help people get set up without having to leave the code base they're in. And a hard reality to accept, this is a hard one for me as well, is that the best tool isn't the one that is most perfectly tailored for the task you're completing. It's the one that can complete the task you're trying to complete that you already understand the best. The less you have to relearn and change the way you do things, the more likely you are to complete the task. And if I'm already spending my whole day in Next.js TypeScript projects, relearning the quirks of Bash, figuring out how the fuck to interface with Bash and SQL and Mongo together, dealing with the weird states between all of that, and not knowing until it's done if it worked, that sucks. Or I can lean into the fact that I know Next well enough to do these types of admittedly silly things. And I'm not saying every Next.js knows it well enough to do this stuff right. There are a lot of quirks and gotchas and things, like the fact that this window.content doesn't run when it gets updated. And the only way to make this run is to refresh the page. That's a silly quirk. Most people won't know. But that's fine because I do. And it lets me ship faster and in ways that I better understand. I'm not saying this is for everyone. I'm not even saying this is for anyone. I'm just saying you might be surprised at how convenient it is to use the tool you already know well as a way to build an interface on top of a thing that you don't know that well yet. It's actually a really nice method to start experimenting with things that you might not be familiar with. Like me, I don't know fucking jack shit about Mongo. I haven't touched it since 2010. Being able to play with it in this way is a huge relief. And I feel like I'm taking advantage of my knowledge and my understanding of how these tools work to wet my feet in this thing I don't understand that much yet. And someone in chat just made a really good point. PHP devs have been doing this for years. Yep. PHP devs have used PHP to do shit like this literally forever. In fact, if you Google search how to port PSQL dump to MySQL, the result, the script that people recommend to populate a MySQL database from a Postgres dump file, which I totally haven't had to do before. The script you use is a PHP script. Yeah. If you want to do, or like if you're trying to move your Postgres to MySQL because you want your Postgres to scale, there's a PHP script for you. And I knew that was the recommendation because it has been for a decade plus now. But when the JavaScript devs do it, we make fun of them. I don't get it. Especially because I know Kramer in particular here is quite pro PHP and the Laravel guys. To not realize this is the exact same thing is almost funny to me. So yeah, while I don't defend making this an endpoint you have to hit, the idea of using the tools you're already using to build interfaces on top of things that you don't know that well or that you might be a little scared of doing is awesome. And if I had done this instead in Bash, the likelihood of me making a mistake and the likelihood of me not even seeing the mistake, much less knowing how to debug it, all of that's much higher than if I take advantage of the tools I already use as a way to dip my feet in this thing I'm less familiar with. And then my CTO says in chat, but if I make numbered endpoints, I can use them for DB migrations. Until next time, peace, nerds. Kill. I don't even remember what I named this. The funny thing to me is that people saying that these are the same that defend the way levels do it, doing some crazy hacks to ship. Yeah, I think these are all kind of the same. Good shit. I'm happy we snuck one more out. I think that's all I got in me today. It's past 7 o'clock. The variable could leak between renders. What you should do is instead wrap it around cache and mutate a cache wrapped object. Approved function executions. Yeah. But since it's running in a single instance on my server, it doesn't matter. If you're not like multi-rendering, it's really hard to have that occur. Like if you ran that on a server, that'd be a concern, but running it locally on my machine, it does not matter. Fair point. Also, lol, embed. I think that's all I got. Let's figure out who we're raiding. Might be live on Friday or Saturday, to be determined. Prime is live playing Warhammer? What the fuck? Okay, I guess you guys have to watch Warhammer. I can't not raid Prime if he's live. That's the rules. Have fun. I'm out. Fun stream as always. See you Friday or Saturday. Goodbye, nerds. Yep. Pick things by new sass. Oh, we need a good spam message. I can't even come up with a good one. Something I want, like, I want something that making fun of Warhammer. I know. Wow, Fortnite looks different now. That's your spam message. Get that in your clipboard. See you guys there. Good night, nerds. I want to hear this. Goodbye. As well, YouTube.
Background music is really loud. Yeah, it is.